Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new week and a new day of High on Politics. It is a Monday. And you know what? I'm going to be honest, doesn't really feel like one. I actually thought it was Tuesday. But I hope everybody is doing well. We have a lot going on, obviously. We are we are at war, you know. It's kind of weird to say that again and like have like a new spin to it. It does not feel real. There are moments that legitimately I'm like, oh shit, he actually did it. Like he actually did it. Yeah, there's a lot to cover. I'm not sure if you guys watched his response today, where I guess this was a Medal of Honor ceremony, but holy shit, dude. Just when you thought it really couldn't get any worse for him, this motherfucker, I'm not making a lick of this up. At one point, he brings up, he's just like, we had 3 fallen soldiers, you know, tragic, but this is war. And, you know, at some point, we're going to have the ability to celebrate their lives in this great, beautiful ballroom that we are building right here through these curtains. I chose these curtains. I'm proud to say that I chose those curtains during the first term, and they never took them down. It's almost like they liked them too. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So we'll be covering that. Can you say happy birthday? Happy birthday to you. Awesome storyteller. Welcome to the show. You are a first timer. I do not recognize you, but you know what? If it's your birthday, why not make it a good one with a shout out from a streamer you just got introduced to? Whoa. Okay. Things are falling. We're starting off strong, but yeah. Made sure to watch that for you guys. I did the live view of that one. Hey, Groove Dragon, how's it going? Also, Fred. What's up, Fred? How you doing, man? Just so you guys know, I can finally see both chats. I was, full disclosure, having a little bit of an issue with that the last 2 weeks. So if I wasn't responding to chats as quickly, or if I completely missed a whole bunch, yeah, it was because I was having some issues, but that has been resolved. So the first thing to say is Trump said he's not ruling out ground troops. Yes, he also said that too, with Pete Hegseth as well, saying the same exact thing, which told you, I hate being right. You know, that's the bitch about being a leftist is, and I know that somebody else said this, but it's that we're always right too soon. But we do get proven right a lot, and for some reason, they never give us credit. Thank you for joining the Donald Trump page. Please hit like and what? Yes, okay. Down with okay, there's only one person in this entire chat that can use all caps. Hey, yo. That I was actually just about to say here. Groove Dragon's okay with that. Anna, I'm not sure if you knew that. Alirda, that's Groove Dragon. Groove Dragon has special permissions. I know it's weird. I know. But it's a grandfathered in thing. I have always known Groove Dragon to use all caps, and I've literally seen Groove Dragon in chats for years. So I please. Thank you. I appreciate that. Gets the pass. Yeah, Groove Dragon, you get the pass. Appreciate that. Also, thank you for being very vigilant, Anna. I really appreciate that. Also, good to see you. How you doing? Man, I can't imagine how you're feeling about this right now. Like, this is so wild. This is so fucking wild. The fact that they're using the same exact playbook as George Bush and well, it wasn't George Bush, it was Dick Cheney. Let's be real. But it's the same thing. It's literally the same exact shit. These Republicans, man. And then I called it. I called it about the support for this. The support is there from like his base. I was watching this on something, and it was actually like a Trump-friendly page that they were saying that he has 27% approval on this one, and they're saying, you know, it's probably gonna expand a little bit. I was like, 27%. What's that sound like? Oh yeah, his floor. That's all MAGA right there. So yeah. Today is a rare good day. Got a nice raise, and oh wow, hey. Anna, hell yeah, you worked your ass off last year for that? Fuck yeah. Congratulations, and that's awesome. Always nice to get a little bit extra. Although, you know what Republicans are going to say? They're going to say, that's because Trump did that for you. You know what? I got to say, I know that we've done a lot, and we've made it an issue for everybody, but I got to say that specifically this wonderful woman, Alirda, I saw her in a chat once, and I just said, I must make sure that she gets all the extra money so we can also, so we can silence the dissent. He was trying to buy you. Get off. Oh, come on. Do better. He really did. Without inflation, it would be like $100. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Hey, what's up, Peeker Bell? How's it going? Beautiful ballroom gold, super ugly. Oh yeah, dude. He did talk about, you know, oh my god. He talked about how like he did the decor too. He moved on from the curtains for a minute where he's just like, I decorated this it's insane. We're gonna be watching that in just a minute here. I know I should probably just go into it, but you know what? We can chill for a minute. I feel like I owe that to you guys. You know what? I want to address my my regular viewership here. Not that I don't appreciate all new viewers. If you are a new viewer here, welcome. Also, like and subscribe. Two things. All right, so number one, just want to say I love y'all. I love your faces. You guys are awesome. I do kind of feel like I do not always deserve you fine folks because, yeah, you know what? I can piss off some people. So that brings me to something that happened. Somebody got a hold of me. I'm not going to put them on public blast or anything like that, but I'll just say that somebody got a hold of me, let me know that they don't like where I was going with this Cat Abu Ghazali stuff. And this was on Friday that they got a hold of me. All I got to say is I'm not going to change my mind just because the broader movement is telling me that I should. But they also informed me that because I was unwilling to back down, that they could no longer follow me. They unsubbed, unfollowed from every single platform. Again, I love how they had to make me aware of this. And like, again, this is the only time that it does kind of, it stings just a wee bit where it is just like, oh, hey, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Well, again, I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. Boo-hoo. That's kind of how I felt about it. I more so I'm just upset that it's like, oh shit, you know, I always enjoyed them in chat. I never thought that they even cared that much about that specific subject, but apparently it's a bridge too far. The fact that I'm an undecided voter in this race right now, I'm gonna just tell you guys what happened here. So your boy did something profesh. And he didn't go saying profesh to the people we were talking to. But I will just say, I sent an email to Cat's campaign managers. I got a hold of, I haven't gotten a hold of them yet, but I just made sure to cover all my bases. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to publicly tag her on Twitter. Because, yeah, you know what? I think that it is fair for me. It's totally fair for me. My position on her is completely fair because I just let them know. I'm like, hey, just so you guys understand what you did by ghosting me for the amount of time that you did, is I didn't canvass for her. I didn't show up to all of the local events. She actually had like a concert that I was thinking about going to, but it was kind of the same thing where I'm just like, okay, though, but I don't I'm not going to stalk her campaign to try and get a a conversation with her, because that's weird as shit. What I'm going to do is just remind them, it's like, hey, so out of all the media appearances that she has done, I think the only one that can actually vote for her. So, I don't know, man. Small stream or not, it really bugged me. And I specifically laid it out for her where I said, hey, I laid it out and said that it was the campaign that handled it wrong. I didn't say that she did. But I also did lay it out where I was like, hey, how the hell am I supposed to trust her to be able to have my best interest at heart when she can't even fulfill a professional obligation? Which I think is a very, very fair question. And you know what? It's a boundary. Because one thing I'm not going to let anybody do, because I run my own stream, I don't have management, is I am never going to let anybody walk all over me. Specifically in a situation like this where she thinks she deserves my vote. Okay, sell it on me. And the other thing is, I hope you guys understand, I offered her to do this off record, where I just said, listen, I just have some questions that I do not want your campaign to answer. I would like to hear it from you. But whatever. Okay, honestly. Oh, hey, Serena, what's up? Daddy Pep is leaving now. No, I'm not leaving. Honestly, like, in the night, there's only one person on the Dem side I'd rather not have in there. Like, Biss would be fine. I love... You know what? The more and more I really think about it, Mike Simmons is the best candidate. He is. Just hands down. The fact that he only has 6% it sucks, because he is the guy. He shares almost all of Cat's platform, but also... he's done action. You know what I mean? Like he's been in the state house for a few years now. When I looked at all the bills that he voted on, every single one of them have been based, and he's even introduced to that ended up getting voted on. So I have to say, I really appreciate what he's done. He actually did more for bike lanes than anybody in this state. I don't know why people aren't giving him more credit on that one. You know, but this is the bitch of it. Somebody was just saying, oh, so it's your throwaway vote. I'm like, this is a fucking primary. I'm not throwing any vote away. Again, Cat is the one who has to earn my vote. And again, because we're in a primary it's a large district, but not large enough to just discount any single voter. I mean, actually, you know what? Anybody in chat, but specifically Serena, do you think that she has the leeway to do that? Because I gotta say, man, I thought about that for a second, where I was just like, that was risky. That was really risky. And I'm just gonna say too, there's nothing in my backlogs of all of my content that would have made it so she didn't show up. Specifically in the fact that I also made sure it wasn't on High on Politics, where I was just like, I was gonna do this with this space with Pepaganda. And I was also hoping to kind of grow the brand of Pepaganda, but what? Now I'm just bitching. Now I'm just being a little whina pants. What up the pucks? How you doing, dude? Good to see you. Wait, what was the commentary that got that person to unfollow? This. Me talking about Cat. And how I don't like, this was before the Hassan stuff from this weekend, which we'll get to that too, because oh boy, did she bit her tongue pretty hard on this one. Or she shoulda. I should actually say, because she went to the right of most of the like right-wing politicians in like Illinois on on standing up for our allies no matter what. That you were upset that she ghosted you? No, they were upset that I was not going to vote for the candidate that they want me to. That's how I broke it down, and I have yet to get proof that they meant anything other than that. Because the way that they approached me was, I feel like you have done a disservice to the left, and that you have the opportunity to put one of our candidates into office, and you are making the personal choice to make this about you. I was just like, holy shit. I was like, yeah, because it's almost like her campaign should have taken it a little more seriously or just treated me with basic fucking respect. Because the more I think about it, no, dude, they ghosted me 10 minutes before a fucking interview. I don't eat for either, or I don't vote for either bourgeois party. Huh? I'm going to participate in the primary no matter what. Because again, here's my proof. If her vote, if she didn't need to count on my vote, then why are they spending all this fucking money? I'm probably the only person in this entire district that saved every piece of political, oh my God. Political bullshit. Man, I'm having a brain fart day. I've been having a brain fart day like for the past 2 weeks. Let's be real here. No, campaign bullshit. Because here, actually, I lost it. Not my mind. I lost literature. Thank you. Campaign literature. Here it is. Okay. I was about to say. So I put this in order of who's leading. So we have Dan Biss, which he actually kind of slowed down a little bit. Laura Fine is picking up here. Like she has probably 1 to 2 per day. Kat actually, I got her the 5th page of her comic, which is cool. There's no denying that her campaign has been awesome. I hope that she does have a bright future in politics. I'm just not sure if I want her representing me right now. Because this guy right here, Mike Simmons, this is the guy. Like, that's the guy that really, I feel, is the best candidate. But like I said, why would they send all that political literature out if my vote doesn't matter? You know? You know me. Yeah, no, I know. Thank you, Pinkerbell, for that, by the way. I'm so ready to not get campaign text from Epstein's homeboy, Dunn Huffins. Really? Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, damn. Damn. God, I just realized that the guy that's gonna end up running against either Tallarico or oh my God. As I said, guys, oh, this is not good. I hope that like this is a reverse brain fart day where I can smoke and then get Jasmine Crockett. And then get a little bit better, because holy shit. That's not good. Why would listen to anything that you have to say? I don't know, because I give the news a funny spin, man. It's a little bit of entertainment. I did mean the first one, by the way, but I was thinking, I'm like, it probably made sense if I said entertainment more. But yeah, that's what this is. Mine is like, to use a coined phrase, infotainment. I'm trying to get you informed, give my opinion here. I'm not news. Like, I admit that. I'm not a newscaster. I'm a fucking streamer who commentates on the news and has a fun community where we can do so. I think that a lot of people put the onus on me way too much on that one. Or just any of us, to be completely real. Like, I think that Hassan would probably chill the fuck out a little if he, like, didn't always feel like his audience was pressuring him to do that. Which it's not that he doesn't do a good job. I could just tell that that's when he gets a little ornery. No bossy, or nobody's making you stay here. No bossy. I was like, who's no bossy? Is that another candidate? All right. 420. Let's get cooked. There's no getting baked anymore. All right. Good luck to my wife. Thank you. Also, quick update on that. My wife is officially in chemo radiation today. Yeah. She's tired. It sucks. And now we get to have the fun part where we get to wait for the middle of April, which kind of sucks when it is like the first 2 days of March. What's my opinion about Trump? Like with the ice. What's up? 21B. I'll just call you that. Not even gonna say your name, but what's my opinion on Trump? I think that he is a national disgrace, dude. I think that it's insane that people are just brushing off the fact that, you know, this no new wars guy that like literally prided himself on being the peace president has now thrust us into the most dangerous situation we've been in fucking 30 plus years. 40. Fuck, dude. Like, this goes all the way back to when pretty much the 70s, when, you know, what happened then. We got a nice reminder about it from Trump. So how often does my wife get the doses? So right now, she got her doses every other week, which it was cool because like you could always count on like 2 to 3 days where she would feel human. Which we're worried about this one because she has to get the radiation is every day. I don't know the like dose or anything like that. I just know that she has to go get it every day. I made a joke that it's like an open MRI machine, so she kind of looks like, you know, she's going into well, I kind of made her sound like it's like, hey, you look like you're the spaceship, you know, and it's like the little wheel of life that they've been like using for, you know, habitats in movies for like the past 20 years now. We need to discuss when that became prevalent, by the way, at some point. But yeah, she gets that, but she also has to have her chemo pouch on her for all 5 weeks. It's a 5-week process, and she has to have it every day. And we have to go and get it checked, I think, every Friday. It's a lot, man. I know that this is almost overstated, and it's like a common term of phrase, but I really do not wish this on anybody. I know that I've had some bad days here where I kind of may have sounded like I am not that person, but I am. It's impossible to watch somebody go through this, so but I appreciate that. Appreciate you asking. It was just reported that Iran is going after oil infrastructure. Like, if that's not an escalation, I don't know what would be to the U.S. I mean, there's already escalations. Dude, they're already calling what happened in Texas a terror attack. Thank God that Trump can't say it right, because I can say it like him and not get pinged. So, terror. T-E-R-A. Terror. You know, like Tara Lipinski. Okay, well, I hope she gets through it. Good luck to you both. Thank you. I appreciate that. Upon reflection. She'll get through it. No, she's doing great. Honestly, she's doing way better than her doctors thought. But anyway, back to a little bit of the community stuff. Like I was saying, Anna, yeah. You know, I had a feeling that this might happen, but here, you know what? I'll just cover this right now. Let's just get to this. I don't need to wait, since I've already been talking about it with y'all. Okay. So number one. All right, so here's an update on the Cat Abu Ghazaleh thing. Hello, Ferdinando from Italy. Hello. Is it Fernando or Ferdinando? I don't. Well, I'm gonna just read it the way that you typed it. Ferdinando, welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here. If I can just ask you guys to do one solid for me, and that's do the thing. Come on. Hit the like button. It really helps me out, and it makes you just that much cooler. And also sub to the channel. Oh, I am in the Midwest there, Fernando. Or Ferdinando. Ferdinando. Okay, I said it. I think I said it the first time. But oh, like Ferdinand. Got it. Like Ferdinando. I'll say it with my accent. How about that? Ferdinando, welcome to the show. That wasn't Italian. This one was of my lineage, Chicago. But welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Iran gets to escalate as much as it wants. They have a right to defend themselves. I mean, we started the fact that Pete Hegseth said it with a straight face, where he's just like, "Oh yeah, you know, they started it and we're ending it." It's like, no. I think I forgot who said it best. It was one of those TikTok guys. But he was just like, no, you don't get to say that. We went to bed on Friday night and woke up on Saturday morning and we were at war. Friday, no war. Saturday, war. That was you. It's like, yeah. Yeah. Even 1930. I know, dude. I know. The fact that they're not talking about it either. They're just like, the three soldiers, tragedy. It was a tragedy. And then they're talking about how we need to liberate these people. And, they do it out of both sides of their mouth where they're just like, the way they treat women, the way they treat gays. We're not going to do anything because we don't actually care about them. We don't even care about the children. Which they're disingenuously using that too. Where in Israel, they're just saying the hit in Jerusalem was... there's apparently 11 casualties. Some of them children. Meanwhile, any of us that have been following the Gaza conflict are just like, okay. So we're just going to say, this is bad, right? Like, now we're in agreement that that's a bad thing, right? And then they're using the same language where they're just like, how could they... It was a war crime. They were saying war crime, and I was just like, They probably didn't want to leak what they were planning to Iran. They acted fast. I was surprised. Nobody was really surprised because the thing is, we were already on pins and needles from the previous Saturday. I think that my opinion is they were supposed to do it that Saturday, but a report came out and kind of let them know about it. So they were just like, maybe not this Saturday. No, but we didn't say next Saturday. Yeah. All right. So I might get to this Cat Abghazali thing real quick because I do want to just, it's bullshit. And you know what? Like I said, if she has the opportunity, I'm glad that I hit her up when I did, to get a hold of me and, again, just answer a few questions. Because it's literally as easy as that. Because if she does, and I have a feeling that, it'll be cordial. I'm not going to challenge her, too much. What am I going to do? Just be like, okay, so are you saying that you're an absolutist in this Taiwan thing? Which, here, let's get to this. Because if she is, then yeah, her having a stauncher right-wing position on something than most of the right-wingers, that could be taken with a little bit of an issue. All right, so what I'm going to do, here, let's play the Hassan one first, and then I'll go to the drop site one.
If Taiwan is invaded, I want to ensure that we've codified passive support to sell Taiwan weapons if Congress wills it, so Trump just can't overrule it, or whoever the president is. That's in Congress's hands, and that we can militarily step in.
Right. And Hassan's reaction to this is spot on.
To defend Taiwan with naval fleets for interception and selling weapons.
It's just like, wait, what? Yeah, for being anti-war, it seems like she would sure vote to keep us, in war.
Genuinely asking, what's the issue here? Coming out with a firm stance that you will defend Taiwan militarily if invaded. That is not that. That's a red hot, totally red alert. What are you? A lot of people yell at me because of my conversations with Matt Duss. That is firmly to the right of Matt Duss. That is firmly to the right of most foreign policy analysts in the United States of America.
That's firmly to the right of people that are running for this district.
It stems
Because
entirely.
you guys forget, and I had to explain this to somebody, that person that had let me know that because of the Cat Abu Ghazali thing, they were, not going to be part of my channel anymore, which, again, whatever. I had to remind them that it's like, yeah, she has to also challenge, like, a right-winger, which we're in a pretty purple district. Like, we got redistrict, or like they kind of redrew our districts to kind of include redder areas. So she's not as safe in that one.
From a place,
we're not like +8 like the Illinois 7
of being green, completely uneducated. If you think that this is like a fully flushed out worldview that she is explaining, it's literally just.
Yeah, see what he's doing, what he just said right there about her being green, 26, this is uneducated. A lot of people just feel this way about her sometimes.
Being a 26-year-old. Abu Ghazali did not respond to a request for comment, but a source close to the campaign told Dropside that the advisor's emails did not accurately represent her views, saying Kat is committed to taking on authoritarianism, but vehemently against the military-industrial complex and a continuation of failed U.S. intervention approaches. Yeah, but even then, it doesn't matter. Her statement on stop. She is definitely a very bad foreign policy advisor. That much is clear. Many of these people.
No, and I'm done. I'm not okay with them just blaming the foreign policy advisor.
Many Americans are still Americans, even if they're Palestinian Americans. They're still fucking American, and they don't factor in foreign policy at all into their approach, with the exception of Palestine. Her Palestinian background should have caused her to be a lot more, to have a lot better fleshed out worldview.
Her degree is in foreign affairs, saying she's 26 is infantilizing.
Especially on foreign policy.
Yep. Yeah, but Hassan doesn't get that smoke.
Let's do Cat also. You want to do this one real quick?
Yeah.
Let's do
Oh, shit.
Cat.
Yeah.
What's going on with Cat? So
Get your exclusive reporting.
So Cat is running for Congress in Illinois, correct?
Right.
Chicago
Right.
area.
Chicago
So
area.
she just had a debate. Kat Abu Ghazala, Palestinian American, as running as kind of the most left wing candidate against
Yeah, she
Daniel
knows what
Biss,
she's
who was he
doing.
the mayor of Evanston.
I mean, I've seen it from a few other people just saying that they think that she's trying to lose. Which
And kind of like an Elizabeth Warren type liberal.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Progressive
Laura
for
Fine,
sure, but not exactly like Bernie Wing.
right. And then Laura Fine, who is getting all of the AIPAC support. So it's kind of like a
Which,
three-way
by
race
the way,
between them.
here,
The latest poll I saw had Biss up by like 6-7 points, with Kat in second, which was
this one isn't even to necessarily promote for Laura Fine. This one's wild because it says Dan Biss goes whichever the wind blows. Toward his own ambition, Daniel Biss says he's looking out for us, but instead he's looking out for him. He voted to cut Medicaid and for 25,000 working Illinois parents, which yeah, let's just say this. That was a poison pill bill. But I will go deeper into that. Again, I'm not trying to even stand up for this guy. I don't plan on voting for him because he has not given me a good answer on whether or not he would sanction Israel. But ran a super PAC funded by disgraced former Speaker Mike Madigan, which his ties to Mike Madigan have also been kind of broke his promise to serve his full term as mayor just days after being sworn in by announcing his run for Congress. Daniel Biss isn't working for us. He's just working for himself. He's always running for something. Sorry. And let's see. Paid for by Elect Chicago Women. Elect Chicago Women is paid for and responsible for the content of this advertising. Which, if you guys don't know, Elect Chicago Women is AIPAC.
And then both of them beating Laura Fine, which is remarkable because Fine was kind of, Fine had the pole position here, but it seems like the AIPAC money is actually dragging her down. It's this Evanston area. It's a very well educated district, and so once it got out that she was secretly backed by AIPAC, it seems like all of that money is
I gotta
as
say,
much of a handicap as
whoever
it is
runs
helping
APAC
her.
Tracker,
But so
damn, dude, I can't pause directly on YouTube or on fucking Twitter. Yeah, but whoever runs that is
Kat may
fucking
actually win this
awesome.
race now. And so we went to her campaign. We went to her for comment about what we're going to talk about now. And heard
And?
back, told her she's welcome to come on the show to talk about
Her campaign is this again. The fact that we are not even, or no, we're 2 weeks out. We are 2 weeks out tomorrow from this this election, and she's blowing off breaking points too.
this as well. She has and let me put this
She
up,
does
up on
have
the screen.
like
She has,
the
it
way
turns
that she just left Tara Palmieri. She has this problem with only wanting to do shows that she knows that's gonna kind of be catered to her, which I gotta say is bullshit, and she needs to be called on that one too.
out her national security advisor is quite the hawk. And so his name's Ben Mermelt, and he's the guy that does her foreign policy and national security. So there's an email going around in activist circles that has
Which I'm gonna play her response to this. She said that she fired this guy, by the way,
gotten to me, in which one of the kind of Washington-based
but also
organizations
blaming this guy this close to the election, like she didn't know that he held these foreign policy views and that this email existed. Fucking what?
reaches out and say, hey,
Also,
Kat's
what's up,
doing
Edge?
well. Like,
How's it going, man?
can we get some clarification on what we've seen on her website, which seems to be some unusually hawkish positions. We see on there that she seems kind of to the right, more hawkish than Trump on Taiwan, more hawkish than Trump on Ukraine, but she's great on Palestine. So what's going on here? And so, they got back, and I agreed to seal the person's names, not this
I'm
person,
glad,
but like
Anna,
that somebody would
you
leak.
get it. I asked that question. How do I know that she's actually going to go the extra mile for me when I can't count on her to like show up to an interview with me? Or to your point, how do I know you're going to go the extra mile for me if you won't go on an uncomfortable show for yourself? Yep.
The email to me, because it's getting a lot of attention kind of in the background, but it's something that the public should know about too. So I'll roll through these. You don't even need the questions, but you can pause this and read them if you want, because the answers are fulsome, and they
anyone with a beard understands what's going on. I don't know why, but there's like one hair that like has like a
kind of incorporate the question.
Sore follicle.
One, he talks about his role here. So number 4. So this is about China and Taiwan.
You weren't supposed to scroll that far down, Ryan. You were supposed to get tired of reading by that point.
Right. So he asked about China and Taiwan because they said, look, on the website, it looks like it's kind of concerning language on the website. Are you sure? Is this really what Kat believes when it comes to Taiwan? And so the quote here, if elected, Kat would strongly push for amending the Taiwan Relations Act to include language dropping our strategic ambiguity towards defending the island from a Chinese invasion. Strategic ambiguity is actually precisely kind of what AOC was mocked for presenting when she was kind of babbling and kind of searching for an answer. Like that is literally the current American strategy towards Taiwan, is to just babble and not answer, so that China doesn't know like what we will actually do. And so what Kat is saying here through her advisor is that doesn't work anymore, that we need to say that we're going to hit him. So as of now, China knows that Trump won't send the 7th Fleet or any other Indo-PACOM assets to defend Taiwan in the event of an all-out assault. We owe it to Taiwan and democracy to demonstrate that America will do everything possible to counter wars of aggression with force. Extremely hawkish position from Kat there on Palestine.
Again, and the fact that she's already just trying to say, no, this was my foreign policy advisor. I didn't know anything about this. I disagree. Like I don't believe anything she has to say about this one. And I'm going to just say that it's because of how long this guy has been in the campaign.
Strong statement. The genocide in Gaza is a disgusting failure. You've heard her talk a lot about the genocide in Gaza, and so nothing here would surprise you. But then he adds on her behalf, that does not mean that our historical impulse to use military force first is correct. It hardly ever is, and often causes untold damage. There are a wide range of options available to both the executive and Congress, precluding kinetic force, from sanctions to NGO support, all of which are likely to produce results when applied correctly. Kat is firmly an interventionist. The world is better off when America takes a leading role in it, but that role must be ethical and lawful, and it must place human rights first. So we don't want to necessarily do war, but we do want sanctions. We do want to fund NGOs that do these like protests and support our favored folks inside these different countries and quote firmly an interventionist. So I don't think that's what people would necessarily have expected from how people understand her when it comes to Palestine. And then on Russia, Ukraine, if elected,
let's get to the good stuff.
If elected, Kat will hold the line. Russia cannot be allowed to eke out a win in Ukraine, and Kat stands firmly against any attempt by the Trump administration to sell out our European allies to Putin's imperialism. Kat fully supports funding the Ukrainian war effort to the hilt until the Russian forces are degraded to the point where a near restoration of pre-war borders is possible or any other outcome preferable to the Ukrainian government. She strongly supports the forward deployment of air, naval, and ground assets to the NATO front line, as well as the positioning of dual-use missile and drone interception systems. So
that's very contradictory to her
ground,
no war statements.
Assets. Are we talking about American ground assets? Well, hopefully we can get some clarity from her on that. We must additionally surge MIM 104 page, and this sounds like Ben Mermel here is kind of like a bit of a military geek, so he goes deep into the weapon systems that he wants to see placed on the border. The Chinese are closely watching our actions in Ukraine, and the outcome of this conflict will determine the nature of their attempt to seize Taiwan, possibly preventing it altogether. If Ukraine can pull off a diplomatic win, we owe it to those that gave their lives of aggression throughout our history, and people seeking freedom everywhere to not cower in fear. Kat will be that voice on the Hill, and she won't stop until Russia is made to pay for its crimes. So I don't know what do you?
That was on the broadcast.
Is that what you would have expected
not
from
my side? Theirs,
Cameron?
Not at all.
Hell?
Not firmly an interventionist. It's like, whoa. And so, I mean, I guess my question.
Okay. That's pretty much all I need from that. Like I said, she has responded by essentially saying that she got rid of the guy that was behind the email and that, she wanted to clarify her statement. And that is when Hassan said that about specifically
if Taiwan is invaded, I want to ensure that we've codified passive support to sell Taiwan weapons if Congress wills it. So Trump just can't overrule it, or whoever the president is. That's in Congress's hands.
Yeah. So that was her response. So, what happened? I don't know what happened there. That was fucking wild. As far as the audio thing, but gotta say this is gonna be interesting for her. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Rick Fisher. I do that, and then I do this, and then you want to sit here telling me how I don't do any work. This is a man who has zero passion for anything and doesn't understand, hobbies or just in general, caring about anything. Yes, if I was doing this for the money there, Pally, I'd be pretty fucking stupid. Because, yes, as much as I do enjoy making money off of this, it's not supporting, it's not a living. Not quite yet, but we're getting there. And if I have anything to do with it, it's going to be. So, all right, let's get to the crux of this. Jesus. We'll do this later. All right. Let's do the news. Because this is high on politics. Talk about some politics. And that includes just in general, the fun stuff that's going on. You dated a British citizen for 3 years. We got into the argument all the time because my history books never aligned with hers. I wonder why that is. Because Ghislaine Maxwell's dad fucking literally owned the companies that that control our history books. It's a late in the game hit piece, but effective because that seems to be a bad policy advisor. It's a bad policy advisor, but how is it, Alex, for real? How is it a hit piece when they're just quoting her and then they offered her to come back and retort? Honestly, I'm seeing these cracks show just from my own personal experiences with her campaign. Like, her campaign fucking blew me off entirely, man. And like I said, this is fair for me to ask. If she cannot keep a commitment, like an actual professional commitment and a personal commitment to one of her constituents, why in the fuck should I trust that she'll be able to do anything for me or even has me in mind? That's a pretty that's a special way to disrespect somebody. And honestly, I'm not one for getting walked on like that. Like, what the fuck is that? You gotta fucking just sit there. And this is where I was saying, this is why, like, the politics, like her being like, you know, DSA adjacent and all, like the lefty fucking queen, right? Or not queen, but the darling, the lefty darling right now. And because I do not want to vote for her, now all of a sudden I'm a bad guy because I recognize that, no, she literally, like, personally did something to me where I'm like, no, and I was turned off by it. And she can't give me a fucking good answer for it. Again, her campaign, this is her campaign. They've had since October. And you know what? I don't owe her my fucking vote, like I've been saying, dude. Look, any of these people, anybody in this fucking stack of like 50 fucking things, they think that they deserve it just as much as her. So, like I was saying, I don't owe her to her. What I mean is establishment Dems wait till right before the election. Yeah, she should have seen that coming. Yeah, honestly, the thing is, she actually, like, talked about that, too. And I thought she would have better retorts. I thought that she would just, in general, be able to handle the adversity a little bit better. Yeah, actually. Yeah, his name is Mike Simmons. He has 6% of the vote right now, and I'm more than likely going to be voting for him. Because he's somebody that got a hold of me. He asked me, he actually just said he wasn't comfortable going on record, but he would address me just as, like, you know, me as a constituent. And he sat there and chatted with me for close to an hour, just about all my questions. To be fair, Daniel Biss also did the same thing. You know, is the primary next week, 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and I'm like she's lucky I haven't already gone and, well, I'm lucky I haven't already gone and voted, because the first day was, I think, like 2 weeks ago. And honestly, I would have felt like an asshole. Like, I would have felt like a total asshole. Because at that point, I was kind of like, yeah, you know what? Everybody expects me to do this. Got to make my audience happy. Word, I want to cover it. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'll pop on with you if you want that. But Pep, did you ask Fine to talk or not? No, fuck that. Why would I? She's AIPAC funded. Why would I? I don't care about her. I cared about Dan Biss. I cared about Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, and I cared about Mike Simmons. Those were the only people that I wanted to get a hold, like, to talk to. So I think we have, what, 15 plus people running in our district? Like, here, I forgot about these guys. So we got, all right, who's this guy? Sam Pullen. I don't know who he is. This guy's wife is, like, doing all his texts where she's just like, my husband needs your help. It's just like, this isn't as endearing as you think it is. It kind of makes me think, like, why can't he do this? It's not like Fine doesn't stand a chance. No, like, here, this is the problem that I have with the Fine thing, is these things actually do work on, you know, older constituents, which Kat is banking on our constituency being a lot younger than they actually are. Why so many people in this race? Because it's one of the hottest contested districts in all of politics, because Jan Skakowski has been one of the most consistent members in standing up for, I guess, the Democratic platform, but also, like, progressive policy. She's actually been a pretty strong, like, progressive leader. She's had some bad votes. Like, she's had a few. Like, she definitely didn't, you know, provide great answers on the Israel thing, but I'll be honest, that's where Dan Biss is a little problematic for me, because it's not because he has gone like, he literally is Jewish and had like went to Israel as a kid, that kind of thing. It's more so because, yeah, he doesn't have a good solid answer on if he would actually institute sanctions. Repost, I don't know if you saw this. I was at an event Saturday where Biss and Skakowski showed up for an hour or so, and it really underscores how much Cat isn't the choice of anyone minus 45. Yup. Oh, wait, you went on Sunday? Oh, dude, I was supposed to hit one of those stops. I was... Because, yeah, his campaign had reached out to me and asked if I, like, wanted to actually, like, meet with him physically. I was just like, oh, shit. Didn't really have it in my schedule, though, so. Maybe Mr. or Mrs., my husband, needs your help. Get herself a job. Wait, Saturday. It was in McHenry. Oh, no, that wasn't it then. No, there was an event Sunday that they invited me to that I was toying with. But yeah, we had to do some prep for the wife. You know, she had to get all of her stuff ready for this long 5-week process. So, which she is more than ready for right now. God. I'm actually kind of jealous because she got herself a ghost bed. Oh my god. And when I say got herself, yes, it's like, it's her bed. Is this guy making fun of your cancer? No. No. J. Paul? No, J. Paul Coleman's not. No. No, J. Paul is cool. He's a sub here. He was talking about this lady. If I can reach this thing. Oh my god. Bill Andrew, that's his name. Bill, this guy. His wife sends all of his campaign texts saying, this is Phil's wife. Can you get out there? No, I got you. Okay, so this is not what I was looking for. Here's what I was looking for. Nope, this is not what I was looking for either. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do this real quick. All right, so the Supreme Court leans toward a marijuana user's challenge to gun restriction. The Supreme Court on Monday appeared sympathetic to a marijuana user's challenge to a federal law that bars people who consume illegal drugs from having firearms. Gun rights advocates argue that the law falls afoul of the Constitution, which I think we already watched the video on this, so we don't need that. Based on oral arguments, Supreme Court has a 6-3 majority. We know. When does this actually get voted on? Cited drinking habits of various founding fathers. Okay, we know. Prosecutors do nothing. So the court on Monday also declined to hear new gun rights case, whether people who commit nonviolent felonies should be prohibited from possessing firearms, which it should be a no-brainer on that one, but yeah. It's currently being considered by the Supreme Court in January. Okay, so they still haven't made a ruling on it, but this is soon to come. Okay. I slammed my chair because this is going to be painful. Let's just settle in, guys. When I start these videos, that means the new segment has started. That means that for a few hours here, we're going to be in it. So I appreciate y'all hanging out for the just chill segment, or the chill portion of the stream. You guys know, as I said, like, that was more for my regulars here. So really appreciate that. But yeah, Devil's Advocate, like, you understand where I'm coming from, right, man? Like, do you also understand that this kind of pains me a little bit? Because this is what I said in the email to her campaign. I said that I do not like the fact that I'm even an undecided voter right now, because she kind of like showed that this type of fuckery is not to be, taken lightly. So Mitch, damn, I missed the chill portion. Yes, you did. This speech is so painful. It is, but you know what? We're going to get through it because I do want to like commentate on this one. This one I have stronger commentary for. When he gets to the curtains bit, oh boy. And when he chooses to do it is just I don't know how MAGA's going to answer for this one. Because holy shit, dude. How do you make this look good? Where he was in the middle of talking. You know what? I don't want to bury the lead. I just realized. But it's bad, folks. So we're going to get to that. Smooth life for real. As a Mexican, my community loves and supports Trump. And definitely not a real person for 100 there, Alex. Who is Smooth Life for real? Yeah. How much do they pay you per month to say that as a Russian bot? Like, do you still get paid in rubles? Are you in Russia proper, or are you off site? When will FIFA rescind their peace award? Yeah, right. Who cares about that shit? Honestly, that's the dumb shit that I'm just like, can we like focus on the fact that this motherfucker sent us to war? We've already had casualties. And this is right after he said he was more than happy, like more than okay with it. He literally said, dude, the Lord Farquaad meme is going around, and I had to go and watch that scene because I was like, I don't think he actually said, oh my God, he actually said that. And then I had to look at what Trump said. I'm like, oh my God, he actually said it twice. He said it twice. But meanwhile, MAGA's just like, peace through strength. Yeah, okay. I just think most people, even slightly paying attention, only probably know 3 people are running. The ones on that debate stage. Kat's the best one of those 3. And she ain't going to be dictating foreign policy. The thing is, she's going to be voting on it as like a representative for me. So, strangely enough, if I'm going to hold Dan Biss to his foreign policy standard, then I'm going to do the same to her. So, but like I've been saying, if she ends up winning the primary, number one, I am happy for like her, and I'm happy for her campaign, which again, don't know how they pulled it off if that happens, because it's like, this is not very great. But yeah, I just have my fingers crossed. But realistically, this is the most disappointing thing. She's proven to me that she's a fucking politician. You know how everybody like has this really, really stupid idea that like a normie could just go into politics and not then inherently become a politician? Well, this proves that wrong. And I hope most people can understand that. And I'm not just being, a little fucking salty Susan over this. Like I said, man, the fact that it's odd to me, man. Like, that kind of showed me that she also doesn't respect this space. She doesn't respect the working class collaborative of, people who broke from TYT and other entities. Because, yeah, that's the show she blew off Mr. Alex, so gotta say, not cool. Not fucking cool, man. And I'm just gonna, pep facts. Here's the pep facts. Of all the people, she went on Hassan Piker, she went on CNN, she went on, God, who else? Who's another? Oh, Piers Morgan. But you know what? None of them can vote for her. Hassan cannot cast a vote for her. So, whatever, man. I like Kat for one reason and one reason only. She plays Hades 2. Is that based? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't matter. No. I'm prepared to support whomever comes out of the Illinois 9th primary on the Dem side, even fine, sadly, because she will still be running against a rep at the end of the day. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, so when did Sean Casten get moved to the Illinois 5th? I learned that today when they interviewed somebody that was running for the 7th. I was like, huh? Well, that's odd, because I thought Sean Casten was the Illinois 7th guy. Redistricting's a bitch. Just so you know, I used to live in the Illinois 7th, and that was the guy that I voted for right before I moved out of there. So, das Vidania. When they do things like that, it feels like they take votes for granted. That's what I mean, and that's where like I genuinely feel this way. I had to kind of have some reflection because there was a bit of me that just was like, oh, don't be a little fucking sourpuss. Like, so what? You're taking this personally when you shouldn't. Like, this, again, is... I thought Casson was 6 and that he was always the 6th. Was he? Not even... No, I thought it was the 7th. You know what? I might have lived in the Illinois 6th then. I mean, I could just say it. Like, I was in, like, the Dundee area. Yeah, I didn't get too far away from my hometown at that point. But then I broke free. Oh, he is. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, he always was. Yeah, so never mind. I guess I was not as smart as I thought I was. Trump just helped liberate other country. Yeah, okay. This whole all right. For anybody that wants to come in here and spew this bullshit, I'm gonna throw out a theoretical, and this theoretical is gonna piss you off. So theoretically, in complete theory, this is 100% speculative. What if there was another country that was like a superpower that was not too thrilled with the way that we are treating our power structures, treating our citizenry? Are you saying that you would understand if they came in and wanted to change the regime? Is that what you're saying? You were in Buffalo Grove, and I thought he was in the narrow area, but was my area. And I do know that the 9th runs through BG2. Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah. Politics is personal? Yeah, it is. It totally is. No, actually, that's one of the benefits of being, like, so into politics is the fact that, like, I'm one of those rare people that calls campaign managers that wants, and this was before I did this. Like, yes, I am always interested to know what the people that want to represent me are trying to do for me. So, you know, I hate to admit this, but I've gone to, like, Dick Durbin's, not even campaign rallies. They were more so like luncheons. Yeah, I've met him a few times. He's not great, but Tammy's the shit though. Like Tammy Duckworth, I just have to like, god damn, she does not get enough credit. You guys are crying little babies. Yeah, whatever. We've lived through war. The thing is, dude, you're more than comfortable with sacrificing our soldiers to placate your politics, which good for you. I'm not engaging with anybody that doesn't have just like a basic standard for, you know, that if it's broken, then they don't just like pivot on a dime. Like I kind of want you guys to have some, you know, set morals, but it doesn't seem like that's a thing. Some of y'all do. I've seen enough people in this chat say I am MAGA or I was MAGA, and now I cannot support this because he literally he just bulldozed over the lies from the campaign trail saying no new wars. Like, not everybody's as like pea-brained as MAGA thinks that they are, surprisingly. Because you understand that you're actually mad at people who were on your side. Like, you're not actually mad at the left. Let's just call it what it is. You're worried that we're going to get traction. Oh my God, Duckworth has more guts than half of Congress. Big fan here. Yeah, Tammy Duckworth. Not only is like she the shit like on the political stage, she's actually just in general a really nice person. I met her at two things. Actually one of them wasn't even a political event. I met her at a Blackhawks event. Because I was just like, is that fucking Tammy Duckworth? It's sure as shit. I was just like, oh wow. Yeah, it was pretty cool. We got to meet the Stanley Cup. It was Yeah. Oh, Ryan. Yeah, you're fucking tired. Yeah, dude. I can't. All right. All right, Ryan. How are you? But I hope you don't take this wrong. But how's your dog? Is your dog okay? I hope the poor little boy is not getting too scared or anything like that, man. Damn, dude. I can't fucking imagine what you are going through right now. Duckworth was cheering the Iran strikes. Oh, no, she was. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, that may have just gotten me to walk. Well, I can't walk back my former support. Because, yeah, obviously, it's on record now, but I didn't know that. Yeah, everything you see on the internet's true. I'm not sure. Yeah, here, let's see. Is Tammy... No, it says that she didn't. It says that she tweeted against it. She said that it's illegal and reckless, warning that it's going to start a forever war without a clear plan. What are you talking about? Yo, see, that's my problem right there. If a fucking quick cursory search of her Twitter can show me that that's not true, yo, yeah, the internet's a little fucked. Not like our politicians will ever be 100% aligned with us. And the time between elections, we try to talk to our politicians to get to support things that we want them to support. Like how I have been really vocal to Daniel Biss's campaign, telling him that if he does not just come out and say that he would sanction Israel, that he was going to have a problem on the debate stage like he had with Kat. And I will just say that was, yeah. Oh, my bad. Must have been a wrong clip. It was CNN or something. I don't know, man. How is MAGA winning at this, dude? Gas just went up. The stock market just fucking dipped again. The only people that are going to be winning in this are the anybody that has stocks in the military industrial complex, which good luck with that one. Apoplectic chat engages. Well, I mean, I got Trump on the screen, so yeah, it's going to happen. Fake news. CNN is at it again. Yeah, Joe said nobody can afford heart infraction. Pinkerbell, I'm just stating facts. We all know that Democrats can't handle facts. Oh, yes. Yes, the only people that are adverse to facts are Democrats, not the president who literally buries files that he might implicate him. We don't know. I'm going to just say it might, but we don't know. But why would he want those buried? Why would he be okay with those being buried? I don't know. Just asking questions here. I go for the barista who is already flirting with me and made me realize I am bisexual. Oh. You know what's funny? I had a friend go through that. He came out when he was like 16. And he was very much, he was into it. But it was so funny, man. Because it was like we were in our mid-20s. And it was one of those like drunk moments where we're all just, just friendly bullshit. And he pulls one of these where he's just like, guys, I got something to tell you. I'm not, it turns out that I'm not full gay. And we were like, what? And he was like, I'm bi. And we were like, it was like, literally, we reacted probably more to that one than the first time, because the first time we were like, yeah, we know. It's like, dude, we love you anyway. You're fine. Like, if you need help getting a date, like, just, if you ever need a wingman, you just know, just remind them. It's just like, this is my straight wingman. God damn. But you know what? I'm proud of him. He's a good cat. Venezuela supports Trump. Yeah, okay. This blanket that Venezuela supports Trump. No, they don't. This idea that there isn't a whole part of Iran also saying the opposite. That they're still doing the old shit that they were doing. Like, stop it. the reverse closet. It was, I don't, yeah, man, that was like, I still like think about that occasionally where I'm just like, like, now that I've talked about it with you guys, I do kind of want to like bring them on and just ask them straight up, like, hey man, what was it? Like, I've never asked. I've never just been like, who, what? Oh, you know what? Now I am curious. It's like, who was it? Because it's usually a who. Give me his number. Hey, yo, if he just gave you the number, wait. Don't wait too long. Just wait. Maybe not today. Tomorrow. I don't know. This is the game that like I played with my wife a little bit because I wasn't sure if my wife actually liked me, which, you know, that's part of the fun of dating. Yeah. I remember telling her about that. She was like, that was a good play. She's like, I would have thought that you were a little too eager had you called me like that night. I was just like, oh. Okay. Okay. I appreciated that honesty. Yeah. Give it the day. Give it the day. Let yourself sit with like the anticipation and all that too, because it's not bad. Like, see, I like anticipating things because like part of that excitement is living. You know, some of it can be interpreted as anxiety, but sometimes anxiety is even when I'm having like anxiety, I'm just like, it's good to be alive, even though I'm anxious. Trump heroically bypassed Congress and heroically bypassed Congress. Okay, I don't give a shit about the Constitution. Here, let's watch your Lord and Savior fucking get through his nap time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, they woke me up out of my sleepies.
Kaplan Green, wonderful job. Appreciate it. And
my God, he is getting so much worse with this, by the way. I don't ever want to hear the sleepy Joe Biden bullshit.
Thank everybody for being here, and please feel free to sit.
Because he was told, because this was a Medal of Honor ceremony, to not be himself. He would like this was definitely in the same vein as like the State of the Union, because they were just like, hey, we need you to keep that demeanor going. We need you to be professional, president, not yourself.
So before we begin this important ceremony, and there's no ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury. Today, the United States...
Does he not get that it doesn't sound great? Like, somebody brought this up, that the Obama era also had really shitty operation names. I'm like, that is true. You know what? Leave it to the American military to have really stupid fucking operation names.
The military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program and
again, the easiest comeback to this one is, okay, so if the obliteration of the nuclear program already happened, then why was it pressing that we needed to go in and strike? I'm a little confused. Please explain it.
Operation Midnight Hammer.
Trump is a traitor? Fuck yeah, he is, dude. Like, there are literally 3 people, like the families of 3 people that just got killed that aren't even, their bodies are not even back here yet, but he's using them as the political pawns that he needs them to be.
A short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those.
You don't give a shit about those protesters, and it's not our fucking stance to go and protect them either. We're not the world police. I thought you guys cared about the billions of dollars that went to Ukraine. Why in the fuck are you willing to just go, yeah, you know what? Spend more of my tax money to go do whatever the fuck you guys want to do. America's strength, baby.
Warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons.
It's almost like you guys don't care.
Yes.
The death counter's now over 6? Yay.
The regime's conventional ballistic missile
casually
program
just
was
double
growing
it within 2 days.
rapidly and dramatically. And this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose
so now
of this fast-growing
now we've moved the needle. They were building ICBMs, even though they weren't building ICBMs.
missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that
Yeah, because you tore up the agreement and never made a new one, by the way.
wanted it stopped. But everybody was behind us. They just
Not quite.
didn't have the courage to say so.
Yeah, that means that they weren't.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country
Who, Trump thinks he's a genius? Yeah, we know. Listen to him.
itself would be
I mean, if he would stop reading from the teleprompter, maybe he could prove it. You know, what was that whole thing, that whole controversy that Joe Biden never isn't reading a teleprompter?
threat.
I remember that one.
And it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans.
Oh, Brandon, it's called ROTC. They will definitely take you in.
Every time you see someone
Yeah, you can go right now. 16.
with missing
have fun.
arms and legs, or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently.
You can start training. I think that you get some credits for your boot camp, and then you can enter as like an E3.
It was almost certainly
Oh, you're in ROTC.
caused by an Iran
Oh, there you go, guys.
roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him and
Yeah, dude, he sounds awful. I can't even do the impression right now. He's just
my first term.
my first term.
This was
Yep, I got rid of Soleimani.
our last best chance
That's right. I remember that. Pepperidge Farm
to
remembers.
strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our
indeed
objectives
sick
are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon, never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed
Not gonna lie, this is how your brain functions from lack of sleep. Yeah.
foolishly by our country. And finally, we're
Terror.
ensuring that the Iranian regime
As
cannot
I said,
continue
it's gonna be easy
to
with this
arm,
one.
fund, and direct terrorist armies
Terrorists.
outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out. And they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat.
He's doing it again. Dude, when he reads from the teleprompter, it is as bad as Biden, where you just tune out and you're just like, huh?
This terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful by far.
Coming to you soon, Trump lullabies. It's just me reading a bunch of crap that somebody else wrote for me, and you know what? It doesn't even matter if there's a lullaby music or even has some good story. It's just me rambling about really, really random stuff.
military in the world.
He's so bad at being sincere. Dude, you want to see how bad he is about being like sincerity with tragedy? Watch what happens.
And we will easily prevail. We're already.
He is not. He doesn't believe any of this, by the way. We're gonna easily prevail. He just got news that we're gonna be stuck in this for a long time.
Substantial.
He keeps saying a few weeks, and then he's like, it could go longer. Anytime that Trump speaks and he says, like, you know what, it'll be 2 weeks, maybe a few months, maybe a year, I always go, it's going to be a year.
Actually ahead of our.
Because he'll eventually tell the truth, like, after he has to lie and get the other people to be like, it's not that bad.
Time projections, but whatever the time is.
Do you like President Trump? No.
It's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always.
No, he's objectively horrible for this planet, but he's good for me because you know what? Yeah.
And we have from right from
he's good for anybody doing this type of coverage.
the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do
He literally just said that like he was challenged.
whatever.
Don't believe a word that lying bitch says. I can go forever. We can, you know what? We can totally, we can go all night long. You ever heard the that song, All Night Long? That's how long we can go. And you know what? Iran is going to get it.
Somebody said today, they
Oh, they're going to get it.
said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored.
Ah! Yes! See, now this is where he has a grievance. Here, let's go back just a little bit. Here he goes. This is where he derails. This is what we all wanted to happen during the State of the Union speech, but oh boy, does he fucks up big here.
Today, they said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored.
I don't get bored. Yeah, he totally gets bored.
There's nothing
This fucking TikTok brained idiot.
boring about this. Do you agree with
There's nothing boring about it. That's why CNN loves it. That's why every mainstream media outlet, that's why that guy Pep Talks just admitted that this is technically good for him.
that, Pete? I don't think
It's
there's
like, yes.
anything, Mr. Jen.
You'd be so disingenuous if you're in media and you specifically cover news and don't just go, yeah, this would, it's definitely, you know, bringing some better numbers than a Kamala Harris presidency would.
I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media. I think
Now, would I feel better as a person and just in general being like, oh, hey, we can shit on the Democrats all day? Because honestly, I already do that. Now I get to shit on
he'll
everybody.
get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get
No, Troy.
bored. I never get bored.
He got bored. I get bored. That's why I'm pausing.
If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I guarantee you that. To go through what I had to go through.
If I got bored,
We also
let me tell you something.
projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who bravely is standing
He almost slipped. Who bravely sacrificed their life. I
in
mean,
harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
what's the over/under on whether or not he tries to mention that he wanted the Medal of Honor for himself? Because he kind of already brought that up at the State of the Union, so.
Thank you, everybody. We have a lot of great service members here with us, too, in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful?
Here we go.
We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building. See that nice drape? When that comes down right now, you see a very, very deep hole. But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks
Remember, 3 families of the people that were just killed, their bodies are not even home yet, are here to collect their posthumous, I don't even know how to say the fucking word, but their dead soldiers' Medal of Honor. So
looks so nice. I don't think I'll even.
I don't know if you do miss Joe Biden, you don't have to do much. Just listen to him. Like literally, they're almost the same fucking person at this point.
I think I'll save money on the doors.
I'm gonna save money on the doors. You know that here.
Because it can't get more beautiful
Bandit, what up, brother?
than that. I picked those drapes
I picked those drapes.
in my first term.
Remember, this is about the Medal of Honor and dead soldiers.
I always like gold.
I always like gold. Yeah, these drapes, you know.
but I think we can
I picked those.
save a lot of money. I just saved curtains. But
Polymarket 93% Trump, tacos on Iran.
and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful bowl.
Yeah, and somehow that's going to be shifted into the perception of being a win.
Well, I believe it because I built many a ballroom. I believe
I built many a ballroom.
it's going to be the most beautiful
Each room that has my balls in it. I've got that thing where I stand on the side of a desk and put my balls on them.
ballroom anywhere
I'm a tall guy. What can I say? I need to rest. I need to rest
in the world.
Got to rest the little
And
ones.
when you hear all that hammering out there, you know why the First Lady is not thrilled exactly. She said, will the pile drivers ever stop? You know, they go from
Nope.
6 in the morning till
Fucking
11:30 in the evening. Can you imagine?
Triple H just cracks his knuckles. All right, let's go, Melania. Oh no, the Triple H is here. Oh no.
Here? You know what? To me, that's a beautiful sound. She doesn't like it. I love it. You know what? To me, other than here, because we're donating it, not a penny to the taxpayer. It'll be under budget, ahead of.
We're donating it to the taxpayer, you know, they could totally come to this house. It's their house, even though they would totally get kicked out if they tried to overstay their welcome.
Schedule. It'll be 400 million or less. Most people say 400 million or more. No, it'll be less.
Dude, again, reminder, this is supposed to be honoring dead soldiers.
But when I hear that sound, that
What the fuck?
beautiful sound behind me, it means
This old motherfucker with his fucking pudding brain is sitting here talking about curtains and construction while there are dead soldiers' families just staring at him cross-eyed right now because he decided to start a fucking war over the weekend.
money, so I like it. But my wife isn't thrilled. She said, this is getting crazy.
This is getting crazy.
It'll- I-
Tano, I need you to do something for me.
I said, don't worry about it. We'll be all finished up in a few months. But now for the reason
You know what, guys? Anytime that my wife comes in, just remember she's got one of those accents. So anytime that I have some people from ICE, I always need to remind them, no, not her, not her. Even though, you know,
that we're gathered
keep looking out, but not her.
this morning to recognize the unsurpassed courage of 3 really incredible American heroes, 1 living and 2 no longer with us. So
From what? Because now you do understand that we're not going into Iran and we're not going to Oh, Brandon, you 16-year-old fucking little dunce. Oh my God. The fact that you're only a teen, which, why are you even here? Like, this is.
together,
But the fact that your brain is just, again, not fully developed, you have no context for the fucking wars that came before this and how we know exactly what this is. Oh my God, dude. You know what? God bless you.
we recognize the exceptional valor of Master
Just be prepared that this time they ain't going to be supporting the troops like they did post 9/11.
Sergeant Roderick Edmonds. And maybe I could ask your families to stand because they're beautiful families. I got to meet them. And
Oh, he got back to it, guys.
please.
Odd.
So Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis and Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, as they receive our nation's highest military
Right, going back to sleep. So there's more rockets on the way. So I'll see you later. Probably. Good night.
award.
All right, Ryan. Well,
the
yeah,
Congressional
we'll be following that.
Medal of Honor.
I've got the live
And we're
feeds up right
pleased
now.
to be
So
joined by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He's busy. He's busy. Very busy guy.
yeah, because you know they totally weren't planning to go to war when they renamed the Department of Defense to Department of War.
In fact, I said, if you want, Pete, you can avoid it. General Raisin Kane also. And they said, we don't avoid this one. This is one you wouldn't avoid.
If you're between the ages of 18 to 25, just remember that
For anything.
you are just by being a citizen here, you guys got some a possibility of a draft to come in.
So we
Selective service, and guess what? They did pull selective service.
appreciate that you're here. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, who's doing
They pulled that one up real quick to go like, how many do we have? Oh, you know what? We don't have many people in our military. We might have to fix that.
Incredible job, Veterans Affairs.
Pete Kegsmith.
Doug Collins. Doug, thank you. You stand up, Doug. You're doing such a good job. 92% approval rating. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs
Gonna casually throw out some fucking
of Staff,
number lies too.
General Dan Kane, who's known as Raisin Kane. I liked him when I heard that name, Raisin Kane. I said, if it's true, you're my guy. And it's true. It just turned out it's very true. He's a great guy.
Yeah, he's actually directly responsible for those 3 soldiers being, gone. But cool.
A great general.
6 people now, by the way.
Secretary.
And you know what? I think that this is the proper time to keep that tally, because this is Trump. Every dead soldier, their blood is on his hands.
Of the Army, Dan
Pete Hexa's hands, all of them.
Driscoll, and Army Chief of Staff, Randy George. Thank you. Thank you both, Dan. As well as Senators Tom Cotton, Bill Haggerty. You guys were great.
You do understand that we are still going to have dude, if you think that they're going to do airstrikes and no troops on the ground, Brandon, I got a bridge to sell you, buddy.
Television this weekend. I'll tell you what, Ken.
Tell your dad to pull out all of his life savings, and that this guy, Pep Talks, has a bridge to sell you.
Have a better representative than both of you. Thank you very much.
I'm sure that if he thinks like you.
And Representatives Tim Burchett, Jack Bergman.
Yeah, 6 soldiers are dead. 6 soldiers are not going to go home to their families because of this guy.
And Nicole Malliotakis, and we have a few others sitting here, but I'm not going to go through it because we have far more important people to honor today.
We will see. No, you will see, because this is just how it's going to go. Dude, there's a reason that even through the Bush administration and Obama administration that they called this the Pandora's box, because this dumb motherfucker doesn't understand that Iran is a lot more capable than he thinks.
Oh, we have Tom Homan. I got to at least.
How long were we here, Brandon, since you need Google to function, and again, part of your generation, but Google this. Look how long and how many lives were lost from 2001 all the way to 2023. I'll wait.
At least mention Tom Homan. I would be a stand-up, Tom. What a job. Zero.
Reuters Ipsos poll, 25 to 27% approve the U.S. and Iran. Yes. Do you know what his approval rating plateau is? I'll give you a guess.
People coming in.
What's his floor, guys? God, that's a lot of whiteheads.
We had millions and millions of people pouring into our country.
It's like
now.
Teenagers fucking.
I mean, I'm not even sure I can believe this number is zero, but it is given out by Democrats. Democrats from the left, and they're rated for the last.
What can they do with camels and rocks? Oh yeah.
We had
I remember that stuff.
People come illegally.
Yeah, we used to be like, oh, they're. What was the famous line? They were just like they're always going back to their caves. They're second sand. That's what he'd be saying if he was part of the Bush administration.
Our border, right, Tom? So I want to thank you very much.
Yeah.
CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriot.
He's just mad that this didn't actually distract from the Epstein files. Like, it distracted the news for a little bit, but it's not working as well as he thought because there's still more Epstein news coming.
Who have made.
And also, there's this big threat from Iranian hackers that apparently got to him. And I'm thinking that's why he's not exactly like, Mr. Jazzed president going like this, cheese into the camera every chance he gets and just kind of rambling about this one.
The ultimate sacrifice.
Because he's trying, the other thing that somebody pointed out is that, teleprompter Trump is, and that's what we could call him, just teleprompter Trump, this is supposed to exude wartime president, because anytime he starts rambling, people start getting turned off by that. It reminds him that, he's an idiot.
For our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives, we pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And
what the fuck is with this music?
Sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more.
Oh, is MSNBC doing some pretty shady shit? Let's see. Let's see if I get hit.
President Trump warning there will likely be more
They
U.S. troops killed
are.
and wounded
Oh
as
man, I noticed this trend with a bunch of news channels where they're doing like music bumpers and they leave them going for a lot longer than they usually would. It's because of restreamers.
fury. The question is, what is the administration's endgame in Iran? Meanwhile, congressional reaction to the attack appears largely split along party lines. The question is, will lawmakers vote on a war powers resolution that would restrain the president's military power? Plus, oil prices have soared as U.S. and Israeli strikes.
I hope you guys enjoyed that cheap gas because you guys don't get to use that one as a talking point anymore.
Iran send disruption
Whoops.
through the global energy supply chain. The question is, just how high will those prices
How about that high stock market too? Uh-oh.
go? We're going to check on the markets.
Hey, at least we can have some, actual stuff backing our stock market now, with the military industrial complex getting theirs. At least Halliburton and, Bowen and all that. Hey, it's better than AI companies.
It's way too early for this. Good morning and welcome to Way Too Early. I'm Ali Vitale on this Monday, March 2nd, and we are going to start with the breaking news that has been happening all weekend because strikes are intensifying right now across the Middle East this morning. 3 days after the United States and
Yeah, Trump's literally dealing with the biggest cover-up ever, has no good answers for it, and the only thing he has is a bunch of Russian bots and some certifiable morons just standing up for him on the internet.
Israel launched a major
Again, you guys are a little late. Time to get to your Army recruitment office. They need you.
military operation against Iran, killing its supreme leader. The conflict expanding into a new front just hours ago as Israel and the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah exchanged fire, shattering a truce that had been in place for about a year. Hezbollah says it was acting to avenge the
50,000?
death
Not anymore.
of Iran's supreme leader, and Israel responding in moves that threaten to expand this deadly conflict and further destabilize the region. Video this morning shows explosions and smoke in the Lebanese capital of Beirut.
Oh yeah, Lebanon has joined the
Fire and thick
joined the
black
game.
smoke were seen rising earlier near the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait as the State Department urges U.S.
Oh, J. Paul.
citizens there to shelter in place. Over the weekend,
I really appreciate
3 U.S.
that.
service members were killed in action in Kuwait, the first Americans to die in this war with Iran, although President
And it's single-handedly funding this.
Trump acknowledged there, quote, will likely be more.
Oh wait,
Iran's retaliation
he's punishing me. The stand cams now.
to Operation Epic Fury has been expansive, targeting many of its Middle East neighbors.
By the
as
way, guys, if you're enjoying this show, just know that you can support me by hitting the like button and sub to the channel.
country's top
I
national
really
security
appreciate
leader
it.
said late last night, Tehran, quote, will not negotiate with the United States. You'll remember those negotiations had been ongoing until these strikes. President Trump, meanwhile, told The Atlantic he's open to speaking
Yeah,
to
and now he's like, hey, can we get those negotiations back? And then they're just like, no.
Iran's new leadership without
Why
specifying
not?
whom those
I
talks
thought
would
that
be
we
with.
had a
We don't
deal.
actually know who Iran's new leadership is. He also told the New York Times the attack could last 4 or 5 weeks, but he didn't lay out a clear plan for how power might be transferred to any new government. And President Trump also spoke on the death of Khamenei and explained the need for the operations in another pre-recorded message that he posted to his Truth Social account yesterday. I want to play just some more of what the president had to say. Watch.
You don't care about Trump's name in the files? Well, then apparently you support a pedo, and you know it too. Because at that point, you know it.
Supreme Leader.
Why are they hiding millions of files when it's literally the law to release the files? It's almost like he could clear his fucking name, but instead you got idiots like you that are just like, yeah, Trump. Because I have nothing else to be happy about in my life, so I'm going to go on the internet and I'm going to make other people mad by saying Trump is number one. Yeah.
Is dead. This wretched and vile man.
Your hobbies suck.
Man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter.
Yeah, what's the difference now? You have the blood of Americans on your hands now there, my guy. Again, we have six on the American sacrifice counter.
Countless thousands of innocent people all across
We're
many countries.
3 days in.
Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons.
Trump could be better. The thing is, he could like do anything good for us that would be long term, but instead, what he does is he suckers the most gullible in our country, gets them to get riled up about shit that doesn't matter, and then does like the look at the keys, look at the keys. Meanwhile, he's stealing everything in your house.
And lots of threats.
And then after he's gone, he will be like, the Democrats, I saw them come in your house and take all your stuff. I don't get it. You know what? Those damn Democrats. And then you're like, yeah, damn Democrats.
For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting.
None of this matters, by the way. This has been happening for a long time. Long time. 1978 is a long time ago.
The slogan, death to America or death to Israel or both. They are the world's number one state.
Yeah, and now, according to every idiot in chat, now they're all saying the opposite. And everybody that was saying that one, they're just gone now.
Sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear.
That line about transferring power was very awkward. Yeah, because he had just gotten news that he accidentally killed all 7 of them.
Weapons would be a dire.
Literally, they had a list of like 7 people. You know what? They liked me. They were nice to me. They insinuated that they would be willing to work with me. And then, you know what? We took them out.
Threat to every American.
Could you imagine the James Bond based? Like, seriously, I was just watching the newest Mission Impossible movie, which was okay. But there's this scene where the president shows up to talk with Tom Cruise's character, and you're just like, oh, I could never see Donald Trump doing this. And
we cannot allow a nation.
It really has made me think like, oh
raises
man,
armies to
can't respect the office
possess
anymore.
Such weapons would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen.
It's a lot for us to get into with staff writer at The Atlantic covering national security in the Defense Department. Nancy Youssef is here on set with me. We've also got the editor of Semaphore Gulf, Mohammed Sergi. He joins us live from Dubai. Nancy, I'm going to go first to you. Your piece for
Let me get my info and rhetoric from a guy who has a Pikachu animals in his
The
room.
Atlantic took over the weekend is called War with Iran.
I'm just a guy, man.
Has begun.
I'm just a guy who does some news aggregation. If you get a little bit of information, what you can do is you can expand on it by taking the sources that I'm using, or you can go source it for yourself. But yeah, it is actually giving you a little bit of info. Weird.
Where does it end? I know that's a question that lawmakers.
No, it's these assholes that are just like, oh my God, why would you even stream Like, if they were more like that, why would you even do this? It's just like, because this is like the news of the day. You do understand that most of them are just, they're mad that we're covering this. And they're mad that there isn't like the regime media doesn't extend to us. Like, these guys, they also don't understand. This is my favorite part about the short-sightedness of Donald Trump and like the media companies that are following him. They don't understand that if they lose like the normal base, they're not gonna survive.
In my conversations with them over the weekend,
like, bye-bye MS Now, bye-bye CNN, bye-bye all of them, because nobody trusts them. You take away all of the trust, then what's the point?
Are certainly asking.
I think that is the point.
But game this out a little.
Then we got the White House press, the White House press corps. That's going to be the official press corps of the United States. That's where you'll get all your news. No more Associated Press. We don't need them. We just need the White House press.
But for us, I mean, what are
that's coming to a White House near you.
Looking
freedom of press and the
for as
literal killing of the freedom of speech, First Amendment. Goodbye.
The president is now warning this could go on for 4 or 5 weeks.
So the president in his comments said that the goal of this was to see the Iranian people rise up and take ownership of the country despite living under years of oppression. The military plan, however, is going after things like ballistic missile capabilities, their nuclear program, leadership to achieve that. And the challenge is that you can't sort of change on the ground dynamics from the air and sea. particularly in a country where people have lived under such oppression. Those who would be sort of front-runner candidates to lead the country have been killed, exiled, imprisoned. And so how you reach them is very...
Oh, that fucking moron kid from the Shaw. He thought for a minute there that he was going to get reinstated, just instated.
Difficult. And
again, I don't think that any of these morons understood that Iran is an actual country.
And so the challenge is, what does that end state look like?
They realistically were like, nope, it's a second-tier nation. It's like, no.
Here is right. As of now, we're not on the path for regime change, but rather changes within the regime because of those dynamics. And the administration really hasn't closed that delta of how it works out, such that you see mass defections of the armed forces and a consolidation with some civilian elements who
Shah's son
lead to
has zero
what the president
emotion.
said, a
Yeah, it's because he's a fucking sociopath.
new form of governance inside Iran. And it's also
That's what happens when you're just a rich kid that fucking gets off on the merits of, being a rich kid.
also not clear who would lead that new form of governance, especially as I was looking at our colleague John Carl over at ABC spoke to the president, and the president seemed to tell him people who were on our list that could lead this country going forward are actually now no longer alive because of the very strikes that the U.S. put in place. And so, Mohammed, as we look at the situation...
It's my take on Israel. Fuck Israel.
Here, I wonder if you can also talk to us about the situation on the ground where you are in Dubai.
Fuck Israel. We're paying for them. Like, they're the ones who dragged us into this shit,
And
man.
then this fear of...
You do understand that they get free healthcare, but they also, take our tax money. Yeah, fuck them.
How the conflict...
Kind of over it, man.
balloon...
And I'm over anybody that's just going to be like, yeah, but we have an agreement with them. It's like, why did that stop us from fucking maintaining our relationships with the UN?
Throughout
It's almost like it was never about that.
the region. I wonder what some possible ways are that you see this playing out.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So in Dubai, or the UAE has taken the brunt.
Oh, Teddy's 1000% a fucking Mossad bot, guys.
Really
Nobody on YouTube is out there going, Israel is the best.
Of the missile.
Unless they're certifiably the dumbest people.
Drone strike so far, equivalent to...
Especially if they're American.
On Israel, but it may be a different type of different types of munitions. They've been...
Beat boot.
Their defenses have held up. So they've been able to intercept about 95% of them. You may have seen the video. You probably have the videos of them. We hear booms going out all the time. But the death toll is quite low. The question here that they have at the Gulf, they definitely did not want to have this war to begin with because they knew that they would face the repercussions of it. But now that they're in it, there's only so much that they can do in terms of defense. And at some point, they have to consider perhaps even joining the U.S.
You support your religion? That just tells me that you don't actually support Israel. You really are stupid.
Israel in a way or another defanging Iran.
It's not it's not about Israel's sovereignty. See right there. I support my religion.
Attack them going forward. So that's really...
Let me guess.
Kind of where we are. It's still day 3, but the calculus, the cost of defending is far higher than the cost of attack. And at some point, the munitions that they use to defend will become depleted.
Yeah, and I wonder if we can focus on what's going on between Israel and Hezbollah, because we talk about the truce that was broken there, Mohammed. Can you talk about how big a deal what we're watching there this morning actually is, and what you're looking for in the coming hours or days based on what could make this a bigger, more dangerous conflict, as if it's not already?
Well, I think Lebanon, southern Lebanon, has been hit for such a long time, and Hezbollah has been his force has been degraded to a really great extent. It's unclear how much more Israel can do to stop that threat, but they will strike, and it's already in the impoverished country. I think it's kind of the periphery of what's happening, and going to Nancy's point, it's the end game in Iran that almost dictates everything else that goes towards that. So how can they influence it from the Gulf? How can can the U.S. find the Venezuela scenario that
people are still criticizing Biden for the 13 we lost in Afghanistan? Yep.
Can agree with, and then does Iran decide that it's not going to?
It's almost like they can't fall back on that one anymore. Like I said, guys, this is where MAGA needs to reconcile with the fact that half your talking points just got fucking shit to the fucking wind.
To attack its neighbors going forward.
Shit to the wind.
That's really where we are right now.
Sense.
Nancy, it sort of explains why we've seen reaction here from U.S. officials, even those who are saying the Trump administration did not come
I suppose if there's an average of 50-mile-per-hour winds, then you know what? That might carry said shit.
Congress. This is the only way that you authorize war in this country. But even those who are criticizing it say it's actually good to see the result of the actions here, the death of Khamenei, the fact that he was seen so widely here in the U.S. as a bad actor. And yet I think there are concerns about if regime change is the goal, how you get there, especially given the warnings from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, for example, that was reported last week about Can the U.S. military stockpile actually handle this? Do we have enough munitions to undertake a war of this nature? And then, of course, that puts aside the fact that they have not come through Congress, which is, of course, where my reporting lands. Can you talk about the dynamics behind the scenes there of what will need to happen and how protracted a war, frankly, we are looking at here?
You make so many great points. I mean, the president didn't mention this in the State of the Union just days earlier. This was announced at 2 a.m. And you're right, the regime has been problematic for years. The challenge militarily is there have been hundreds, if not thousands, of drones and missiles fired, not only at U.S. bases and installations, but at Gulf partners, and a limited number of munitions that can bring them down. In some ways, I think the Iranians are trying to use that weakness and are launching as much as possible because we have to shoot them down. So at what point do the military practicalities of those limited ordnance change the calculus in terms of timing and how long the U.S. can protect itself and how long its allies can protect themselves from these strikes? If we're thinking about sort of best and worst case scenarios, I think the best case scenario right now is that you see mass defections and some sort of government that comes together. But the worst case scenario now is chaos. That
no joke.
The country falls apart, that there isn't clear leadership, that there's civil
someone's had an unfortunate camping accident.
Or internal strife in a country that has enriched uranium and could ultimately pose a threat.
Guys, you gotta go right now.
Not only to the U.S.
Don't stand on the cliff face.
But
why? I'm not gonna fall. It's like it's not about falling. It's about the wind.
To spur regional conflict.
Can I ask a question, though, about the uranium enrichment piece? Because we had the Trump administration last summer say we did those B-52.
Thank you. For fuck's sake, doing the bare minimum.
Bomber strikes. We've obliterated everything.
Notice how her face, like, this is the thing. All these fucking war hawks hate the fact that there are, there's some video out there of Trump kind of going, no new wars, none of that. You know what? We already got rid of their nuclear stockpiles, so we've already obliterated the nuclear program. So they've got nowhere to go
in the region. And then you've got the president saying this was necessary.
Yeah. This was necessary because they were going to have a nuclear weapon within days.
Something imminent, even as there's reporting that
almost like we've been here before.
Administration officials who briefed congressional staffers yesterday said
he's counting on that 16-year-old kid, not seeing this coming. Again, man, you're literally the fodder in this one. I feel sorry for you, man, because my generation, we were the fodder for the last one. But you know what radicalized me? That
the imminent question actually wasn't, as the president.
Donald Trump created more left-wingers than he knows.
Explained it to be. Can you give us a better understanding here of what the imminent nature of this was? Why now?
I don't think it is clear because I don't think there's any signal that Iran was in a position in a matter of days to launch a weapon. There's no evidence of that. Now, to be fair, we couldn't get inspectors in the way that
I'm old enough to remember Kamala Harris will start World War III.
In the past. So the imminent question isn't clear. And as you noted, the president said that they had obliterated the program. Moreover, strikes by themselves don't kill a country's ambitions for a nuclear program. Its scientists, its knowledge, its ability to rebuild even.
What's the right thing? Destabilizing the Middle East when we had essentially peace in the Middle East by his accord because his son-in-law went and was, getting all these peace deals. So why would he just upend all that? Now we have Lebanon back in the news. Now we have all these other little splinter cells happening. What are you talking about, dude? The economy's about to take a massive fucking nosedive because of this shit. I hope you guys got your gas already because if you didn't notice, the gas prices were also fucking spiking.
You conduct strikes.
And they're going to get a lot worse. They went up from $75 a barrel this weekend to over $100 a barrel.
Their existing facilities.
Not sure if you guys understand what that means.
Point as we look ahead to Congress hopefully getting more information and then ultimately a war powers vote that is
We're getting an aggregation of all the coverage from the past few hours, and we're also going to have some live coverage.
Supposed to happen later this week. Unclear that it would pass, but that would be the next turn of the dial here. We, of course, going to keep our eyes overseas throughout the hour. For now, staff writer at The Atlantic, Nancy Youssef, editor of Semaphore Gulf.
As the secretary, his leader partners are good.
And most importantly, there's
regime change war.
National Air Transport Association is urging all.
Oh, wait, this is unlisted? Oh, shit. Oh, hold on. Can't do that. This one's listed.
Launched attacks on several U.S. allies in the region, Kuwait.
Nope. There we go.
U.S. Central Command says 3 fighter jets were shot down by friendly fire from Kuwaiti forces.
Jesus Christ.
CENTCOM says
it's almost like Pete Hegseth is in charge of making sure that all of these communications are happening. It's almost like we don't have a very good power structure in power right now.
6 crew members aboard the jets ejected were safely recovered.
Fucking Pete Kegsbreath and
are in stable
two fucking
condition. Now, see
Jesus.
geolocated video that appears
Bottom gun happening.
to be an F-15 falling from the sky.
What happened to No New Wars? Trump lied to everyone. Yeah, Aloha Kitty.
Pilot parachuting
Like the
out.
name.
There's also video that appears to show a pilot safe on the ground after ejecting. Now, the aircraft were F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jets. CENTCOM says Kuwaiti air defenses mistakenly shot them down during active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft,
Trump is doing the right thing when it counts. When did he start doing
ballistic
that?
missiles, and drones. The cause of the incident under investigation.
Top buns
Now,
or bottom buns, not top guns.
CNN following all the latest developments from around the globe, the White House, the Gulf, inside Saudi
Those are the ones that get burnt.
Arabia, and Israel. Let's start there. Our Nick Payton Walsh is in Tel Aviv with the very latest on the loss of
Sometimes you got a war. That tells me that this is somebody that's never had the threat of them actually going to war.
3 U.S. aircraft.
Wow. Are you just out of like the range of selective service?
That's a
I have a feeling you are.
significant loss all at once, Nick.
It is startling to see 3 involved in a friendly fire incident like this, and I think it brings home the jeopardy that US troops face as this conflict widens. Look, it's clear that CENTCOM is saying here this was an active combat area. Likely, it seems, if you interpret what they said,
Kuwait didn't check their signal chat.
Kuwaiti air defenses were engaging drones, missiles, other things at the time, and mistook these F-15s
Pete.
as legitimate targets too. That is essentially the consequence of the war that the United States is in here. President Trump warned yesterday that there could potentially be more U.S. casualties. There's been 3 so far,
Again,
and let's face it,
nobody's asking why it took this long for us to do this, and why most presidents saw this as a third rail.
was clearly a near miss.
Because the thing is, most presidents saw that this was a direct lead to World War III because they understand how, allies kind of work and how this would destabilize the markets and all that. But he had a certain thing he really needed us to stop paying attention to.
All 6 crew ejecting safely and now being in a stable condition, having been recovered by the U.S. military.
We want to talk about how this happened, and here to do that is retired Army Brigadier General Steve Anderson. Thank you so much for being here, because we're going to talk not just about that plane, but also the sort of pros and cons of doing an air campaign with the goal of regime change, which is not something history has shown us really before. So first, talk about what you're...
She almost said history has shown us that it doesn't work.
We're seeing with that F-15. Give us the context of what our capabilities are in the region.
Well, there's probably at least 30 or so F-15s that are stationed there in Kuwait. And they all, no doubt, took part in this massive air campaign that took over the weekend. Over 1,000 sorties were flown. You have to remember that it was an incredibly complex operation involving the Lincoln Carrier Battle Group, the Ford Carrier Battle Group out in the Mediterranean, all the bases that we have in the Middle East. Without a doubt, there was probably Tomahawk missiles launched from submarines, in fact. So it was an incredibly complex operation. So the fact that we'd have some kind of collision or some kind of an incident, is not that, it's not that remarkable. But what is remarkable is the performance of the American military.
Yeah, imagine some guy coming into my stream thinking that he somehow can speak to this without mentioning how we already were in this exact situation before. So maybe we as American citizens who paid attention to this stuff can kind of speak to it.
In this, and the Israeli military.
We can also speak to how much bullshit it is, because, yeah, you know what? How free is Iraq again?
To have done.
How's that democracy working in Iraq?
Done what they've done over the last couple of days without a single shoot down is pretty remarkable.
Those aircraft were F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jets. The cause of the incident, of course, continues to be looked at, but those jets are just some of the assets that the U.S. is deploying in the air as this war expands. The military is also using remotely piloted MQ-9 Reaper drones. They carry Hellfire missiles and guided bombs. They are also using
God, this war porn shit is exactly what CNN was waiting for.
B-2 stealth.
For everybody that was like CNN's fake news, it's like, no, dude.
Bomber.
They're just news. And you know what news is? A bunch of ghouls who love war.
Valued at, just so you know, more than $1 billion each. The bombers usually fly out from an airbase in Missouri with a crew of 2. Now let's get the very latest from our correspondent stationed in key cities. Clarissa Ward is on the Iranian border in eastern Iraq. Let's start with you, Clarissa. What's happening there?
Hi, Kate. Well, we are here at the border. As you mentioned, today's the first day that there's some traffic going in and out. They are allowing Iranian trucks and Iranian citizens to go back.
Wait, is she's at the Iraq-Iran border? Holy shit.
Into Iran, and for Iraqis who may be on the other side of the border to come back in. But I just want to play you some video of something pretty extraordinary we just saw.
You a pack-a-day kind of guy?
An
Oh,
Iranian
don't smoke.
Shahed drone literally flew over our heads. Take a look.
I haven't smoked since I was in my 20s. Wow. My buddy from Ukraine was not wrong. I get it now. He was saying like how just like a really like fast fan, like he hears that he's just like,
now, sorry, there was supposed to be more of that video, but we'll get that to you later. But they closed the border for a little while, then they reopened it, and now if you turn over here, you can see these
remember when she pretended to be under attack?
trucks
I don't.
are starting to move again. We spoke
Kind
to
of
one
recognize her.
Iranian
See, now that's weird. Like, I'm the streamer here, and usually, yeah, I recognize, you know, Caitlin Collins and some of these reporters, but yeah.
truck driver who told us that
God.
he was very scared about what's happening inside Iran.
We need a Vice
but
News.
that he
That's what I'm
wanted to
saying,
get back
guys.
home
If Status Quo can be the new Vice News, I'm telling you, man.
quickly.
Shane Smith taking that $1 billion fucking payout and just selling off was one of the worst things that happened to fucking journalism.
as possible to be sure that he could
That sellout motherfucker.
get back
Like, seriously? I have no room in my heart for that guy.
to his family. Kate?
Oh, that's understandable. That's some amazing video. We're getting that all brought in and to show that more of that video that you and your team were able to get. Clarissa, we're going to be showing that for sure once we can turn that around. I really appreciate it, Clarissa. Standing by in Iraq for us at the Iranian border. Let's now get to Paula Hancock. She's in Dubai, another key place to be watching right now. What's the situation there?
Well, Kate, we have been hearing interceptions overhead. Monday morning, there were at least 2 interceptions we heard here in Dubai. In Abu Dhabi, an hour down the road, it's a very similar situation. And just in the last several minutes, we have been hearing a number of fighter jets in the air. So there is certainly at this point.
Well, I actually like went to I was in communications, so that's odd, Troy.
No let up in the retaliation.
How many classes did you take on literal journalism and broadcast law?
From Iran when it comes to the
Not a lot has changed, by the way, either. We're still working with the same FCC guidelines.
Gulf nations. Now, it is interesting. We're having figures through from ministries of defense talking
Cool
about
part is
how
I don't have
much
to
is
follow that shit.
being thrown from Iran towards these Gulf nations.
Only TOS here.
The UAE, the United Arab Emirates, is by far
yeah,
the
that's
highest tally. These are figures from Sunday, the latest.
Don't be hard on him. He's just driven by
that they
TDS.
have published, and we know for a fact there's been more than this
Oh, I
since
mean,
then.
again, the Trump dick writings. See, it should be TDRS because it's Trump dick writing syndrome. I think at this point.
They say
you guys get like seriously. Do you guys ever get tired of standing up for this guy?
There have
like,
been 165
crazy.
ballistic missiles, 2 cruise missiles, 541
okay, haha, I feel you, bro.
drones that have been fired from Iran towards the UAE. Now, according to the MOD, they have intercepted more than 90%, more than 92% of those. In fact, there are some very good air defense systems here, many of them in conjunction with the United States. And what we're seeing
College journalism. That's where that starts.
as well is
Yeah. You go to college and then you do this thing where you kind of elect what you want to do. And what I wanted to do was instead of waste my time in like some weird art class or go into computer sciences like all my other friends or even poli-sci, I decided to go into communications,
you know, this is Dubai. This is a very glitzy city. It's
which was a 1-semester course. So once I finished that course, I was like, okay, I'm done. That's all I wanted.
full of expatriates, of tourists.
Used
It
what I
is
could from that.
usually filled with traffic, and
And
it's
here I
buzzing
am.
it is like a ghost city at the
There's a
moment.
little bit
People
more
are
to
taking
it
this
than that,
shelter-in-place warning very seriously. All schools are virtual at this point. We have seen a number of shops that are shut. Not all of them, though. At this point, doctors
What'd I
are
do with
shut.
the money for
And
college?
people
Put
just
money for
aren't
college?
going out and about. We know that many people are trying to
Wait, you
figure
guys
out
had money for college?
how to get out of here. I was at
I went to a
breakfast in
fucking
the hotel
community school that was within my price range.
this morning. I walked past 3
I don't shit on, by the way. Always look into your community schools. Sometimes you'll find that, yeah,
tables. A British, a
they're
Russian, and
definitely
another
worth the
British,
damn.
all with their computers open, trying to figure out how they could leave. Kate?
Quite a situation for so many that you're seeing. Paul, thank you very much. Let's now get to London. Samo
Imagine
Abdelaziz
having
is
money for college.
standing by
Yeah,
there.
right? Damn.
Samo, we heard some strong statements coming from the British Prime Minister this weekend. What are you hearing now?
Crazy. That's fucking crazy to me.
Yes, and Britain is absolutely feeling the repercussions of this. Just a short time.
All politics aside, what's with my wife's health? My wife has colorectal cancer. She is not even 40, and she is in the middle of
We heard that two
treatment right now,
drones
so.
that were fired at a British Royal Air Force base in Cyprus were intercepted.
all the luck.
And it appears that this is the second time that this base was struck, because just last night, overnight, a drone did hit that base, causing minimal damage and no casualties. Now, after that base was struck by a drone, British officials said that they would work to evacuate families.
You enjoy this community, to be honest.
So it's unclear if families were
Well, I'm glad that you can say
quite
that.
literally
But this is where I do kind of hold, where it's just like, yeah, if people weren't such judgmental dicks.
trying to leave that base as
Unicorn? Unimoogle.
continued to come in this morning. What is Britain's position so far? Well, Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said that Britain will not get involved in what he described as offensive
Then sue them. If CNN's fake news, then sue them.
strikes on Iran. He drew back on the left.
Who's the real news, Andre Green? Actually, no, fuck it. I'm going to ask every single one of these people that says fake news, because we don't get as much of that as the TDS now. CNN fake news. Okay, who real news then? Who is the arbiter of actual journalism? Please enlighten us.
Lessons of Iraq, and said that Britain does not want to repeat those. But then in a recent statement, he said that he would allow
Is this guy left? Is this guy right? No idea, but I hope his wife
British bases
kicks
to be
cancer's ass.
used
Oh, she will.
by the U.S. military for its operations. Now, there is great controversy in this country as to what level of involvement Britain should have. Regardless, though, you are hearing officials ringing the alarm because they see what's happening in the Gulf, which you just heard from our
Yeah, this is World War III. We're in it.
colleague Paula there.
Nobody's saying it, but this is World War
That
III.
regardless of your degree involved,
This one's a little bit more spicy than the Iraq conflict, because Israel's directly involved in this one.
involvement, regardless of trying to maintain some neutrality as it is, it can still become a target for Iran. That's why you hear some officials here saying that personnel and citizens of Britain could be subject to indiscriminate attacks from Iran. We also heard on Sunday that Britain did shoot down a drone. It says it was a defensive action. So very much a country here that's trying to toe the line.
What is up? You know it.
Trying to maintain a neutral position, but that has offered up its base
What up, Pepper?
to the United States and is feeling the brunt of those actions, particularly
Do I know you?
in Cyprus, where that base right now
Did we play hockey together?
is reeling from those attacks.
Usually people just call me Pep, but if you call me Pepper, that usually insinuates that I knew you from somewhere else. I don't know. I'm just curious.
I want to get you this hour to Nick Robertson, who is in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, where, Nick, the Defense Ministry has just released a statement that 2 drones were intercepted and destroyed at one of its largest oil refineries. Nick, the Ras Tanura refinery.
What's up? What up? The latest Iranian supreme leader had a short career.
Is hugely economically significant. What do we know at this point?
Yeah, it's a very massive
same maggots, different
sprawling
day.
facility. I've
Pep, I know it's on the. I know.
been there on a number of occasions before. It covers a vast area and is very
It's
important
more of a
to
test.
Saudi
Just to
Arabia's
be like, do I know
economy.
you?
It can produce capacity about 500,000 barrels of oil a day. That's a significant number. What we're hearing from the spokesman at the Ministry of Defense.
You're that blue collar man Dems want to steal more taxes from?
Here
Yeah, okay.
Is
meanwhile, more of your taxes are going to this, and also any of the tax breaks that you have right now are going to sunset in 2028.
that 2 drones were intercepted as they were
That's if you even still have a job that AI hasn't taken. Like, Troy, what field do you work in?
flying toward.
Be broad. I'm not trying to dox you or anything, but for real, what do you think that you're honestly safe from, like, the economic apocalypse that's going to come?
That or in the vicinity
Like,
of
dude.
that refinery. These drones.
This isn't just a bunch of like, whoa, this isn't just fear mongering. This is legitimately like, no, AI is going to cause major economic damage in the blue collar and white collar sectors.
Were intercepted, debris fell, there are no casualties, and the spokesperson saying that this falling debris lit a fire in the area. This is obviously an area of concern for Saudi Arabia, thinking here of the ministerial...
Dude, Cousin It is one of the coolest characters in all of Adam's Family and gets all the fucking chicks. So I don't know, Dean. Thanks for that. Thanks for that comparison.
Ministerial level, GCC.
Get to wear a cool hat and everything. And just speaking...
Short meeting that happened yesterday, a joint statement from those GCC foreign ministers talking about a very strong diplomatic signal, saying that they had the right to take all necessary measures to protect their security and stability. So it comes within that context. Very clear diplomatic messages being sent from the Gulf states to Iran, and that fits in with the picture of...
Dems have disdain for the working man? How in the fuck do you figure?
The attack.
What blue area do you live in that you got fucked by, that you listen to all the propaganda? Jesus Christ. If you say Illinois, I will not be surprised.
Witnessed over the past...
God, the red hats in Illinois, they seem to never have an answer for where those taxes actually go, why they pay higher taxes living close to a city, any of this shit.
24, 36 hours in the Gulf.
Then you find out that they're the ones that are benefiting from most of
The
it.
Strait of Hormuz, a major shipping route in the Middle East, is under threat, and the oil tanker Skyline...
Oh, by the way, this is also why the like everything else, like on top of the tariffs, we're going to be paying a lot more for.
Was struck.
But don't listen to us. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just a shitty lefty streamer. You don't need to take anything I have to say. You don't have to prepare yourself at all. Honestly, don't listen to me, man.
Off the coast of Oman. Now, these strikes have caused...
Just sit there with your thumbs up your ass thinking that this is great.
Oil to rise by nearly 9%.
You know that's bad for us, right?
During trading today. U.S. stock
You live
futures
in California.
are also rattled, taking a dive before trading begins this morning. Now, CNN business and economics reporter Anna Kubin joins us now from London. This happened over...
Yeah, it's honestly why you need some lefties to actually kind of hold some of those Democrats' feet to the fire so they don't keep misspending your money. You know what ends up happening? You get a bunch of these career politicians that usually come from like dynasties, political dynasties. And they somehow, some way, always maintain their lobby network to always end up in politics.
For the weekend, obviously, but now markets can
That's why
react.
they always freak the fuck out when an outsider actually wins.
Can you talk about...
That's why AOC was such a, that was a groundbreaker right there, because they were like, oh, fuck. We couldn't pull it off this time. Oh, shit.
What you're seeing.
Why is MAGA so stupid? I don't know, man.
Yes, Audie, well, you've sketched it out there. We're seeing markets react.
Because Donald Trump made them feel special. He gave them all special gold stickers, and he literally said, like, you know what? The Democrats, they don't fight for you. I'll fight for you. While simultaneously saying, smart people don't like me. And they could never put 2 and 2 together.
Negatively to this. We're seeing stock indices across Asia and Europe in the red today.
By the way, the reason that I'm watching CNN London is because CNN International is different than CNN America. So they don't answer to Warner Brothers the same way that CNN does.
And of course, U.S. futures are pointing to a very difficult day ahead.
They still
for
have
Wall
the
Street, but
same standard as most broadcast journalism in the UK, which the standards for broadcast journalism in the UK are so fucking strict.
I will focus on oil, which you've mentioned, which is what all investors
Good luck,
really are looking.
dude. Seriously, good luck doing if you knowingly do a fake story. Oh, you're fucked. That's why they have tabloids the way they do, where like know the Daily Mail is a fucking tabloid.
Looking at today, that global oil prices, Brent, which is the global benchmark, rose as much as.
Why don't I make you feel special?
13%.
You guys are. You guys are here. You're part of my community. You should definitely feel special.
This morning.
And because you feel special, hit the like button because you know how much you like it.
Which is an enormous jump and really reflects the anxieties that traders have about whether or not global oil trade will be disrupted through that all-important Strait of Hormuz, that tiny.
How many fugly gold spray painted sneakers did I buy? Dude, me?
Way through which
I'm not a Trump fan.
A fifth of the world's global oil supply
talking to Dean?
travels every single day. Now, even if Iran, which partly controls that strait, hasn't fully blocked it, many shipping companies are voluntarily
Pool's
avoiding
gonna
it
sit on the
because of
fence.
security risk. Maersk is a Danish shipping company. They've blocked all their vessels from going through. And even though some traders are imagining that the disruption to oil might last a very short amount of time, there is a concern that this will become a prolonged disruption. And in that case, some analysts are betting that the global price of oil will hit or even top $100 a barrel. I also just.
By the way, guys, I hope you understand that welcome back to fucking $4 to $5 oil or gas in even rural areas. Now, because everybody was so jazzed about that $2 gas, gas is down, gas is down. You guys don't give Trump any credit. It's because we pay attention to this shit where we're just like, okay, gas is down. Do you know why? Because he doesn't control any of that. There's this thing called OPEC, that has most of the control of the prices and all and production and all that. But this is where he directly did impact us and our wallets. Weird how that works.
Just want to quickly point out airline stocks falling today. Of course, there's been huge disruptions with airlines and airports all around the world. And gas, European gas.
We talk about Rothschild
prices
banking.
were up around 23%.
No. Because honestly, they let the conspiracy happen even after them.
This morning, because Europe relies on.
You understand that there were two tiers of that conspiracy, and that the Jeffrey Epstein just happened to be the one for the people that weren't part of that one already.
Much of the LNG, liquefied natural gas, traveling through that all-important Strait of Hormuz.
I want to talk about that with Iman Nasseri, the Middle East Managing Director for the energy consulting firm FGE. And as oil traders, good to have you, sir. As oil traders scramble this morning to assess the extent of the disruption of oil.
So you're a CNN parrot. How does me watching any news source turn into me parroting it?
Oil supplies. These pictures from Saudi Arabia of the fallout of an intercepted Iranian drone.
Stick around, pay attention, because I cover right-wing sources too.
Today,
I don't get the fifis where all of a sudden it's just, oh, this is making my tum-tum hurt because it makes me uncomfortable hearing an alternate position on this, even though alternate facts aren't a real thing. So sometimes one of these people are just lying, which it tends to be the right-winger because they're not held to any broadcast fucking journalist standards.
Likely add to those nerves. I mean, we're looking at rising oil prices.
Why do you think that in their deposition against Dominion, they just outright said that they're an entertainment company?
And I'm going to get those up on the screen.
You ever wonder about that, or did you guys not know about that? Because that's public record. You can literally just go look it up.
Now, this is an increasingly widening regional conflict. What is your assessment?
He's not parroting. He's a failed chameleon.
Of the threat
comedian
level to energy supply.
A failed comedian?
Prize at this point.
I'll own it.
Thanks, Becky, for having me back. Yeah, energy supplies are.
But I'm not a failed and salty comedian. Now I'm just a comedian that does this.
At risk. We have three types of energy supply at risk at the moment. One is.
But you also called me a comedian, so that means you think I'm funny.
As Iran is being
funny
attacked,
looking.
and basically the ultimate aim by President Trump might have been announced to regime change. There is going to be a risk of supply disruption of 2.5, 2.6 million.
Oh no, I never wanted to be a journalist. I oopsied into journalism.
Barrels per day of oil from Iran. But the bigger current situation that the market is dealing with is the
app does have more than 16 subs. Ooh, somebody just checked out your channel.
The closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which basically
damn, work harder, bud.
20 million barrels per day or more, and adding 5 million barrels of product.
I'm pretty sure I got 16 subs in just this one stream here, and I'm not even near done.
That is more than 20% of oil supply in the market going through this passage, which at the moment has been halted to a great extent. They have been talking about 1 or 2
yes, you've gotten under my skin.
Owned by Iranian,
like a parasite.
Chinese going through, but a significant
Very proud of yourself.
amount of that flow has been disrupted.
Time to take some ivermectin. You guys, can I borrow some of your supply there, Dean?
20 million barrels per day of supply every day not going to the market. And the last but not least, which is yet to be basically unfolded and has started over the past day.
His wall would drive my fucking my wife nuts.
So today
she hates when people overpack their walls with like pictures of themselves.
Is the attack?
It was really funny. I'll get back to this in a second. There was this one time we went to a pretty fancy event, right? And we ended up at this person's house afterwards for like an after party thing. Immediately, she was just like looking around. She's like, oh my God, this person's obsessed with themselves.
On in energy infrastructure in other countries.
Just nothing but just pictures of them. Just them. And they had a family, by the way.
Than Iran. We heard about the headline of Saudi Aramco Ras Tanura refinery. We heard
West
about
Coast.
the Kuwaiti refinery once a few days ago, 2-3 days ago, the beginning of the war with debris falling, and then again this morning. And we've had Duqm port, we have had Jebel Ali. So the next level is how long basically the Strait of Hormuz will be effectively and technically closed, and also if there will be a spillover of this attack of massive ballistic missiles and drones coming to the region, going into the energy infrastructure. Refineries, fields, and pipeline infrastructure are at risk.
On the Strait of Hormuz, tracking showing tanker queues are building inside the Persian Gulf.
I called myself funny looking when I worked with second graders, and they all looked at me sideways and said to each other, "Is Mr. L okay?"
What is your estimate of the level of traffic in the Strait of Hormuz right now?
Why are you so mean to yourself? They just tell you how it's like, no, you deserve to be loved.
Yeah, right now I checked again. We look at some tanker tracking services, and live it shows.
That's funny.
Like I did last time, and again today, 1 or 2 vessels, mostly attributed to Iran or China.
It's lefties' fault they can't recruit. I'll admit that.
Around
That's why I'm a special type of lefty.
Passage that is being basically.
Most people would think that I'm like far left, like commie. I'm not.
Being announced to be.
I'm also not a centrist.
Inside, there is a significant amount of traffic.
How am I back? Where? Why am I?
We think there's more of a flow.
You got a cookie.
Of that, a small portion eastbound and basically out of the Strait of Hormuz.
I appreciate
than any
that, Troy.
vessel at the moment coming through inside the Strait of Hormuz. I think that it remains to be closed as long as there is a threat and there is this missile and drones coming to the region. I don't think any shipping company or any insurance company or any oil and gas trading company will take the risk of sending vessels through. However, as I said, there seems to be a few vessels going out eastbound and mostly attributed to either Iran or China, which one could assume that are basically have the indemnity of Iranians being linked to Iranian oil trade itself.
At what point could this conflict upend the global oil market?
I'm probably like some of your left friends. Some of them are bonkers.
Royal the.
I know some bonkers right wing. Like, honestly, this is the most milquetoast thing that I could say on this show. And I do mean it. If you're on the extreme of any side, whether left or right, then the chances are you're a little bonkers.
In time.
Just in general. Like, those people are the ones that it's like, yeah, you can kind of pay no mind. That's why I try not to own them as far as like being like, they don't represent my ideas. And I try to like work with them to kind of change their like the way that they're going about it. And if they don't want to, then I'll literally just go, they do not represent my ideas in the slightest. I'm not like the arbiter of the left, so I can't just disown them from the fucking the movement or whatever, but I can at least just be like, no, that's not it.
A global economy.
People expected.
Realistically, I think most of us agree, like on a lot of issues, specifically class issues, like specifically things that are in the economy that would benefit all of us. I think that most Americans would love to make a little bit extra, keep a little bit more, and not have to worry about getting, something catastrophic happening to you, which our healthcare system really makes that just, it's impossible to ever feel comfortable.
An action by now from IEA.
And that's the point. They don't want you to. They want you to, honestly, the powers that be, and this is beyond Trump. This is literally going to sound a little conspiratorial, but it is literally the power structure is there to make sure that we can never feel too comfortable. They don't want us to be like Sweden.
To release inventories. Again, we have had at least 2 days of oil supply stopping. That's 40 million barrels of oil that would have been en route to the
goodbye all of that Venezuelan positivity there.
2 more days could potentially be handled and basically offset by inventory
they want
draws in the import terminal.
They just want slave wages.
Also fast speeding.
That's why they tie our healthcare to our jobs.
Days, the flow will.
They want us sick and they want us working until the very end.
Resume. However,
literally, I just watched this thing, and it was from a conspiratorial page, but realistically, what happens is we are born, and our birth certificate also comes with another thing. It's almost like a Federal Reserve note where they kind of bank on us just, I don't know, as a person just being equitable. So they don't actually give a shit about us as a person. They just see us as equity.
Again, the market is expecting to see some sort of emergency release.
One of my favorite things that a chatter recently said was that you're not just expendable, you're tax deductible.
Of stocks from the OECD countries. Some of the countries have started to set.
Donald Trump doesn't love you. I know how much that might hurt you or hurt some people to hear if they actually cared and really process that where it's no, he doesn't care about you. Not you as the individual, just you. Your class, anything you care about, any of the people you care about, he doesn't give a fuck about.
Some policies against exports such as.
And that's the major difference between us on the left is we recognize that is not that is never going to happen for us. That's why none of us really stand politicians, and lefties who stand politicians, I automatically am very sus of them. It's kind of what I talked about at the beginning of the stream with Kat Abu Ghazaleh, where I have had some problems with her and I am expected to vote for her because I'm on the left and I'm in this district. But honestly, she kind of said some things that really turned me the fuck off. And I'm just I don't think that I really want to support her in that way. And
Korea or
here we are
from inventories. But that's one action that the market will expect to come to help to calm the market down. Although, again, the market has not really yet priced in any significant damage to supply beyond what we have seen so far. And the second is OPEC. OPEC Plus decided to unwind only 200 KBD, 206 KBD, which is insignificant and basically not showing the level of concern or worry from the OPEC member countries.
The thing is, the left's policies were never about open borders. If that was the case, then Obama would have taken a lot more fucking shit for his policies with immigration, which right now, it's kind of weird how he was the deporter in chief. Everybody now talks about that from MAGA. That's something that we should, get behind him on, or you guys should have gotten behind him on.
Countries in terms of
But no, it's almost like you're disingenuously using that and also never have any substance behind it beyond Biden just opened the borders, which he didn't. He just objectively didn't.
It being undersupplied.
It's the same as how there's no net zero coming through the fucking border. You guys are fucking certifiable retards if you think that.
The suppliers and the consumers in terms of OPEC and OECD feel that the pressure is building on their end and the prices reflect that pressure. We believe
I haven't seen a single one of you join TSA or even the Border Patrol to go and really make sure that, you know, this major issue that you tend to hold so dear to yourself doesn't happen.
Both sides can potentially bring new supply and offset this. In my opinion, oil has the easiest kind of
Recruitment is up 103%. That should tell you exactly that we're in wartime.
And solution.
And if they're all MAGA, hell yeah.
To this current problem, gas
Let's go.
and LNG perhaps is not as
Send 'em
easily
out.
replaceable if the situation prolongs. And also we have other commodities, LPG and naphtha. Each of
Vegas
them 4
odds on
million
Barron
tons
enlisting?
going to Asia, and our team in Asia are monitoring this.
Why
and
would he
believe that
enlist? I don't know. So he can go down as, you know, the opposite of his father, President Bone Spurs.
If this situation stops, every day 4 million.
At the end of the day, a dude that literally was in a, you know, different class of elitism got to get off of going out to serve his country for, you know, Bone Spurs that we never bring up how those Bone Spurs affect him at all.
In terms of LPG and naphtha, not going
Odd
to
how that
petrochemical
works.
sectors in China, Japan, Korea. They will have to either shut in.
You're too old, you wouldn't join anyway.
All right, guys, we've got yet another.
Well, here's the bitch of it. If they use a World War II provision, do you know that if you're able-bodied and at the age of even 60, technically you are able to go?
Heavy hitter guest and first-time guest on the show, Professor Zhang. He is the star of the
That's the third wave of the draft.
popular YouTube channel Predictive History. He
But what do I know? I just looked into it.
game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events.
You could go serve Stream Runner.
And he joins us now, Professor.
Seriously, if you're able-bodied, even if you're like around the age of 45, they'll still take you.
Professor, great to have you.
They got some administrative work that they need you to do.
Good to see you, sir.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. So, you know, for people who aren't familiar with your work, I wanted to
You're not going back? Fuck no.
show folks that back in 2024, you made 3 big predictions. 1, that Trump would win.
I don't know. I got a buddy that I use that term loosely because we did have a pretty big falling out over Trump. But you know what? I'm wondering if he's going to go back.
2, that he would start a war with Iran.
You know,
and 3,
he's
that
a vet.
the U.S.
He's a disabled vet, but technically he's able-bodied.
would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class this semester,
There we go.
I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran.
Wow.
And the third big prediction
Fucking
is
nailed this.
that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
So obviously that last one is the only one that has not yet come to
Wow.
fruition. Is quite a stunning prediction. You know, do you stand by
2 out of 3. Last time I checked betting odds.
it, and what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So, given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has many more advantages over the United States. The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion, this is a war against the great Satan. They've had many practice runs. Last June,
Mr. Satando.
June was a 12-day war when the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack. They, through their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to really grasp the American mentality. And now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire.
Yeah, this guy knows how to put all of his emotions away and just do just break this down as analysis.
So what?
This is he's the embodiment of facts don't give a fuck about your feelings.
The Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy. And so they are striking the GCC countries. And not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, but they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz, and eventually they will go after the water desalination plants.
Are Dems going to have a primary in 28? Yeah.
Which is the lifeblood.
Troy, I know what you're doing, but seriously, do you think that was like just the new way of doing things for the Democrats, and that wasn't like a special, like, oh, old man Biden is, about to kind
of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply.
They thought so, man. They thought so. They thought because they could get past his, like, his slip ups, but what they could get over was like, okay, dude, like, people are not convinced.
Right. In fact, the water desalination plants provides 60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000.
Yes, there will be a primary.
If they wiped out
Do we have anybody that's a leader in the primary? No, and that's where I will call out the left. They suck at this. Gavin Newsom's still playing this, maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'm the front runner. I'm gonna posit myself as the front runner. And then you got AOC's side going, we don't know if we just want to go for the Senate or right now she's running for her seat again. So it's like they don't want to upset that. So it's almost like they don't, I don't know, they maybe don't even want her. Who knows?
Desalination plant.
Honestly, our only savior in this one, if they just choose to run, is Jon Stewart. I'm not even kidding about that either.
Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food.
You got the AOC side trying to stay in the line of the coloring book.
The Strait of Hormuz. So I know a lot of people are talking about the disruptions to global economy.
No, you got the whole entire Democratic Party fighting with itself, and they understand that this is going to come down to neo-progressives and neoliberals battling it out for the heart of the party.
Economy.
Which, if they don't move to the more progressive side, then they're gonna fucking lose. And honestly, game over, man. Game over. We tried. And honestly, that's where I feel stupid for investing so much of my life into trying to get these policies instituted to help people. And that's where we need to start kind of feeling like assholes. All of us, whether you're left or right, just feel like an asshole for standing up for any of these politicians and not holding them to account and just getting used to them fucking us.
Right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now, we know that the entire American economy is propped up by
Chuck Schumer
AI investments in data centers. And
the other thing is, can we also acknowledge that it's not ageism to recognize that having these people in these positions of power at that advanced age doesn't make any fucking sense? They're not going to be around for any of the policies that they institute. That's part of the problem. Is they're not fighting for the future anymore. They can't, because they can't conceptualize it. Trust me.
The Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil and they're no longer able to finance.
It's inevitable that you will get fucked by a politician, left or right. I hate most Republicans.
This AI bubble in the United States.
Yeah, but the problem is with that, if you take the nihilistic approach to it, then you're never going to get the things that do actually help you with real change.
Then it's AI bubble.
If I get to leave this rock with the idea that socialized medicine is on its way in, I'll be happy.
Will burst.
The problem is there's a lot of people on my side that they'll tell me specifically that's not good enough.
And with it, will burst as well the entire American economy, which is
people
really
instinctively know what's cool and what isn't. That's why JD Vance is so unpopular. Yep,
it's a Ponzi scheme. Right. So that's a dire situation.
Yeah, that's why the couch memes have taken off, dude.
That the Americans are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir.
This is also the bitch about living in your little bubbles. Like, I appreciate you being here, and I'm gonna give anybody credit that's still watching and not just trying to do the troll bullshit where you're actually watching and engaging with me. I will give you some credit on that one for getting out of your bubble, but realistically, that's what the bubbles do. That's why here I try not to do that.
An Amazon data center.
That's why that jackass that's just like, oh, so we got a CNN parrot. It's like, dude, I watch Fox News. I watch fucking Tim Pool. I watch all these right-wing idiots.
Was literally
I probably watch more fucking right-wing media than right-wingers.
hit in the UAE. And now, of course, big tech companies.
I was just going on how am I in the bubble when I constantly get the news from the other side and other people's perspectives. That's where Featherson or whatever the fuck, you're completely wrong. You don't know me. You haven't spent any time here, so you're just fucking blatantly wrong.
We're looking at the UAE as a major potential data center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy. Probably going to be
What, have you been here 5 minutes?
rethinking that. We also wanted to talk to you about munitions.
I'm literally watching a right-winger now, retard. Like fucking... This is what I have to deal with all the time, and that's why I've stopped. I've stopped with the whole, like, not using the R word shit. Like, fuck them.
I can put this next one up here on the screen. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around
Bet I'm not. What, an R word? Yeah, you are.
interceptor math. There's a famous video
Proving
just
it.
from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by
There's no way I can
by
watch
some
Fox.
11
Then who the... All right, so if all that news, including Fox, is fake, who the fuck are you getting your actual reporting from? Do you guys just... Are you everywhere all at once?
different interceptors.
Whoa, didn't know that movie was real.
All of which miss. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry
You're so much
of
better
the
than
cost.
everyone else. Don't listen to their shit. You go,
It's
man.
$1 million for a missile,
You get it.
tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions running out, how does that change the global picture? So you're in China.
Pep news.
Obviously, much of the stocks in Asia of the United States are likely to have to be cannibalized if this were to go on. How's that going to affect the global picture here?
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it was designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people up into space, who was the first to get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build. And that's what the American air defense system is basically. And that's why we're seeing this asymmetry, as you point out, in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones. And it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really the puncturing of the aura of invincibility and invisibility that sustained American hegemony for the past 20 years, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this is really a reordering of not just the global economy, because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with it, the entire US dollar-based reserve currency system, but also the global hegemony of the United States. We're moving towards a multipolar world.
Professor, this morning, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was asked a question about potential ground troops in Iran. He refused.
Moron. All right, so yeah, my neighbor came over to apologize, and I had to go outside and go check on my house, which it's fine. But yeah, this dumb motherfucker was not paying attention to a fire outside.
To rule out that possibility. And he said, oh, well, we're not going to project to you what we will or will not do, but we don't want to, rule anything out. We will do what it takes. Do you think that America will end up invading Iran from the ground, since it's already becoming relatively clear they won't be
Did I see the Tom Powell vid with Washington Dole, DMV, Spanish? No, I did
able
not.
to accomplish the goal of regime change or even regime collapse using just air power alone?
Right. So everyone says that
I get my news from so many different sources, but I try to confirm I'm getting them from reliable information. Yeah, that's why ground news is great. But also, yeah, Yeah, I found out that they got they got taken over by one of those AI companies that like now they are becoming exactly what they were supposed to be the antithesis of.
Worse.
Now they just feed you a bunch of fucking shit that is against your, like, for instance, it knows I'm a left winger, so it thinks that I should see all the right wing stuff. So I have to go like out of my way to go and check all the fucking lefty shit.
That could happen in the United States.
When before it was pretty fucking balanced.
Is if it were to send ground troops.
Snopes is fairly reliable.
Iran.
Yeah.
At the same time,
Dude, okay, can we just do the thing? If the AP is available, that's who you should go with.
The United States are committed to regime change in Iran. We never had,
again, journalistic standards that they like. That's where if you're part of the Associated Press, you are held to such higher standards than any broadcast journalist.
Unprecedented in history.
Like, you cannot fuck around. There's no opinion in the AP.
To regime change from the air alone, you need ground troops. And so, unfortunately, what's going to happen over the next few months,
like I said, I know how this works,
is that pressure will build on America to send ground troops,
whatever,
especially from the GCC countries and from Israel, which are being pouted right now by the Iranians.
CNN can be reliable. The thing is, if you understand that anytime that you watch like a newscast, even on YouTube, right? Notice how it's broken down. Here's a little study for anybody here. I don't care if you agree or disagree with me. Just try this. Go to anywhere, whether it be CNN, Fox News, and like look for a specific story, like one that is a news story where they're just like, and this just in, there was a carrier that got firebombed in the Strait of Hormuz. It says that the captain says that there are no casualties, blah, blah, blah. And now let's go to our panelists and see what they have to say. Anytime that they pivot from just breaking that news story down to you, that is opinion. That's where it goes from actually being news to just an opinion piece, which once you get that like in your head, you know how to differentiate, and you also know how to kind of just like back out of like certain media where you're just like, okay, cool, I got what I needed out of that. Whereas this is what I was saying about CNN International, they're held to a much different standard. So even if they bring a guest on, they're still under that broadcast standard. They it's literally defamation. And like, again, international, they have to like go based off of like different countries' code of ethics and shit like that. And they want to be in Paris and all over the fucking place. So they do hold to those fucking journalistic standards.
So remember that if the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia,
I just explained it. And then I got this asshole. Don't you know? CNN doesn't report the news.
UAE.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can you just do me a favor? Take a walk outside. Just take a walk outside. If you see a bright light, just trust me. Just trust me. It's the angels coming for you. Just trust me. Just wait for it. Just wait for it.
Baran, if they go, then the petrodollar goes with them. So the Americans need to protect these countries. And these countries are going to demand that either the Americans
TYT stop paying to send staff on location.
Bribe the
It's because they can't afford it.
Iranians to seize. And this like,
I hope you guys understand that most of your local news stations, they don't have money for that shit. Like, they don't even have like a couple $100 like that.
$5-20 in
these people make like just barely enough to fucking live. Some of them do start at minimum wage. Then on top of that, these new, like if you actually go to like a news station, you'd be shocked. It's not as cool as you think it is.
Indemnity, okay? Or send ground troops to wipe out.
You're like, why the hell am I in a warehouse area just with a giant tower? Oh,
the Iranian threat once and for all. And
some people can't think for themselves. I know.
I know that they're.
Therefore, they go and just say CNN fake because me can't think for myself. So I go to Orange President to tell me what to think and who to say fake news is.
There's no political will for ground troops to be used against Iran among the American people. But remember that 78% of American people was against initial strikes against Iran in the first place.
Right. And
status quo is the
one of the
news.
things
Yeah,
that
that's why I was lamenting Vice not being a thing anymore.
really comes into question, I think.
Vice was like, seriously, we had the golden age of on the ground deep dive journalism
with all of
fucking A. Like, we wouldn't know half, like I wouldn't know about North Korea if Shane didn't do that whole long piece on that.
Sir, when we're looking at the
Why would you think the fucking news station is cool? Because you see it on TV, and every once in a while you like have that whimsy about you. I had it. I'll admit it. Okay, so my first time that I had to go intern at a station, it was such a disappointment.
Sure, the sacrificing in much of this from the
seeing what WGN actually like broadcasts out of. It's like, oh,
United States on behalf of Israel is kind of a question
Damn.
as to who and what wanted this. We were actually curious for your view on a disputed report here from the Washington Post.
Try
We put it
using
up
common sense sometimes.
on this.
What? Okay, so what is it about street smarts and common sense that you can apply to just differentiating between what is somebody telling you their opinion and getting news?
Screen F3.
Like, this is where I'm calling you guys retarded. Like, you guys try to do this thing where you're like, oh, but that means that the person, like, the article's fake news. It's like, can you prove that within a shadow of a doubt? Again, get a lawyer. Instead of being all butthurt online and going fake news, then maybe, just maybe, go sue these people. Like, go find an attorney, tell them you have a surefire case of, like, that you could prove is defamation, and they will have to not only issue a retraction, but you know how I just said they don't have much money? That's why they'll just be like, okay, we'll settle this.
A push from the Saudis. Israel helped move Trump to attack Iran. Now, this has been internally disputed.
I'm very narrow-minded and don't have any common sense. You just told on yourself.
By Saudi Arabia, saying that they did not push the Trump administration.
Journalists no, that's what streamers do. That's what anybody can do. Like Asmongold, I could do it. I could literally do it because I don't have any journalistic, standards that I'm supposed to hold myself to. I just actually have respect for the, I guess, profession that was journalism.
To attack Iran. However, this is
I hold myself to these standards. Am I the asshole there?
Clearly an authorized
I
leak.
guess I am. You know what? Maybe I should just go full Asmongold and just tell you guys. It's just like, yeah, you know what?
From our own.
All this is fake. Washington Post, Bezos, fake. All of it's fake. The only one we can trust is fucking Musk, and what he tells us on X, guys. Did you know that?
Own government.
Did you also know that Donald Trump has our best interests at heart, and we should totally just fucking let him do whatever he wants because the world will be a much better place if we do.
Trying to at least lay some of the
blame
on behalf of the GCC. What do you make of this analysis and of this narrative that Saudi Arabia was also trying to be behind this?
Unfortunately, retractions aren't up front. They hide them as much as possible. That's not true. That's not true. Again, I understand how retractions work. They have to say it within the very front page. So like you go to the front page of your newspaper, right? If there's a massive retraction, it'll be on that front page.
Push to bomb Iran.
Now, will there be a second part of that retraction that you have to go find later because they don't want that being the top story? Yes.
So I've always
But that's working within the confines of the law.
argue that both Saudi Arabia and Israel
But it also means that makes that onus is on you to be able to differentiate between what you're like. Am I seeing something that's been vetted and something that has not?
are heavily invested in regime
But it's almost like you don't have common sense. Weird.
change in Iran.
Read the room.
In fact,
Oh my God.
Saudi Arabia sees Iran as
Guys, I'm going to give this guy one more shot to prove that he's not just the absolute dumbest in chat today.
much more of an existential crisis than Israel. Because remember, Israel still has nuclear weapons, and Israel is a very...
Dude, you came to my channel looking for attention. What's it say about you?
diverse, very sophisticated
Pay attention to me, you fucking loser streamer that doesn't have a lot of support.
economy, whereas Saudi Arabia is completely reliant
asshole.
on oil. And it's always had
And I don't mean like, oh, this guy's an asshole. Fuck him. I mean like, you're an asshole.
problems with Iran
Jesus
because Iran
Christ.
is a
Your family laughs behind your back at Thanksgiving.
theocracy opposed to the Saudi monarchy. Iran funds and equips the Houthis, which have been antagonistic towards Saudi Arabia for the longest time. And right now,
Damn,
the
he's
Saudi
nailing this.
economy is suffering. It's been trying to pivot towards more of a tourist economy. That's why they brought in Ronaldo. That's why they're switching to e-gaming. That's why they're building something called a line, NEOM. And all these things are not working out. So they
All right, mods, do your thing.
need to be able to control the oil resources
This guy can have fun bashing his head against a fucking an invisible wall.
of the entire Middle East if they are to survive and thrive as
Dude, air gives you concussions.
nation. So I do believe that this reporting is credible, even though it does make Saudi Arabia look bad. But remember, Saudi
Yeah, I just literally, I just gave the okay to ban somebody because they're just stupid.
Arabia says that they wanted peace,
Defective
but
bot.
they are helping the Israelis and the Americans attack Iran right now because they're allowing the Israelis and Americans to use Saudi airspace.
So help us.
Again, if you don't have it, like if I give you a breakdown on what broadcast law is and journalism, and your best retort is you don't have common sense.
Understand.
Okay.
Because it's still
Rowdy Gowdy, what's up, brother?
feels to me like
Hey, Miss JS, he came into my chat saying that I should rip the Pentagon.
there's some pieces that don't totally add up. You had in
And it triggered me so hard.
advance of this war on Iran, you had top military brass,
Oh,
up to the
man.
chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, saying
JS is a certifiable piece of shit that victim blames, hates women, seems like a very lonely incel type person, just in general, seems like a miserable fucking cunt of a human being.
this is a really bad idea. We
I
are
don't
not
know, Rowdy. The only reason that you guys put up with him is because you can dunk on him so easily, right? Like he's like the biggest loser in your group that you only keep around for that reason.
ready for this.
Like at least that was the vibe that I caught when we were having like our little powwow after the debate. Like
know,
he didn't even stick around for that because I think he knew he would get cooked.
all the math on the interceptors that's been talked about for months at this point.
Oh, victim blaming Epstein or the Epstein victims? Yeah, real. Yeah, okay.
And yet Trump still
That's a real W of a take right there.
decided to go ahead. What is the calculus that he was making here that led him to take what, already
Well,
appears
damn,
to be
Rowdy.
catastrophic actions?
Right, okay. So this is the key question. Why do they do this? I think there are three possibilities, okay? And I think all three possibilities are valid. The first is the idea of hubris. If you look at history, this is how empires behave. So the Mindoro kidnapping was quick, successful, and it was adrenaline rush for Trump. And that made him overconfident.
Hexeth is a Keg's Breath is a Fox Weekend weatherman, and Trump is a pathological, lying, pedo con man with Alzheimer's. You have no leadership. Yeah, I know.
In the capacity of
You're not dunking on me. You're just reminding me of how much of a fucking
the American military.
bad situation we're in.
Okay, so
Thanks.
hubris is a factor.
I always love when like somebody from another country comes in here and they treat us like Americans, because like that's how Americans treat Europeans or anybody that they see a situation that or Iranians, my mouth, jeez, Iranians or Venezuelans, where it's just like, yeah, all Venezuelans love Trump now because they're free. Yeah, all Iranians are out in the streets celebrating. Yeah, without recognizing that there's a large contingent of the country that doesn't agree with
This
it.
throughout history. What did Hitler
It's almost like, they would understand that if it's like, oh, if it was applied to it with America.
invade Stalin? Because he conquered Europe really easily and he thought it was invincible, right? And that led to the destruction of the German army in the Soviet Union. So hubris is a factor. Then
Is that a light blue? Yeah.
you have to look at
Yeah, it is.
internal political calculus, where even though America does not benefit
Also,
from this war against
Baba Ganoush O'Reilly. Welcome to the stream. I love your name, Baba Ganoush.
Iran, Trump himself personally benefits. Why? Because the Saudis and the Israelis are bribing him to attack Iran. Remember that the Saudis invested $2 billion in the private equity fund of Jared Kushner, who is the son-in-law of Donald Trump. And the Israelis, through Miriam Adelson, have been financing Trump's political career.
Yep.
Right? So Miriam Adelson, a few months back, said that she will put up $250 million if Trump were to run a third term. So Trump is getting a lot of financial and political support from the Saudis and the Israelis. Also remember that if this war goes sideways,
Well, he already told them to go and take over their government. They didn't. So now what?
and
Now what? Now we have to go force them to do so? The fuck?
Trump is
Do you understand that you don't even have an end game to that? You're just like, oh my God, you're not recognizing that they supported it? You do understand that if this happened to Trump, do you understand that the entire all of this country, you know how you hear the pots and pans and this entire country, you would hear nothing but cheers. But then you idiots that still love the guy would just be like, "Ah!" No, people loved him. And the rest of the world would just be like, oh, it sure sounds like a lot of people cheered on the,
Forced to use ground troops.
I mean, seriously, when Big Mac gets him, whew, it's going to be a good day.
Probably.
I got a bottle of champagne. I don't drink champagne, but I got a bottle of champagne ready to go.
Get approval from Congress. And this will give him emergency war powers, which will allow him.
Any Bears news? They're not going to Indiana. They're using it as leverage so they can get a better deal with Arlington.
Influence.
They've been wanting to go to Arlington since the 70s, bro.
The midterms. So Trump is thinking about a third term.
Yeah.
And I think at the ballot box, he probably won't get it. But
Nope.
if there's a war going on and you can delay elections and you have emergency war powers and people rally around the flag, then he probably will get a third term. And the last factor that is very important is the eschatological
Nobody's rallying around the flag with this one.
factor.
Again, during the Afghanistan war, there was a little bit of public support because there was something that happened.
Where, if you look at the Epstein...
It's kind of like what happened with Texas, where it's like, oh, they claimed that shooting was a Tara attack. Yeah, except here's the thing. You usually do the false flag before you go to war.
It's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear that the world is run by these individuals.
This professor's lost. Oh, yes. You know, the person that has spent their entire life and career being the smartest person in the room. Yeah, you really told him, Cheddar.
A lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military. They control.
I'll make sure that if I meet him, that I'll just be like, yeah, Tim Green, 6778, said that you were wrong.
Control the national security apparatus, and these people, there are different names for these people. You can call them the Illuminati, and the Illuminati are composed of three.
Yeah, it's almost like he's proving the existence of exactly what we thought, and he's saying that Donald Trump is in it.
Major groups. Okay, you have the Jesuits who control the Vatican. You have the Sephardim Frankists, which control the monarchy in Israel today. And you have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following,
heaven on earth,
even though it doesn't make any geopolitical sense. Okay,
no.
So I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Well, sir, I hope you come back. This was very informative, I think, for both of us. We deeply appreciate your time. Thank you.
Oh, you don't get to talk about the Afghanistan pullout anymore. Again, we just lost 6 soldiers on Donald Trump's watch with more to come.
Thank you.
Like, if you actually gave a shit about dead soldiers, then maybe, just maybe, you would criticize that. But here you are. Wah, 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 wah. Oops.
So now here we are. The president announced this devastating war where now American service members have been killed. Announced this, from his golf club down at Mar-a-Lago wearing a ball cap and a shirt and no tie. He then went on to a fundraiser, $1 million fundraiser with put his tie on for that part. Mm-hmm. We have only heard that from him. These little interviews where he's calling up various, New York Times or whoever to give them 2-minute interviews. One other.
Oh, I gave a shit about not going to war. No, actually, when he kept saying no new wars, I was with him on that one. But it's almost like I knew that he was a shyster and he was going to do anything that he could to take the attention off the Epstein files.
Pre-edited statement that we just put out. No live.
What year did I graduate college? I didn't graduate college.
Taking any questions. You do have Secretary of War Pete Hegseth out this morning as we speak, giving some sort of a press conference. There were no administration officials on any.
I stated earlier in this program that I went to a semester finished communications and decided that just doing electives and all this bullshit and paying for it didn't make sense when what I wanted to do was go into entertainment, and I got that education already. So
of the Sunday shows. Just think about this. They have brought us into an illegal war with no congressional approval, no public approval, no public support.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Pearl Harbor. Was Pearl Harbor an act of war?
And then
I'm asking for no reason at all, but if you're MAGA, I'm asking you specifically, not my chatters, MAGA chatters.
And they are hiding from.
Please enlighten me.
They won't even tell us.
Was the attack on Pearl Harbor an act of aggression that was technically an act of? Oh, it was? Okay.
What is really going on, what the goals really are, what the planning for this is, and what is going to happen next. They don't even have enough respect to go out and defend their positions on the Sunday show.
Good for you, bro. Screw college.
And we can put, we have an element to that effect. This is part 2A11, guys, that you can put up on the screen, just showing what I'm saying here. But this is one of the things that is utterly stunning to me. You have now a massive regional...
Wow, 2.5 hours just flies by. Thanks for the hospitality. Peace out. Jay Paul, I'll catch you later. Thanks for stopping by, man. Always good. It's always good to see you.
War.
You bring positivity to the program, and I appreciate that.
All of these strikes on, allies throughout the region, they're taking damage. And
Preemptive strikes are an act of war. Yeah. Yeah.
And the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes. Why do I ask? I feel like I'm being set up.
For service.
It's almost like the people that are saying that this wasn't a act of war and that our preemptive strike
members at least killed. And
again, they're already trying to preface it like they struck us first. It's like, what?
More wounded. And the Israelis take all this stuff. And they didn't even go on the Sunday shows. Put A12 up on the screen here.
Yes. And what was the attack on Saturday?
As well. White House just called a lid for the day.
Jay Paul, I know.
Meaning Trump's not expected to make any appearances before reporters. That was at 4:30.
That's why I said preppers, damn it.
On Sunday.
You subscribe. Thank you. Appreciate that, Eric.
I mean, Sagar, what can you even say about this?
Yeah, we're screwed, and it's not just about screwed.
Yeah,
it is reflective.
We're in like a forever war now.
Remember after Venezuela, Secretary Rubio did a press conference the next day. Now, you could say, look, I opposed the Venezuela thing, but there was a plan. You kidnap Maduro, put Delcy in power, we're good to go. They don't know what to do now. I really believe that they're in way over their head.
Yeah.
Already, it has gone past what they already expected. We have full-blown regional war. The coordination wasn't there. You have multiple Americans who are dead. The Iranians did not capitulate. They thought we could just punch them in the face and they're just going to keep coming back. But what did we say here over and over again? They have planned.
Hate this channel. Thank God it's the last time I have to see it.
That they're going to take 90% casualties. And that actually did happen at the top.
I'm going to hit don't recommend channel. Boop. I have the power. Wait, do the little He-Man thing when you do that. I have the power. Unfollow.
All of them are dead. All the national. They didn't care. They have it dispersed.
Or do not
they
recommend
have it ready
channel.
To go. The entire regime, basically at the top of the national security establishment, has been killed. Didn't stop a bunch of missiles flying into Israel last night. Israel got pounded yesterday. Remember this too. Israel has a massive amount of censorship.
Seems like total cope. How is it total cope when there was no fucking threat? By Trump's own admission. Here's Trump logic. Last year, we hit them with the operation, whatever it was called, but you know what? We hit them so hard, we dismantled their nuclear program. We hit them so hard that they could never get a nuke. A few moments later, we need to attack Iran because we cannot allow them to have a nuke. We can't. They're in the process of getting a nuke. We can't allow that. They will never have a nuke.
Broadcasting.
Meanwhile,
the IDF telling, do not post.
Oh yeah, Midnight Hammer.
Post videos because it gives the battle damage assessment.
Hey Timmy, I'm going to work. What should I call my next my next operation? Midnight Hammer.
We have no idea what the catastrophe is like inside of Israel. But you look at that image of that missile, and there were videos of ambulances on the way there. God only knows how many people were killed or the damage that happened. So keep in mind that it's already gone past what they expected. And now that's why he's scrambling. He keeps floating these things. Oh, we'll talk to them. Yesterday he said, we'll be talking. Barack Ravid goes on TV and goes, when he says talk.
Hey, dude, can I have a coffee with cream and sugar?
He doesn't mean talking to the current regime. Who's he talking to? The Shah's fail son? The Pahlavi idiot?
Stella's basement rocks. You know what? I know you're a troll. I'll give you that one. That was pretty funny.
Like, that's what we're dealing with.
Wow.
And it's...
This guy looks like a barista.
Catastrophic. I mean, beyond...
See?
Because
this guy actually works at his insults. Jesus, it's not one of those other fuckers like, at mom's basement. Like, come on.
Like you just said with Iraq. Iraq was worse
in
terms of damage, but... The plan was there. Install Ahmad Talibi. We go in. We find the fake WMD. Done and dusted. The Coalition Provisional Authority. We didn't have a real plan, but we had a fake plan. This one, they don't even have the fake.
No, I'm a leftist streamer.
I mean, they truly have no idea what they're doing. The Secretary of Defense is talking while you and I are now. He says it's not a regime change war, but the regime sure did change. We did not start this. We did not start this war. This is literally what he says. We didn't start this war, but we will finish it. The aims are not regime change, even though the regime has changed. We're just going to kill the Navy, sink the Navy. We're going to make sure that they can no longer project power outside of the region. What does that even mean? That means that's meaningless.
So you did it with the first one. Again. Now you're just doing the thing where it's like, oh, I wanted the shock value. There's no. Sometimes less is more in this case.
Place the government via the air, which has literally never happened. Ever.
Yes, that is worth underscoring because I was listening to Robert Pape on this. Who studied, he's an expert on this, right? He studied all of since in the history of air power being used in military conflict. Do you know how many times it has worked out that a regime...
I don't know why, but I rediscovered my love for just nacho cheese Doritos. God, they're good.
...has been placed purely through airstrikes. 0 times. That is how often this has worked out. And yet here we are with all of this arrogance, with all of this egotism, with all of this idiocy, thinking this will be the one time that it's worked. It will work with a government that has survived so much of us trying to destroy it for close to 50 years. This will be the time. That does have some popular base of support, by the way, in the country. This will be the time that it works out. What?
Taco flavors the bomb. Was it late night Taco Bell? Yeah. I just had that recently, and I just brought up how good that fucking bag of chips was.
You know, on these fake negotiations that were going on that were clearly just a ruse in order to, buy them time so that they could amass this whole armada in the region and all of the air power that we have remaining, all of the interceptors we have remaining and all of that. There are reports that, Kushner and Witkoff, they couldn't even understand what the Iranians were offering. Because if this was truly about nuclear weapons, and we, Dr. Trita Parsi, who we've had on this show many times, and he was speaking to another, I think over on MSNBC, he was speaking to them. He said, listen, I was an informal advisor to the nuclear talks back under the Obama administration. And there is no doubt that what the Iranians were offering here went way beyond what Obama was able to achieve. They offered significantly more concessions. So if Trump wanted to just take that win and say, look at what I did, what Obama could never do, blah, 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 that was there. But again, there are, first of all,
I'm kind of likable. I'm getting
that was never the goal. I mean, we've heard, we care about the protesters, we care about freedom, we care about the ballistic missiles. Then we had, we're worried about their Navy. And, and by the way, we're still worried about the nuclear weapons, which we told you we obliterated during the last war. So, I don't even want to give them credence to any of the lies and bullshit that they've told here. But if it was really about nuclear weapons, if it was really about the nuclear program, they offered far and away beyond what the previous nuclear deal entailed. And there are reports.
No, this is them doing WMD stuff, but without the WMDs.
That Kushner and Witkoff could not even comprehend what was being said to them. And that is, again, it's intentional because they weren't there to negotiate. They were there to stall and buy time for this pre-planned operation.
Yeah, that's right. Now let's turn to what we have now so far. So what are the pretexts that the president gave? Nuclear weapons. Here's Senator Ted Cruz saying openly, no evidence they were close to nuclear weapons, also backed up by a Democratic senator. Let's take a listen.
In terms of containing the risk, who's securing the nuclear material that you say still exists within Iran? Who's doing that?
Look, the quantity of nuclear material, I didn't say anything one way or another on that. What I said is
they always tell on themselves with shit like that. When they, again, have confidence in their in the strikes and all that, they don't fucking walk all over themselves or trip all over themselves whenever they get asked a simple fucking question.
We're building nuclear weapons a year ago, and our bombing took that out. They also had an ongoing desire to rebuild them.
God, they can't even lie right on this one. See, this is the thing. This is what really sucks about this is making George Bush and like Cheney and all them look like just downright competent.
Don't have present day intelligence on what progress they had made towards rebuilding nuclear weapons since we bombed their facilities. I have no indication that they were anywhere close to getting nuclear weapons because our bombing was devastating. And Margaret, that's one of the
Melly, I feel like this is your first time.
reasons I urged President Trump, now is the time.
Not trying to ignore you, but welcome to stream, Melly. I'm pretty good about that.
I think the president has started a war of choice. There was no imminent threat.
Oh, you're cooking steak? Hell yeah.
To the United States. So the decision to put our
kind of cut you get
service members in harm's way and bases around the region in harm's way was entirely based upon.
I don't see your pick.
On the president's decision, not an imminent threat to America. I saw no intelligence that Iran was on the verge of launching any kind of preemptive strike against the United States of America.
None.
None.
None. That is from Ted Cruz. And so these are two as pro-war as it gets, if you think that those people are lying. By the way, if you want a little bit more of a view into how bad the situation is, here's Senator Tom Cotton saying that there will be no large ground force in Iran. Did you hear the word? No large ground force, not no ground force. Take a listen.
The president of the United States warned the American public that there could be casualties, American casualties. Does that mean the U.S. is putting boots on the ground?
You already...
No, Margaret, the president has been clear that what we should expect to see is an extended air and naval campaign that's designed not only to continue to set back Iran's nuclear ambitions, but most importantly, to destroy its vast missile arsenal. Many more missiles than the United States and Israel have air defenses combined, as well as the missile launchers and its missile manufacturing capability. Now, obviously, one risk of that kind of campaign is that an aircraft could be shot down and the president would never leave a pilot behind. So no doubt we have...
Now, I'm honestly thinking T-bones are, I mean, if they're cooked right, but yeah, porterhouse is good.
Search and rescue assets in the region that are prepared to go in and extract any downed pilot. But barring that kind of unusual circumstance, Margaret, the president has no plan for any kind of large-scale ground...
Got 2 more steaks left for my Christmas present.
...force inside of Iran.
Large-scale ground force. Now, one of the reasons we have to play you clips of Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Tom Cotton...
I can't see my chat's pictures.
Is the
I can only see it when, like, I go to my... so when I'm reading chat, I don't see pics. I just see your name. But if I, like, you mentioned that, then I'll go to the other chat and then kind of take a look.
White House explicitly said we're going to allow the senators to do the talking for us on the Sunday shows, as you referenced earlier. It is not a rule out there of American ground.
Well done. No.
Troops that will set foot on Iranian soil.
Oh, what a waste of good meat.
Well, I've got an update for you. This morning in this Pete Hegseth press conference that's going on right now, he got asked by a reporter, are there
medium rare, but it's got to be like, and I'm talking, you know, light medium.
any American boots on the ground in Iran? And
I almost like rare.
Said no, but we're not going to get into the exercise of what we will or will not do. Let's take a listen to that.
I had 2 questions for you. First, are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people this, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness.
This is insane. This is insane. He literally has child brain.
So President Trump...
Like, this is fucking crazy that this is the guy that's in charge of our military. Like, no wonder we're going to lose this war.
That our,
fucking Christ.
Our enemies understand.
This numbnut is literally in charge. We don't have a general. We don't have anybody that has experience. No. We have a guy who gets drunk and fucking listens to podcasts and thinks he knows better. Same with the FBI. Like, Jesus Christ. We have such incompetence in all levels of fucking power right now, and then you still have a large contingent of America just going like, this is the greatest era of America I have ever seen.
Go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years. We've proven that you can achieve objectives that advance American interests without being foolish about it. Now, will we be bold?
Dude, you've been bombing fishing boats saying that the drugs, like, those are drugs coming in. With what proof?
About it? Are we willing to be decisive about it?
Jesus, I can't wait until you're fucking tried for war crimes.
Do we put months and months of planning into what kind of effects we want to achieve? Absolutely. But going forward, why in the world would we tell you, the enemy, anybody, what we will or will not do in pursuit of an objective? We fight to win. We fight to achieve the objectives the President of the United States has laid out.
It's called being vague, numbnuts.
And we will do so unapologetic.
You know, instead of what your buddy Cash does, where he just says, "We got this guy, we arrested him," and then 2 hours later, we had to let him go.
I mean, in Sagar.
Meanwhile, the other guy was still running free.
Well, they
We
can't
forget
because
about
now
that.
we're in it.
And that's
We're
the
in
thing,
it now.
That's what scares me is what there is no off ramp here.
No,
I mean,
there.
Trump-
No. And I'm glad. You know what, Crystal? I'm glad that you've woken up to this. Is it because that you have two kids that are getting dangerously close to that age where they might actually see some conscription?
He cares about one thing. It's how things look, his ego and how
Fucking
things
Christ.
look on TV. Oh,
I'm not being hyperbolic about this draft thing, by the way, guys. Our military does not have the enlistment that it did post 9/11. And now we are in an even broader hot war. What the fuck do you think is next?
and money. You know, those are the things he cares about. And for him to have said, there's going to be freedom in Iran, and explicitly, remember guys, explicitly framed this as a regime change war. And to go in and get your nose bloodied, have American fighter jets falling out of the sky.
Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate. Oh shit! We actually just got a milestone there. So I appreciate you following over on Twitch. You have officially become my 560th member over on Twitch. Thank you for that.
Killed. And the Iranians are saying, no, we're not going back to the negotiating table.
I don't really focus on my Twitch as much, so.
How are you going to get out of
I'll
this?
admit it.
And you will not. Listen to my words. They will not accomplish their goal here of
Not that I don't appreciate everybody over there, though.
regime
It's literally the platform. The platform is just a little.
change through air power alone. So what are you going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? And now,
I'm sorry I told my son not to fight for this country. Why are you sorry for that? That's honestly being a great father.
already have him saying, oh, you know, we can't rule it out. We're going to do what it takes.
Every day that this goes on, the Kuwait thing, I mean, that we're lucky that more people have not already been killed. And by the way, we don't even know what the real number is. It only takes one. Look at Afghanistan.
She smokes too? Who? My wife?
Do you remember how we would have the deadliest day in Afghanistan? It just takes
It's one of the things that came with the cancer diagnosis was she was like, well, I can at least do that. And her doctor was like, oh, yeah, you can.
one Taliban guy, one lucky RPG.
She used to smoke cigarettes. Used to.
And
so, yeah, that was actually a really big help in her quitting that.
You've got like 30 SEALs shot out of the sky, right?
And before anybody even tries to make the insinuation that cigarettes caused her cancer, it did not.
That's it.
Trust me. We ask.
That's all it takes. And that happened twice in the history of the war of Afghanistan. Helicopters, they're on their way to something, routine mission, boom. All right. Now 25 people are without a son.
Yes. Thank you. I'm glad that you guys understand how this works.
A son, they're widows, Gold Star families. That's all.
Most of the time, it's not that. God, can we stop with this World War II era propagandistic bullshit? Like, oh, it's an 18-year-old not going home to his mama and papa. No, most of these people have fucking families that they're not going to.
That's all it takes. And then that changes everything. Now, don't forget this.
I quit smoking. Best decision of my life. Yep, same.
Pretext for the
I quit when I was 24.
War is about what Iran did to the United States during the war in Iraq, which was basically take over much of the insurgency and supply them with the sophisticated means to manufacture these IEDs. It was an EFP, if I recall, which is a very specific deadly type of IED that was dramatically more lethal than anything else that was seen on the battlefield. Now, look, that's true. It is true. They are responsible for hundreds of deaths in the war in Iraq. We shouldn't have been there in the first place. But I love that this pretext is now currently being used. If you wanted to strike Iran for doing that, that would have been the time. There are people alive watching this show today who there are people who are watching this show today, literally probably right now, who were not even alive at the time when all of that happened. You can't use...
Yeah, the fact that we had a 16-year-old in this chat earlier, like saying how he supports this war and all this shit, that took me right back to when I was in high school, where I was just like, oh my God, they might do it, because that's when they started using terms like conscription, selective service. That's when I got my selective service card.
Pretext. If you wanted,
when I got my first voting card, I got a selective service card.
Kill him. You should have done it then. And you think the Bush administration wasn't up to it? Do you know why they didn't do it? Because they were bogged down in Iraq already, and they're like, well, there's nothing that we can really do if we want to branch in.
Eric M., you're 27. Yeah, you're definitely in it.
To Iran. That's really what
it goes till 35.
Is about
18 to 35.
But also think about What that means is that,
and then after 35, technically, if you're able-bodied, they could do a second wave where it's 35 to 44.
We're supposed,
and then after that, they can go 44 to 60 again, proving if you're able-bodied, and we need, you know, more cannon fodder.
To believe that this army.
That's what I'm calling every soldier, by the way, because no, I'm tired of this idea that we can continue to let these young men get brainwashed into doing this, thinking that they're somehow heroic for doing so, when this is what it's for.
Which, yes, has this conventional capability right now of ballistic missiles and all of that, is just going to go quietly into the good night. If by your own admission, they were capable of killing over 1,000
And I'm not doing that fucking support your troops bullshit anymore either.
Americans through all these IED. What, you think they still
I already
have?
lived through that once, where saw the bumper stickers, saw everything. But you know what they still did? They still maintained the status quo and kept us in war.
All that technology, you think the IED still doesn't work? Not even in terms of occupation, in terms of sponsored terrorism. We're talking the blowback segment. There's some very sketchy stuff going on with that terrorist attack.
Paying people a living wage would be a good start. Yeah, but you know what? We got billions and trillions of dollars to send to the Department of War, but we cannot take care of our citizens. We need to make sure that our citizens continue to fight for scraps. That's exactly what's happening. Every time that you make a trans argument, just remember that you're just a dog fighting for a fucking scrap that your Lord and Savior Donald Trump threw you.
Flag, but
here's a little piece of fat. I don't even like the fat on the meat. You know what? Here, have it, dogs.
Or with Iranian flag underneath his garb with the praise Allah.
And that piece of meat literally trans debate. Go ahead.
That shirt got pictures of the Iran.
Look at him go. Look at him go.
Leader in his house, according to police authorities, and this guy's from Senegal. What the hell is going on here, right? I mean, this is bad. And we had
You're Ukrainian?
No, like
nice. Slava Ukraine.
Planning or anything. You know, I had to fly after the day after. It's the first time in I don't even know a decade where I'm like, I don't know, man. You know, I mean, it shouldn't even be a question, right? It's one of those where I was like, hope so. By the way, I was flying from Austin, and in the time that this terrorist attack literally broke out. How many people are going to have that up there? You think I'm going to Dubai anytime soon, which is the gateway to much of Asia for a lot of
yeah, a lot of WWE shows are about to be hard to go to.
American. No, most people shouldn't. This is the danger in what has now been unleashed, and even though it's day 3,
you know
they're
what?
not backing down.
I hope that this does trickle down to some of the billionaires. I hope WWE and TKO Holdings get hit by this. I hope that some of the moneyed interests start fucking getting hit by this.
Trump says it's going to take, what, 4 weeks?
Right.
Yeah, 4.
Is that what he said?
That's what he said.
4 weeks?
5 weeks.
We'll see.
I heard that one before.
Already, just yesterday in the New York.
Dude, they said that this was going to be a 2-day operation. What happened to that?
Times, he floated
Fucking Christ.
cannibalizing global stocks of ammunition. He says it won't be difficult. We have tremendous amounts of ammo. We have ammo stored all over the world. This is a nightmare. If you care about China and deterring Taiwan, we're done.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah,
we're done. We're already probably 50%
No, World War III has started, and we're just sitting here arguing semantical bullshit points over it.
blowing through the
And then also, we have a bunch of dudes that are just like, yeah, go Trump.
interceptor stock.
I voted for this. It's like, you sure did.
We have maybe 3 or 4 weeks left.
And
Sure
last thing
did.
here, I'm just seeing this now because
You know what's crazy? I can actually pinpoint this. If my wife is in her 5th week of cancer treatment and we're still at war,
European
that will be interesting.
gas prices skyrocketing like 50% because of all the the shutdown of
Yeah, again, what were they? I think that they got down to like 290 or some shit like that in there was the Chicago area here. It got under $3, which for us is a big deal.
the Qatari LNG production and everything that's going on. The EU has now reached a quote panic moment.
I only voted for herb to become legal in Michigan.
not all
I mean, that's why I voted for J.B. Pritzker.
Where states have
I
sufficient
ended up
energy
actually getting a
reserves.
decent
leading
governor out of
energy
that, though.
analyst says the EU is likely to
Realistically.
what? Increase energy imports from Russia.
Yeah.
So congrats.
What? No way.
Way to go.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, energy imports from Russia. Cool.
Actually,
Excellent work all the
congratulations
way
to
around.
Putin. The Kremlin doing backflips right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oil at
Oh, fuck yeah. And China, dude.
100.
Dude, China's literally just sitting there like this.
We'll fund the war in Ukraine for 5 years. For all of you neocon idiots who supported, taking over or doing the war with Iran and quote support Ukraine, you just bought another 100K casualties on the battlefield. So congrats to you.
Yep.
Hey.
Nah, I mean, I'm glad that they can at least see it. All right. Speaking of like trying to get all of like the news here
I want to bring in Bill
I'm not going to Hindustan Times.
Crystal, founding director of Defense.
If there's, I did that specifically so I could do that. If you guys ever come across the Hindustan Times, do yourself a favor and click on anything else, because you want actual fake news. That's actual fake news.
To see together, Richard Stengel served in the Biden State Department and is an MS Now political analyst.
Windy
Bill,
City.
Traditionally, times of war, with American military lives at risk, Americans have rallied behind their commander-in-chief. Some instant polls have suggested they're not doing that
Hilarious
this
page.
time.
Dude, to be fair, there was one time that they oopsied into a breaking story.
Do you think,
And it was, again, during the Pakistan.
think if that holds true, it could have serious political
Kashmir.
implications for Republicans overall?
Yeah, it sure could. I mean, I was there watching closely the Iraq War, which started out with a lot of bipartisan support and started out, with reasonable support in the first few weeks, and then obviously started to go south in a big way. For me, the lesson of that and of all these other wars too is what happens depends on what people's judgments are depend on what happens. It's very event specific and event dependent, so to speak. If the war goes well, Trump will get credit for taking out the Ayatollah and maybe leaving Iran in a somewhat better place.
Yeah, just slap another trillion up there. It's not my money, right?
Not having a big Middle East conflagration.
Yeah, but again, it's the social programs doing it, guys. It's them giving money to trans issues and abortion, or the Minnesota thing. I couldn't think of the town.
If things go poorly,
the Minnesota fraud.
The downside is
it's that. It's not the fact that they have robbed us blind to send your kids into fucking war for what? To ignore the Epstein files, because that's what this conveniently seems to do.
Pretty great, I think, for Trump, don't you think? I mean, I just feel like there's so many things that can go wrong, unfortunately, for the U.S. and for the region and for the world, and those feel like those are maybe a little more likely and a little more dramatic than the things that could go right.
Well, let's talk about how we got to this point.
I like how he just accepts that, where it's like, yeah, they're pretty incompetent, man. We're cooked.
Here's part of what it reads. We are not meant to think too much about the basis for action, how much it costs, or what happens after the spectacle of bombs falling. Before we digest
MAGA, when we want universal health care, how are we going to pay for that? MAGA, when we start a war in the Middle East to feed Israel's bloodlust. How much you need there, buddy?
There is the threat of a new one. The
blank check.
Dizzying nature of these actions makes them seem routine.
We live in total chaos. Yeah, but again, that's apparently what Republicans voted for.
Rights should never be normal. Which leads me to the question of
my favorite part is when this starts actually hitting them.
Whether you think that
I got some MAGA in my life that finally got hit by some of these bad policies. Got a friend that just lost a job, and he's just like,
Trump playbook, which is sort of
and it was a career
driving unrelenting news cycles, and then
I asked him, I'm like, you still feeling good about the economy under Trump?
The exhaustion it causes, so people's outrage. They just
all of a sudden he's trying to tell me how politics doesn't really play into the economy.
Even the energy for it. Will that work with war?
Well, I hope that's not the case this time, Chris. I mean, unintended consequences, the first law of war. But the most important definition, Chris, is that America first, which is what he ran on, which is the Trump brand, equals zero wars. That's how voters understood it. I mean,
Bill, could you imagine being that MAGA that honestly thought that?
Made a reference to
if you guys are, if there's, you know what, statistically, there might be. If anybody in chat right now was MAGA that thought that there were going to, like, literally be no new wars, do you kind of feel betrayed by this? I'm not going to call you stupid because, again, I'm in a position right now that I'm expected to vote for somebody that, honestly, they've kind of proven to me that, personally, they're not really my jam. But if it's the better candidate, then I'll probably vote for him. But
Iraq War.
If it was that for you? Okay.
I mean, Donald Trump.
This is what I've been trying to prove to people, that it's like, guys, if they were Trump voting and like it was just because they hated Biden, I tend to listen to those people a little bit more than anybody that's just like it's the sunken cost fallacy bullshit, where it's just like they cannot get out of the cult because they just love him so much. I don't even think they love him that much. They love the idea, or need the idea, that they can't be wrong.
And on about the neocons getting us involved in building nations abroad and not helping the domestic economy. That is Donald.
If our votes didn't matter, then Donald Trump wouldn't be doing everything in his power to block us from doing so.
Trump's brand.
It's one of the smallest brain takes you could have. That also tells me that when you lived in Ukraine, apparently you didn't that whole corruption thing didn't get to you.
And I think you're seeing a lot of Republicans and MAGA Republicans twist.
One of my friends is Ukrainian, and she said that before the war, that there was admittingly a lot of fucking corruption there.
Themselves to support the president, but feeling sort of befuddled, like this is exactly.
It has a fake tree in the back. Actually, it's by a window. That might not be a fake tree.
And against this is exactly what you've talked against.
I got a tree by a window. You never lived there?
So, I don't know that I've ever publicly agreed.
It shows.
With Tucker Carlson on anything, but the fact that he said this is going to shuffle the deck in a profound way, I really do agree with.
Well, Bill, the poll I mentioned is from Reuters. It was conducted after the strikes began. Only 27% of Americans approve of the attack on Iran.
It's his fucking floor.
It is in polar opposite of what he said on the campaign trail. He did not go to Congress, and he did not go to the American people. Arguably, he has still not gone to the American people. He has not answered questions in a public way.
Oh, damn.
Do you think that is resonating with
damn. Apparently, Lauren Boebert just got served by fucking Hillary Clinton.
People in a way that maybe some of the other
And she came out on Twitter, and it seems like she's a little afraid of it because, yeah, dude, that's what happens when you sign these, rules in these committees. You can't break them. If you break quorum, then guess what, man? That's contempt.
Made that people have shrugged and said, well, that's Donald Trump being Donald Trump. Is this different?
Oh, of course it is. We've already lost, unfortunately, 4 servicemen or women. We've lost some planes. There'll be further. I'm worried if the war goes quite a while, there'll be further losses. There'll be further expenses. What Ron was talking about. Oil
I love how it's never the ones that are,
prices and energy. The markets don't react until they react, right? And what if, the strait gets closed or more oil
the strait is closed.
facilities get hit?
This was 6 hours ago. There's no reason that this guy needs to be speaking in in a theoretical tone.
In the Gulf. And I just think wars are very unpredictable. And a lot of the things that can be, you can get lucky, right? You could have a nice popular uprising a popular uprising in Iran and a decent government put in and a real sense of liberation. You can also have an awful lot of things go wrong. So I think that's what voters will react to. There's some part of the MAGA coalition, someone like Tucker Carlson, who's very, committed to this idea of America first and beyond America first. I think that who will turn against Trump. I think he's got a pretty good stranglehold on the Republicans in Congress for now. But look, I think if this thing goes on for quite a while and the war spreads and there's not a satisfactory resolution and no one understands why we had to do it, that's the other point I would make. Iraq was soon after 9/11, and there was a sense of connection there. And then there were the claims of weapons of mass destruction. Iran was no threat to us. And I say this as someone who has been a long-time critic and hater of the Iranian regime and have been open to military.
No, the thing is that you're not understanding is that it will be closed to certain people. So that means that if they just choose to not let our ships go through, but continue to let, China and Russia through, like they were kind of talking about here.
Force, but you got to go.
That's what's going to happen. No, the Strait of Hormuz is closed to us.
That and say, look, we need to.
It's not the world.
Stop Iran for various reasons. Here they are. We need support to do this. We need a congressional vote to do this. Trump is out there on a limb, and if he hasn't made the case for the war and the war goes badly, I think you'd see an across-the-board drop in Trump's numbers. And I agree with you on this, Chris. It's much more risky for him than a normal issue. Something goes wrong with healthcare or even the economy in an incremental way, even ICE, getting out of control and being horrible. Even that's a point, 2, 3 points maybe. You get a war that goes badly in a serious way, the bottom could fall out.
Well,
Good.
We did note, and I don't want to make too much of this really, but Rick, when I was watching the ceremony for the Americans who fought, 2 of whom died, 1 of whom performed valiantly in the conflicts in Afghanistan, as well as Vietnam. I've been in that room, incredibly emotional. And then as he's talking about that and talking about the conflict now, the war in Iran, he turns to the color of the curtain.
Thank God. Finally! Someone in fucking any mainstream media fucking brought this up. Oh my fucking God, if Biden did that shit, if he just turned around and went, these curtains, Jack, yeah, they remind me, that reminds me, we got a hole in that wall. There's going to be a beautiful ballroom on the other side. I chose those curtains, by the way.
And them being gold. And
fucking Christ.
Again, Trump being
Don't
Trump.
listen to don't believe the propaganda. Listen to propaganda. Ooh, I like it. I like it. Ooh.
There is a point at
I might need a new bumper.
People do escalate the way they look at these things.
Let's remember that one.
Because American lives
I have to bring that to this space. Actually, no, we need to bring that to this
Chris,
space.
I mean, I think this is what you're alluding to. He doesn't really even have the language to talk about it. When he had his brief press conference, and
I'm always bothered by when we're talking about war, and they always bring on a talking head, and he can do nothing but smile.
And his video on Truth Social, he in an almost backhanded way, he said, casualties are one of the things that happens in war. That's what happens. And so I have always found him unable to use the kind of language that American presidents, including George Bush, used about people who make that ultimate sacrifice, so the last full measure of devotion to the country. I think Americans want to hear that. They don't want to hear a kind of casual thing. Well, people
Beyond X, what's up?
People die in war, and
Welcome,
you have to
welcome.
get used to it, and the ends justifies the means. So, I also
They're literally horny for
I agree
war.
with Bill's
Oh
point.
yeah, no, all these guys, these neocon motherfuckers,
war-
like these people have been waiting in the rafters since the end of the Iraq War, and we're just like, oh, I don't have anything to talk about.
goes badly, it'll
Then when this happened, they were just like, finally.
have a catastrophic effect on him. But the bias that his voters have and the bias that conservatives have is not to do this at all, to not get engaged from the start, not risk a bad outcome.
Red gang, blue gang
hope
mentality with less teabagging.
Pray that there isn't a
God damn it, church.
terrible outcome. I hope and pray that Iran becomes a Jeffersonian democracy, but the likelihood of that is very slim.
Bill Kristol, Richard Stengel, thank you both, gentlemen.
Wait. U.S. policy right. Wait, what? What? Wow. Okay, so now they're. I don't know about that, but they're saying that, oh, now he wants to try and pivot to China. Okay. 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 Wow, he really. Oh, boy.
So people are dying across the
Tell me again how we're not in World War III again. Like somebody? Anybody?
Middle East right now. At least 555 in Iran, including what may be 165 schoolgirls. 4 American troops are dead. And the No More Wars president's telling us there's likely more death to come. And this is the U.S. attacked Iran without congressional authorization, without UN backing, and according to the Pentagon's own closed-door briefings, without intelligence that Iran was about to attack us first. So let's break down what is actually happening, what it's costing, and what comes next. Starting with how it started, right? Because the last chance to avoid this, it played out on Thursday in Geneva. U.S. officials told Iran to give up uranium enrichment entirely for 10 years. Iran's foreign minister said that enrichment was an inalienable right, and Trump envoy Steve Witkoff fired back that the U.S. had an inalienable right to stop them. Right? And then 2 days later, the bombs started falling.
Yeah, okay.
CIA had reportedly been tracking their
So the right was technically alienable?
Supreme Leader's location for months. And when
Words don't mean anything.
instantly learned that he and some of the country's top military and intelligence officials would all be together above ground at a government compound in central Tehran, the timeline changed. Because the U.S. and Israel had actually originally planned to strike at night. This was apparently just too good to pass up, and so at Saturday around 9:40 a.m. local time, long-range missiles hit the compound, killing the man who had ruled Iran since 1989. And you had near simultaneous strikes at 2 other locations, altogether killing some
at Streamrunner
40 senior figures, including the head of the Revolutionary Guard and the country's defense minister. With then U.S. Central Command announcing Operation Epic Fury, and about an hour later, Trump posted an 8-minute video.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian
This chatter's so lame. He needs to go in his own comments.
regime, a vicious
Now, I do that to, like, promote.
group of
What?
very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties, That often happens in war.
Trump also claimed that this was necessary because Iran rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions. And then he told
You follow a different range of streams. Politics has been
the
hot
Iranian
lately.
people directly.
When we are finished, take over
Well, I'm glad I'm a trendsetter.
your government. It will be yours to take.
Then hours later, Trump confirming the Supreme Leader's death, calling him one of the most evil people in history, and saying heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary. And the second wave of strikes had actually begun almost immediately after the attack on the Supreme Leader, targeting Iran.
Appreciate having you here. By the way, guys, I'm going to do it one more time. If you guys can hit the like button, it really helps me out.
Air defense, especially.
Sub to the channel if you're enjoying yourself.
Surface-to-air missile battery.
And just in general, I say this a lot, and I want you guys to take this with you. Do this to any channel you frequent that you enjoy. This entire platform is built on your engagement and showing that you enjoy stuff.
Guarding the Capitol. By midday Sunday, Israel said that it had achieved air supremacy, with a former Israeli Air
And even if you don't enjoy it, you know what?
Force commander putting it bluntly, saying Iran right now is totally exposed to airstrikes. It's only for U.S. forces and the
More so if
Israeli
you
Air Force to decide where.
I'm not kidding though.
When.
Just make it a habit.
How? And on the next wave,
I do it, and you know what? Here, before I go, here, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna do it live right here. Click, click. I would sub again.
They went after Iran's ballistic missile systems, right? Munitions, launchers, crews, storehouses, production sites, and you had Israel.
You were in the algo.
200 fighter jets and what it called its largest air operation.
Thanks for letting me know.
in history.
I always
As
appreciate
far as how
that.
it was divided, you had Israel taking Western Iran and the U.S. taking the East. And you also had Trump targeting Iran's navy, posting, "I've just been informed that we have destroyed and sunk 9 Iranian naval ships," and adding, "We are going after the rest. They will soon be floating at the bottom of the sea also." With the U.S. and Israel also striking dozens of military command centers, including the main IRGC headquarters. With some
Guys, just so you know, once that happens, like the whole point of Iran making deals with other countries was to have protection and stuff like that. That's why we're seeing problems, you know.
Posting, the IRGC killed more than 1,000 Americans over the past 47 years. Yesterday,
I can't wait to see what China does with this. This is going to be insane.
Large-scale U.S. strike cut off the head
Float
of
at the bottom.
snake. And so with all this, as of
Oxymoron.
reporting, you have the Iranian Red Crescent Society reporting that the attacks on 131 cities have
Oh my
killed
God.
at least 555 people. The most horrific attack we've heard about so far apparently happened on Saturday, with Iranian state media reporting that U.S.-Israeli strikes at a girls' school, killing 165 people, mostly children. You also had the New York Times verifying videos and images showing at least half the school destroyed, with it being reported that the school sits next to a Revolutionary Guard naval base, and footage shows emergency workers and families digging through the rubble littered with school books and bags covered in blood and ash. As far as Iran, they're not just kind of absorbing this quietly. They've been hitting back at Israel.
Well, I don't want to sound cold here, but kind of glad that now people all of a sudden care about, you know, bombings and dead kids.
The Arab Gulf states that are hosting U.S. forces. And the damage, I mean, it's already spreading across the entire region. Right, this weekend you had Iran striking a base in Kuwait, housing American troops, killing 3 Army soldiers and a supplies and logistics unit. 5 more were seriously wounded. Several others sustained shrapnel injuries and concussions. And actually today you had a 4th American confirmed dead after dying from wounds from Iran's initial attacks. You also had a missile strike on an Israeli.
I'm pretty much a leftist that just really hates suckier leftists with right wing, which used to be normal jokes. Yeah.
City, killing at least 9. And
actually, you know what? Hey.
During 27, bringing Israel's total
We're in
death toll
agreement.
to 11 as of recording. Hezbollah has also begun launching rockets and drones towards Israel overnight, with Israel also responding by striking dozens of targets in Beirut and southern Lebanon, killing at least 31 and injuring 149. You also had an Israeli official saying that the military has launched an offensive in Lebanon that could include, quote, many prolonged days of combat ahead, with all options on the table for a ground operation. You then also had an Iraqi Shiite militia claiming a drone attack on U.S. troops at Baghdad's airport, though there were no reported casualties. And then you had the Pentagon revealing that 3 U.S. fighter jets went down over Kuwait in an apparent friendly fire incident late last night. Though reportedly, all 6 aircrew ejected safely and they're in stable condition. But even all of that, right? How many and thens can I have? Even all that, it doesn't capture the full scope here. But as far as the regional fallout in Syria, and an Iranian missile likely meant for Israel killed 4 people. In Kuwait, beyond the base attack, a drone hit an airport, debris struck an oil refinery, and smoke was seen rising from the U.S. embassy.
Jesus Christ.
This morning. 1 killed.
Do you understand just how fucked up this is?
32 injured overall, and then in the UAE, 3.
Dude, I will never believe another movie that shows like these people looking badass, because it's literally just like
dead, 58 wounded.
maybe we'll hit them, maybe we won't. I don't know. Throw a dart.
We did with drone debris, setting an airport and a 5-star hotel on
Pretty
fire.
sure Godzilla's response team has better.
Bahrain, right, home to the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. They say they intercepted 61 missiles
I
and
got no
34
joke
drones,
there.
but shrapnel
I just
from
wanted to mention Godzilla because Godzilla's cool.
one killed at least one person, and some strikes got through entirely, hitting buildings in the naval base.
Yeah,
Also,
MAGA.
Qatar says
Is there a way that Biden can be responsible for this war?
that intercepted attacks targeting civilian infrastructure, including its international airport.
right,
and as
I
all
like
of this
it.
is
I like
playing out,
it.
there's also an economic ripple effect that you're seeing that's massive. Right, a Qatari state-owned energy company, one of the world's top LNG suppliers, halted production, sending European gas prices surging as much as 54%. You also had a drone hitting an oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman, killing one crew member. A major Saudi refinery was targeted, production halting there despite reportedly limited damage. You then had the IRGC claiming 3 attacks on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz, which handles about a fifth of the world's trade.
Good luck.
Oil. Regarding oil prices rose nearly 10% today.
Oh, you taking off? Later.
And they could keep climbing. You've also got shipping companies diverting vessels around Africa to avoid the Suez Canal. You're also seeing hundreds of thousands of travelers stranded as mass cancellations hit some of the busiest airports in the world. And in Pakistan, 22 people were killed trying to storm the U.S. consulate. And so then with all that, there is the question of, well, what is the White House actually...
Pep, did you start watching Monarch Season 2? Dave.
saying about why this was necessary.
Got a link?
Well, on Sunday, Pentagon officials reportedly acknowledging in closed-door congressional briefings that
totally on the up and up.
There was no intelligence suggesting that Iran planned to attack American forces first. Instead, their argument was that Iran's ballistic missiles and proxy forces posed an imminent threat to U.S. interests. And with that, as Trump has claimed, Iran would soon be able to strike the United States with a ballistic missile, though he provided zero evidence. Sources say that his claims aren't backed by U.S. intelligence, and experts and official reports both push back on the idea that Iran's missiles could reach the United States. Right? And then you also had Trump telling reporters they weren't willing to stop their nuclear research. They weren't willing to say they will not have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. But there's actually no credible evidence Iran was actively building a nuclear weapon. The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency has said that Iran doesn't have a weapons program, and America's own intelligence backs that up. But with all that said, right, there's the question of, well, what comes next? This has...
Oh, shit. Thanks for the $10 donation. Really appreciate that. Eric M.
happened. It is currently happening.
Eric
How long is this going to last?
$10.
There you had Trump telling reporters.
And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks. But we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it.
He's also acknowledged more than once that...
my dog, he participates in this. Since you are new to this, gets himself a treat.
More American casualties are expected, saying...
And sadly... there will likely be
We gotta
more.
get you more treats, bud.
Before it ends, that's the way it is.
Oh,
likely
man.
be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case.
On the question of, what replaces the current regime, you had Trump saying he'd like Iranians to rise up, but there's no guarantee that successors would govern any differently. He also reportedly floated several competing ideas for how power could transfer, including keeping the existing structure in place with leaders more subservient to U.S. interests. He also talked about applying...
Yeah, that was the whole plan.
The Venezuela model.
Was to make it a proxy state for the U.S.
Even his advisors have told him that the cultural and historical differences make that nearly impossible. And then also, Trump said he has 3 very good choices for who could lead Iran, though he wouldn't say who they are. And for now, what's left of the Iranian regime is reportedly set to choose a new supreme leader any day. But in the meantime, we're left to wonder what happens from here. Reportedly, hundreds of civilians are dead, including kids. You have 4 American service members so far dead. The entire region appears to be destabilizing. We've got constantly shifting public justification for why this happens, with the evidence not seeming to support most of it. Right? Well, obviously, we're all hoping for whatever the best outcome is here. That the president's exit strategy appears to be hoping that a country of 88 million people spontaneously overthrow its government and also installs leaders that we approve of. But then also, with our No More Wars president starting another war in the Middle East, we need to talk about the fallout that's splitting both parties and exposing fault lines that could really reshape the midterms. Republicans in general are cheering regime change. Democrats in general can't agree on how to push back. Candace Owens and Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're blaming Israel, and someone just made $500,000 betting on the Supreme Leader's death. Right, so let's get into it. Starting with on the right, the messaging is simple. This was a win. Right, and with that, you had Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth framing the strikes as a necessary response to Iran targeting the U.S. military and interests around the world. Right, and Hegseth also added that, well, this isn't officially a regime change war. The regime will be changing, and that's a good thing.
Turns out the regime who chanted
good stream you have here. Oh, thank you.
Death to America and death to Israel.
I try.
Was gifted death from America and death from Israel.
You also had Senator Lindsey Graham taking it even further on Meet the Press.
I don't know if this is technically a war, but here's what I can say the headline is for me Sunday. The mothership of terrorism is sinking. The captain is dead. the largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran, is close to collapsing.
But then when pressed on what
kudos to whoever left that mic on
comes next, you had Graham insisting that the U.S. won't be choosing Iran's next leader, and there are no plans for boots on the ground.
It's not his job or my job to do this. How many times do I have to tell you? Our job is to make sure Iran is no longer the largest state sponsor of terrorism, to help the people reconstruct a new government, no boots on the ground.
And then on the other side of the aisle, like with the Democrats, it's a mess, and that's kind of putting it charitably. Some Democrats are defending the strike outright, like Ohio Representative Greg Landsman. You also have others like Senator Mark Kelly trying to thread the needle, agreeing that the world is safer with the Supreme Leader dead, but warning, hope is not a strategy. We've got to have a plan here. What is the strategic goal, and how do we achieve it? In California Governor Gavin Newsom and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, they struck kind of a similar tone, condemning the Iranian regime while also slamming the administration's approach. Then also, you've got Democrats who aren't hedging at all. Right? Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez accused Trump of lying to the American people and making a deliberate choice of aggression when diplomacy.
There it is, the neo-libs and the, like I was saying, it's the more progressive wing. It's almost like
security were within reach. Whatever. You also had Senator Bernie Sanders calling the war unconstitutional and a violation of international law, and saying we must not allow Trump to force us into another senseless war. And so with that, very likely the next concrete move, it comes later this week, right? Because you have both the Senate and the House expected to vote on resolutions requiring Trump to get congressional approval before any additional military action in Iran, invoking the 1973 War Powers Resolution, which was actually passed after Vietnam, specifically to check presidential war-making powers. And to be clear, that's in addition to the Constitution already.
Yeah, it's almost like because that was a catastrophic fucking era of our military.
Requiring Congress to approve any declaration of war.
Whatever,
this vote
man.
is about enforcing that. And so with all this, you have Representative Ro Khanna calling.
I get to laugh about this. I don't have kids.
For every lawmaker to go on the record.
But if y'all got kids and you're watching this shit happen, oh boy, I feel sorry a little bit for you
with
guys.
Their vote, but he's also being honest about the math. And Wakana admits that this resolution is very unlikely to pass. He argues that just something has to be done to at least attempt to rein it in. But also, I think for a lot of people watching, this feels a little like too little, too late. Right? And also a part that's hard to ignore is that a core piece of Trump's platform in both elections was no more wars. And it's why if you hop online,
yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, this would be a great time to really hammer him on this stuff and really bolster your campaigns in these midterms and just, I don't know, not let the fucking giant, like the big giant elephant in the room just kind of sit there and not really, you know, get pushed one way or the other.
See just so many people compiling clip after clip of Trump accusing Obama of planning to attack Iran to save face or project toughness. You know, the irony, the hypocrisy, whatever you want to call it, it is not subtle. And actually, one of the loudest voices pointing that out is Candace Owens.
We need a pretext for war. Like we always need a pretext where we're constantly bombing and killing people all the time. We're committing
I can guarantee you. Well, now that's adorable. I bet somebody like you was saying the same shit in AOL chat rooms in 2001.
Holocaust in Gaza.
20 years later.
Could you just go out there and tell they were building a nuclear bomb? They weren't. And there's been no evidence of that outside of Bibi Netanyahu's trust me, bro. Because I guess you have to come up with something to make people hysterical to believe that we...
Wow, you lost Candace Owens even on this one, huh?
...have this never-ending right to murder...
She usually plays ambiguous with this shit because she knows that her audience will actually get real mad if she, you know, goes after Trump. Anybody else is fair game. Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk, any of them. But the big orange man himself.
Human beings in the Middle East to use American soldiers to effect regime changes in the Middle East at the benefit of no one but Israel.
You also had Marjorie Taylor Greene agreeing, calling war with Iran, America last, and writing. Americans are once again coming.
Candace Owens is literally somebody that MAGA would have like locked up in the loony bin. And I mean like loony bin.
Home and flag draped coffin.
Like in the 70s, she would definitely, 80s.
From another stupid, pointless foreign war for foreign regime change on behalf of Israel. With Greene then also turning to Laura Loomer, who praised the American soldiers killed in action.
He didn't destroy the dictatorship, numbnuts. The dictatorship is still there. There is a power vacuum now, which makes this even more dangerous.
This weekend and applauded their families and Greene.
It's almost like we went through this with Iraq.
Respond.
But whatever, man. Get to your fucking local recruiting office and go join the military right now. I'm not going to... Listen, this is why I'm going to start banning people is because they don't have the balls to go join the military when they themselves are cheering on a war. If you have the balls to cheer on a war and not be in the military, you're a dummy. You're a just certifiable dumbass who does not deserve to even engage politically, whether on the left or the right. I hope your own kick you out.
Calling Loomer this bitch.
Bunch of fucking cowards.
Bitch who's celebrating the death of American military members and adding, sign up for the military, Laura. Go to the front lines.
There we go. I'm glad that I'm using the same tactic as Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Laura, you don't love Trump enough unless you go fight Iran yourself. Which, just to add context for the normies out there that don't live and breathe this is Marjorie Taylor Greene going after Laura Loomer, right? These are, I mean, you used to think two of Trump's most devoted supporters now publicly going after one another over a war that Trump started. Right? That by itself, as well as, the things we've covered over the last year, it tells you something about how deep these fractures run. And then, on top of all that, there's a part of this story that feels like it belongs, I don't know, in a different timeline, but it isn't. Polymarket reportedly saw roughly 530.
Yep, you're a bot. Just so you guys know, Big Tito, or 3938
$3 million in contracts tied to the
just made the account. Literally no subs, no activity on his channel.
Iran strikes. Some of the activity, it sparked serious red flags. You've got Bloomberg reporting that 6 accounts made around $1 million each betting on the February 20.
How come MAGA needs so many bots? Like, if they're that popular, how come they don't have like a lot of organic support? It's kind of weird.
28th strike date. All 6 were freshly created that month, and all of them only ever placed bets on strike-related contracts. Some even purchased shares just hours before the news.
Like it or not, regime change is coming. Okay. So if the same regime puts in a new head of power, and that is the new head of state, how is that regime change? Kind of like what happened in Venezuela. They didn't change the regime in Venezuela. They just took out the one guy.
Bloomberg noting that these are hallmark
that kept the same people in power. You guys are so stupid.
Blockchain.
It's fucking adorable. It really is. I do love that at least Trump said that he loves uneducated people.
Analysts associate
God
with
damn,
insiders.
He told you exactly.
Trading. And then also,
you guys were just like, yeah, woo! He speaks for us. Woo!
So there's a trader called Mega My Man who made over $500,000 betting specifically on the Supreme Leader's ousting and death. And then over on Kalshi, there was a similar situation playing out, but with a twist, because that platform had bets on whether the Supreme Leader would be out of power. But once his death was confirmed, people who bet yes, they didn't get paid. So with that, you had Kalshi CEO explaining, we don't list markets directly tied to death. When there are markets where potential outcomes involve death, we design the rules to prevent people from profiting.
But they still kept the money.
From death.
They didn't refund anybody. Oh, man. I love it. I love the fact that the only people that are genuinely getting fucked in the Trump world right now are the ones that they love betting, they love crypto. Dude, if you are just smart enough to look at any of this and just go, nah, that's an obvious scam, let it happen to these fuckers. Let them just be milked for everything. I don't understand. Like, this is going to me. Like, I have to say this about me. I don't know why I feel this need to try and save these people from themselves.
Satoshi is refunding fees and paying out based on last traded prices before the death was announced. But still, the outrage hasn't died down. You had Senator Chris Murphy saying it's insane, this is legal, saying people
She was the vice president of fucking Maduro, you fucking moron.
People around Trump are profiting off war and death. I'm introducing legislation.
Wait, oh my God. Are you talking about the lady that won the Nobel Peace Prize that wasn't instituted as the leader of Venezuela? Are you... Oh my God, dude, they're fucking retarded. They have no business being in these political chats. Holy shit.
ASAP to ban this. With all that said, I'd now like
it's all political theater. Yes, and they're very, that's the one thing I will give Trump is he's good at milking that shit. Meanwhile, like I said, the left is just sitting here playing fucking purity politics.
Turn the tables. I'd love to hear from you in those comments, whether it be about the strike itself, the Democratic response, the Israel angle, the Polymarket scandal, any and all. Let me hear from you in those comments down below, especially because at least on YouTube, I have now the ability to respond with audio. So I'm going to be testing that out over the next 24 hours. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first,
I'm not mad.
Thank a sponsor and say,
Oh, you misunderstand. I actually, there is a level of genuine sincerity to me feeling kind of bad for, I don't know what happened to you. Was it lead poisoning? Did you hit your head really hard on your car door? I don't know.
Raise your hand if you've been...
But goddamn, this level of fucking brain damage.
Meaning to book a doctor's appointment for 6 months now? Whether it be dental cleaning, annual checkup, a weird thing, keep pretending's probably nothing, all of it. And that's why today's sponsor, ZocDocs.
Pep Talks, I would like to watch you debate Euro the MAGA dork on YouTube. It would be funny and interesting. I don't really do debates.
ZocDocs a free app and website.
Even though I have done them. Actually went pretty well.
Sponsored by ZocDoc. But then, diving right back into the news, we need to talk about how 3 mass violence events happened in 12 hours this weekend. You had a shooting in Austin, now being investigated as terrorism, a mass shooting at a Cincinnati music venue, and a...
Wait, you think Asmund Bruns? You think that's the first time I've ever heard that?
Fatal stabbing
That's cute.
Spree on a DC highway. So starting with Austin.
Asmund Bronze, Asmund Lead.
Early Sunday morning, you had a gunman.
It's all been there.
Opening fire outside.
Wannabe Asmund Gold.
Buford's backyard beer.
Nobody can be Roach King.
Garden on 6th Street, which is one of the most popular nightlife strips in Austin and right near the University of Texas campus. With police identifying the shooter as Ndiaga Gianya. Investigators say that he circled the block multiple times and stopped in front of the bar, turned on his hazards, and just started shooting at people on the patio and
yeah, because I do pay attention to this
sidewalk.
And I can tell you right now, no.
And reportedly drove further down the street, parked, walked back toward the bar, and then opened fire again on foot. Right then, because there was already a heavy police presence in the area, the officers were able to intercept him before he could do more damage.
Jesus Christ! What the?
And ultimately, you had 3 dead, 2 bystanders and the shooter, as well as 14 others being injured, 3 critically, and some of the victims were UT Austin students. Now also, here's where the story kind of gets bigger. Right? The shooter reportedly wore a hoodie that read "Property of Allah" and had a
kind of crazy how all these mass shootings happening just happen to always fit an agenda.
T-shirt with the Iranian.
You know, Alex Jones would have totally been jumping on that one if another party was in power.
He also, according
but nothing to see here, folks. Totally 100%. What did you saw it? You saw it? Yep. Well,
reports had been posting about support for the Iranian regime and hatred for Israeli and American leadership since roughly 2017. And the authorities also said that they found items in his car that raise even
oh no, see, this is the difference. I don't need the numbers to know that I'm better than Asmund Gold.
More concern.
Like I actually know what I'm talking about. I'm versed in politics. I've been doing this for a while.
Obviously, it's still way too early in the process.
Even if I make a mistake, I'll admit it.
Determine
yeah. When it comes to Asmund Gold, he knows absolutely nothing. He only pivoted to politics because he was losing his gaming influence, which is hilarious to me. And then all of a sudden, people started watching him and thinking that he's somehow an authority on any of this shit instead of just spewing his just bullshit. Like, he didn't pay attention to politics. That's why anytime that he finds out something new, he just goes like, yeah, based. And then he, like, gets called out by his audience, and they're like, that's not based, Asmund. And he's like, oh, yeah, it's not based.
But there were indicators that on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism. Since it's a matter we're looking at it as a potential matter of terrorism, obviously the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Whatever, go be a goofy goober and watch him.
Is engaged. In terms of specifically what type of terrorism, we're just at this point prepared to say that it was.
Dude, the only one that's sexually confused is the one that looks at my hair and immediately assumes like I'm a pretty lady.
Potentially an act of terrorism.
Now, is there any
Thanks, I appreciate that.
more background? You have reports saying that the shooter first entered the U.S. in
Bunch of gooners in chat.
2000 on a tourist visa, became then a lawful permanent resident.
Asmund is a straight up moron. Yes, he is.
And after marrying a U.S. citizen and was
He's very, very, very stupid.
naturalized in 2013. And with all this,
That's why a lot of people love him, because like they don't understand that they watch him to feel smart, but then they also simultaneously feel like they need to stand up for him being smart, because then they know that they're watching a dummy.
Texas
But cool.
Governor Greg Abbott releasing a statement calling it an act that will not define us and warning that Texas will respond with decisive and overwhelming force against anyone who tries to use the Middle East conflict to threaten the state. Right now,
At what age did I realize I knew it all?
all in all,
About 35, I realized that I knew enough about politics to just kind of get the gauge on what's going on and who's lying about what.
this is actually the biggest mass shooting and
This is the difference. Like he's playing you as pretending that he somehow saw the light and went to MAGA. You are the biggest marks. I like. Do you understand that you guys are actually kind of lucky that I do have morals? Because oh my god, I could fleece you all so fucking well.
Austin.
God damn, if I made that MAGA pivot, oh, I would be a millionaire.
in 60 years, which is also why you had, at least as a recording, many people wondering why the president has
Fuck. Seriously, all I would have to do is just do a little fucking, my title would just have to be like, trans in Iran? All caps, fucking, bunch of question marks, and then just, Assad gets dunked. Boom.
and addressed it. But that then brings us to Cincinnati, where around 1 a.m.
Millions of followers.
on Sunday, just hours before Austin, shots were fired inside of Riverfront Live, a music venue in Cincinnati that was hosting an event. And here, 9 people were injured, 1 critically, 5 were in stable condition at UC Medical Center, 2 were released, and 1 was treated and released at another hospital.
We do not
The prepper
have
pepper.
any further information on the victims or what started this or any information on the suspect or suspects at this time.
Now, with this, you had a witness describing hearing shots, then a quick pause followed by screaming and running, saying that she wanted to get out of harm's way but didn't know where the harm was actually coming from. You also had Cincinnati Mayor Pureval thanking first responders, but also being blunt about a bigger problem.
Our laws make it so easy to get a gun in our community that
a lot of people have guns. Coupled with
no, this is the difference. I have like
the fact.
I mean, I don't even believe in a soul, but I don't know how I got one, but these people didn't.
They refuse to deal with disagreements.
I'm sincere. As I said, I care
peacefully.
That's how my politics were kind of formed. Like and oddly enough, I started off in the church, and I kind of realized, I was like, oh shit, man, like damn, that Jesus guy would have been kind of lefty.
To the extent that they not only refuse to deal with disagreements peacefully.
He started with a comedic origin. I give you that at least, yeah.
But they immediately run to mortal danger. As you can imagine,
pro-gun rights, yeah.
Our law enforcement leaders,
yeah, pro-second A.
Our city leaders are very, very focused on what we can do to prevent people from getting access
as long as that Supreme Court fucking makes the right choice and allows,
to guns.
Any users to be able to go not get picked up federally, you know what I mean? Actually, no, I could just say this now. I forgot the Supreme Court's actually picking this up. So the Supreme Court is seeing a case where a politician who is also a marijuana user has a FOID card, but he had his FOID card revoked because of his medical cannabis card.
And then all of that.
And he's making the argument that that's blatantly against the Second Amendment.
That brings us to D.C., where you had a man reportedly stabbing 4 people and a dog with a knife on the Capitol Beltway after what witnesses said started as a road rage incident following a crash on I-495. And here, one victim, a 39-year-old woman.
Yeah, you all ready for false flags and getting ready to get your rights taken away for fearing Iran?
Is dead. The dog was also killed. The status of the other 3 victims, that's unknown.
Yep.
You had a witness telling CNN that he's...
God, we just started relaxing the rules at the airport, and well, that's gonna go away soon.
Saw 2 cars that were kind of banged up, and 2 people covered in blood while there was a woman trying...
Federal checkpoints at every state. God.
To stop the attacker, but the man
What do you think? What do you think that would be the big one? What's going to be the big change? Because you're going to feel it, and then they're going to normalize it.
His knife, and then
because it's all security theater.
When a state trooper arrived, the man reportedly approached him with the knife, and he was shot. With him then taken to the hospital with serious injuries, and he's since been pronounced dead. Right, and actually, with this, one of the details that kind of stood out to people is you had the D.C. Police Department posting on social media that the reports of a mass stabbing incident, they were incorrect.
I think that's where people like you and people like lose people like me. And it's because I'm not in 100% agreement with you that I'm not loving and caring enough. We are just a bunch of hateful people. Did I actually include you in that? Or did I say just in general, did I make a generalization kind of like how MAGA does about the left? Come on, Bryce, shut up.
ED was an
The thing is, if you're not going to call it out on your side, I have absolutely no reason to sit here and placate to you.
Investigating any matter like that. So you had many
sorry, Bryce. I value people coming into my chat like that, but also prove me wrong. Prove to me that you're not one of those people. But it's when you see the people in here talking about my wife's cancer, just in general being the most hateful, kind of worst type of human being in chat. And then you guys are just oh, you guys, well, why would you be such a meanie bobini?
How were 4 people stabbed, one's dead, and it didn't meet their threshold. And as I was going through this news, it was kind of that last part that was a punch in the stomach, but it felt like maybe almost the core thing to all of them. It's not the only thing that matters, but it kind of just stands out that the violence, it's just become routine. And it's also something Cincinnati City Council member Cheryl Long put in terms of...
the best way that I can always say this, and I've been saying this since high school, is that I'm intolerant of your intolerance.
They're really hard to
If your intolerance dictates that somebody else should live their life differently or they should be ostracized for something, fuck you.
Hey.
I think that you guys never heard mind your business.
Like all of us, I'm heartbroken to witness such a senseless act of violence. But unfortunately, I am not shocked. So many of us in America are in a similar state of unease, not wondering if a shooting like this will occur, but when.
Anyone hating on your wife and her cancer is just plain out sick? Yeah, you have a lot of those in MAGA, though. The problem is with this, not once have I had somebody from the left pull that.
The stress.
Not a single fucking time.
The exhaustion, the confusion.
But goddamn, when it happens, get a whole bunch of people fucking jumping on the train.
They are constant.
Yeah, and I'm supposed to sit here and play this game of, oh, it's both sides. Uh-huh.
That moment when your heart drops because it's happening again is something we're all terrifyingly used to by now.
You know, it's important to acknowledge where we are. Don't let it fully get lost in the mess. Understand where the baseline is now. That's how you know where to try to go to get things to a better place. But yeah, we are currently
if it doesn't
in a
affect your
situation
life at all, live and let
we're
live.
not left wondering if the next one's going to happen. It's just when. And you know, with every day as we get closer to the midterms, and I mean even before then to the primaries, we need to understand there is a question that nobody in power seems willing to want to answer. How much more normalized
only people
does
that
this
want
get
to
before
regulate children's lives are Republicans, because they're the only ones that care enough to think that this is somehow like a fucking systematic problem.
someone actually does something about
You guys are all fucking retarded and easy to take advantage of, and I'm going to continue to say that.
And then actually, you know, while all eyes are
If you want me
understandably
to think any different, again, prove me wrong.
on Iran's nuclear program, we also have to talk about this other country that's making very, very big moves. And that's because France is building more nuclear weapons
Actually,
for
you
the
know what?
first
You
time.
can prove me wrong by going on a little tirade here. What do you not like about Donald Trump? If you're in MAGA, what exactly does he do that you are critical of?
In over 3 decades. And it's not just the expansion that matters, right? It is why it's happening and what it signals about how much Europe trusts the United States right now. Because you had French President Emmanuel Macron announcing that his country is increasing its nuclear arsenal.
what?
It's
We're
the
at
first
war.
expansion since 1992.
You know what's one thing I'm not going to do? If you say no sex changes for kids, any of this bullshit, and it's literally just the bad faith, like bot bullshit where you're trying to like change the conversation so we're not talking about the war, so we're not talking about the Epstein files, get fucked. And honestly, anybody on the right, you should start really looking into anybody that wants you to focus on that shit more than you getting fucked. More, you are getting fucked by you. Now that you're going to be sending your kids in as cannon fodder, now we're going to end up paying more in gas, taxes, all this shit because of this fucking war. But here, this guy wants to argue, girls can't have peepees.
Well, he didn't give a specific.
This is legitimately why I have 100% just brought the R word back and calling them that. I hope my audience understands that.
Number, according to the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist, France currently holds just under 300 warheads. And you have experts saying that a dramatic expansion is actually possible given the high levels of weapons-grade uranium and plutonium the country's believed to have. But also the warhead count, it's not even the biggest story here. Like what really stands
The greatest, most difficult part about liberty is letting other people exercise their own rights, Hassel versus state.
out is the cooperation piece. Because France has actually long insisted on keeping its nuclear
You know what, Greg? You're right.
Program fully independent. But that's changing now. As part of this buildup, Macron said that France will expand nuclear cooperation with European allies.
Past hearing 0.1 or fucking 16 cents off gas now.
Including allowing other nations to participate in war game drills and offering to temporarily deploy nuclear capable
Yeah, so why don't you fucking support it then, numbnuts?
fighter jets to allied countries. All while making clear that the
Weird.
French president retains sole authority over any deployment decisions. But even with that caveat, this is a landmark.
Right there. That's the best you got in your like. That's who you have in your on your side making your arguments. Like honestly, this is where at least I know. Like since we are choosing sides, and I'm not like so feckless that I just fence it. No, I'm on the left. But at least I know my side is like they're good people. For the most part. I mean, we got some shitheads. Every movement has shitheads.
Mark shift in doctrine.
Oh, shit.
At Bandit MTXI $5. Geeks and Gamer Guy modified the statement. I am against war, unless it is justified.
Oh, Jesus Christ, really? Oh my God, the pivot. Oh my God, these that was quicker than I thought. Also, Bandit, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. And also, thank you for the info.
France is actually...
God. Man, I just realized that you're like one of my guys that like does a little bit of research on like Oppo research on guys like Geeks and Gamers.
Only EU member state with nuclear weapons and one of just 2 nuclear powers in all of Europe alongside the UK, which relies on the United States for technological support. And that means that most European countries actually depend almost entirely on America's
Bandit. My only request is
nuclear umbrella, right? The long-standing security guarantee.
Don't say they're too long.
That U.S. nuclear forces will be used to defend allies if they're threatened. But now it's
All of a
Trump.
sudden, Bandit comes back. He's just like, yeah, you know what? Gamergate 2.0. Woo!
A lot less reliable, right? You have European leaders raising serious concerns about Trump's wavering commitment to the region. I mean, this unprecedented shift in U.S. foreign policy that has shaken decades of transatlantic security beliefs. And in fact, Macron framed the expansion.
What Atlantic?
As a direct
no
response, citing a recent U.S. national security strategy that signaled a clear, quote, reorganization of American priorities. And he argued that this should push Europe to, quote, take more direct responsibility for its own security. Or in other words, if America won't guarantee Europe's safety anymore, France is volunteering to start filling that gap. As far as why this matters, I think it's really important that people understand what's happening here. A major Western democracy is expanding its nuclear arsenal for the first time in 33 years, not because of a new enemy. Yes, they're worried about Russia, but also because it no longer trusts its oldest ally to actually show up. The fingerprints of that fact, they're on everything that's happening right now. And also, we should expect to see the ripple effects going beyond.
Dude, if you call Phil a blowhard, dude, he's as centrist as you get.
France, right? If this leads,
well, used to be before you guys kind of pushed him, to the fucking left,
to a broader European push.
Honestly, MAGA fucking did it. They broke Phil and they made him into a leftist, Comrade Phil, all day.
Toward independent nuclear deterrence, it fundamentally reshapes the global security order that's held since the Cold War. And ultimately, one of the biggest questions now is whether this is going to make Europe and its allies safer, or we're just entering a new arms race. And that's on top of the arms race it already felt like we were having. Right, but then from that, the final bit of news that we should talk about today is that.
Oh, look, somebody that doesn't actually have a good faith take on the party shift with Nixon. Odd how they never actually address that, and where there was a little bit of a party swap.
Democrats say they now have the votes to subpoena.
Why don't you talk about that?
Commerce Secretary.
Since you guys are, so well versed in history.
Howard Lutnick over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And if the midterms go their way, they're already signaling that they'll go after Trump next. In the meantime, you've got both sides spinning what Bill Clinton allegedly said about Trump during his closed-door deposition, and neither version appears to line up. So where we'll dive in is that you had Representative Ro Khanna going on Meet the Press yesterday, and he said it plainly.
Yep, and this is where, again, the Epstein stuff's not going away, because they're going to start pulling in people that were implicated, including Howard Lutnick.
We have the votes to subpoena Lutnick.
By the way, we're at the 4-2-0 on the show.
To subpoena Howard Lutnick next week, and I believe he will come before the committee.
Well, I didn't say who that Republican was specifically. You have people pointing to Nancy Mace, who just said she would call Lutnick to testify. The pressure.
God, I forgot that she wore the scarlet letter, and that's not technically the scarlet. It's not the one she meant to wear, because she fucking walked around the halls of Congress, literally just like, I'm an adulterer.
Been building on him for a while now. The Epstein files appear to suggest that Lutnick lied about the timeline of his relationship with Epstein.
Dummies who never
shows
wrote
the two emailing after Epstein was convicted of sex
wrote a
crimes.
book.
Then, over the last couple of days, the DOJ briefly removed a photo of Lutnick from the files. And that image shows him with Epstein on Little St. James, right? Epstein's Island. And while an official claim that the photo is part of a batch flagged for a nudity review, there's no nudity in that photo. And so you have politicians on both sides demanding answers about why it was pulled. But despite all that, Trump's standing by Lutnick, right? When asked about the possibility of a House deposition, Trump called him a very innocent guy doing a good job. But all of that, it brings us to Bill Clinton, who sat for his closed-door deposition on Friday, which was about 6 hours of questioning, which was actually shorter than Hillary's, despite her insisting that she had never met Epstein, while Bill is actually pictured in the files. And ahead of the hearing, you had Bill saying that he knew nothing about Epstein's crimes, but he agreed to testify because he believes, quote, no person is above the law, even presidents. And because the footage hasn't been released yet, you've had both parties already spinning what he said, especially about Trump. You had Republican Chairman James Comer stepping out to tell reporters that the Democrats asked Clinton whether Trump should testify. Clinton saying that that's for you to decide. And
what, because he doesn't know history? What? Because he literally takes fucking little buzz lines from his chat and repeats them?
He added that
holy shit.
Trump has never said anything to me to make me think he was involved with.
Don't ever think that it's an insult that you're just like, Aspen Gold's better. It's like, cool.
With Epstein. Comer then also posted that Clinton exonerated
Why don't you hop on his VOD then there, buddy?
Trump under questioning from the Democrats and accused Democrats of weaponizing this investigation to put politics above survivors. The Democrats on the committee, they fired back.
I haven't missed smoking for a long time. Sometimes, every once in a while, I'll
immediately saying that's.
I'll read a chat and I'll just be like, oh.
Not how it went down. Their statement said that Clinton raised more questions about the relationship between
Smell
President
that
Trump
Turkish
and
tobacco.
Epstein, specifically with regards to the reason their relationship ended. They called Comer's characterization flat out wrong, noting that Clinton confirmed that he knew
Harry S. Truman did.
Trump and Epstein had a close relationship and that Trump reported having great times with Epstein. And that is, you also had other Democrats pointing out the obvious. Even if Clinton said he had no personal firsthand knowledge of wrongdoing, that wouldn't exonerate anyone. But that's not how any of this works. So, also with this, we don't actually know what was said until the footage drops, but that's also exactly why
his fixation is on the fact that he doesn't understand history. And he does, there's a reason that he's, not talking about the party shift with Nixon.
Depositions followed by competing press conferences is such a problem. You get
you
two
know what?
completely different narratives before anyone checks the tape, which I think is what some people want. And this is also where the politics kick in, because you have Democrats...
Not a fucking Democrat, retard.
...arguing for weeks now that Trump needs to answer questions.
Deal with it. I know this doesn't fit your preconceived notion of what I am.
About Epstein. Now, with the Clinton depositions done, they're framing it as precedent. You had Representative Robert.
I don't know, MAGA. Is this the best? Like, seriously, this is the best you guys fucking got? Is a guy that's like, yeah, Asman's based, and he doesn't understand history. He's sitting here thinking he's got a gotcha with the fucking, who dropped the bomb on Japan? The Democrats?
Garcia,
Can you guys, I don't know, like do something to educate your own base occasionally? Because this isn't what he thinks it is.
Committee's ranking Democrat putting it this way.
Republicans announced
What up, Natch?
set a new precedent.
Eric, do I have a schedule? Yeah, I stream every day, Monday through Friday. I start at 4 p.m. except for Wednesdays, start at 2.
To bring in presidents.
Sometimes I'll start a little early, so I am one of those streamers that if you hit the notification bell, it actually matters because, sometimes I'll decide to go on at 1. Sometimes we got emergency streams.
For presidents to testify. We are now asking and demanding that
every other Thursday, though, I have to take off.
President Trump officially come in and testify in front of the Oversight Committee.
So take it as a yes. I stream every day from 4 to whenever, and then Wednesdays at 2.
He appears in the Epstein files next to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell almost more than anybody else.
Now, do we think that any of this is actually going to happen right now? No. Most Republicans, they're still defending Trump, and there is zero chance the current House majority brings him in voluntarily. But one of the big things here is that Democrats are making this a midterm issue, right? You have Garcia saying that if the House flips and he leads oversight, the committee will absolutely pursue an interview with Trump. They've even floated bringing in Melania. And in fact, you even have the Washington Post reporting that Democrats are already charting an aggressive strategy of investigating the Trump administration next year. So for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens in the short term, right? With Lutnick, and the long term with the midterms, and then Trump and Melania.
Yeah, let's hope that they get called in here.
You've probably heard
We'll just do this real quick.
heard the notion that the Republican Party and the Democratic Party switched. However, it's a lot more complicated than that. Currently, the Republican Party is the more conservative party, associated with things like limited government, states' rights, while the Democratic Party is the more liberal or progressive party, associated with things like social safety nets, equality, diversity. But it wasn't always like this. Originally, the Republican Party was the party of big government. You see, in the 1860s, during and after the Civil War.
Wait, so based on this, you're admitting that you like big... Wait. So we can do this, right? We can do this. We can play this game, too.
The Republican Party was strong.
God damn it. Dude, this is an educational video. Why would they do this? What the fuck? Like, this falls under fair use, motherfuckers. Like, this is insane. This is the second time this has happened today, and it's getting a little more prevalent, man.
Strongly in support of funding big government projects, such as the Transcontinental Railroad, the state university system, and the settlement of the American.
Yeah, dude. Oh, man. How am I not supposed to think that this is some bullshit where it's like they're trying to get streamers to not show fucking educational content?
West. The biggest project the Republicans were in support of was actually Reconstruction, which was all about the protection and empowerment of newly freed African Americans after the Civil War. The Democratic Party was the complete opposite. The Democrats originally were the small government party.
Are you paying attention?
They believed in less government intervention with the economy and also states' rights. As a result, the Democrats were the party that actually supported slavery, and obviously...
Yeah, because you guys like to say this part, but here we go. Here's the bit that you guys know and love.
They fought the Republicans tooth and nail when it came to Reconstruction policies after the Civil War. This also meant that most Southerners would vote for the Democratic Party for about a solid century after the Civil War. All of this started to change at the end of the 19th century. You see, Northern Republicans became very wealthy during and after the Civil War, so they began to push the Republican Party into a party that favored the rich. But the Democrats were going in the opposite direction. They started to favor a bigger government that could help the working class, particularly after a string of economic depressions in the 1880s and 1890s.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit, there's that thing that they don't like to mention.
This party switch in ideology was set in stone by the 1920s. Republican presidents like Calvin Coolidge and Herbert Hoover were greatly opposed to using the government to interfere in the affairs of business.
I know. History's boring when you can't use it to disingenuously have an argument. Fuck!
Herbert Hoover, who was president when the Great Depression first started.
God damn it, this fake news stuff doesn't work when it's already been slated in history.
Refused to use the powers of the federal...
Wait, this is the Illuminati history. I can't... Wait. Illuminati history. The winners are the ones who write history. Therefore, you know what? This doesn't tell the full story, which is partially true. But no, you know what? Based on that, we can't. What are we doing? History? history.
Federal government to give people aid during that crisis. But Democratic President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who first came to office in 1933, was the exact opposite. Franklin D. Roosevelt greatly expanded the size and scope of the federal government to provide recovery and relief during the Great Depression. So by the 1940s, the Republicans were largely a small government party, becoming more and more conservative.
He's usually on a 2-week scale. It's not a good thing he's saying 4 weeks. He literally said it could be 4 weeks, it could be longer.
Democrats were largely...
We don't know. No, he's literally leaving the door open that it could be forever. Because he wants this to go until 2028 so he can not have an election. Dude, Donald Trump. I know this is going to fuck with some people, and there's other people in here that think I'm being hyperbolic from my own side. Donald Trump wants WW3 so he can stay in power. Plain and simple. Because he has no other way of doing so. He wants to also be able to not he wants to cancel the elections. And he thinks that this is a way to fucking maybe, just maybe, pull that Trump card if he needs to. Because he's finding out that even the legal ways that he has to do this, or the not so legal ways, I should say, are not working in his favor. So, just like Bibi, yep. Yep, that party switch though. They're never fucking genuine with any of this bullshit. Here we go. I wanted to know what this motherfucker had to say about the war. Is it bad that I waited the weekend and I was looking for him. I'm like, oh man, damn. Couldn't find anything on.
Gonna have a war with me, and you're not gonna have a third world war with me. That I can tell you.
Oh, shit.
A few moments later.
The lives of courageous American heroes.
Dude! Oh, my God. I'm losing my job to a right-winger. This is fucked.
May be lost. And
oh, God damn it. Valhalla. No.
We may
you just inspired me. I got to work a little harder.
That often happens in war.
Oh, fuck. God damn it, dude. I'm not even kidding. If you had told me right around the Charlie Kirk stuff that this guy was going to outflank me on certain issues, I would not have believed you. This is really fucking funny. God damn it. I can't watch his,
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And unfortunately, we have...
Hey, what's up, Robin? Had a work party to attend. So boring.
Very sad news today, as CENTCOM has just announced that we have the first official U.S. service member casualties of the Epstein War. 3 U.S. soldiers are confirmed dead. 5 more are wounded in critical condition.
Wait, Jesse Dollemore is on one about that guy?
It sounds like about a dozen more.
Oh, about this guy? Like this guy? He has a wait, really?
Or have small wounds from things like shrapnel and stuff like that. So yes, on day 1, we already have dozens of U.S. casualties. Yay, this is exactly what everybody voted for. But Trump has already announced that he's willing to sacrifice as many Americans for our
Wait, this doesn't fit my preconceived notion of fake news. Nope.
Greatest ally.
No, see, this is my favorite part. Again, I use their own against them.
As it takes.
This is... I know. And sometimes I hate myself for it. I'll watch Candace Owens. Sometimes I'll watch Tucker Carlson. And sometimes I'll watch Valhalla VFT. Fuck. I watched Milo recently on a Tucker Carlson that I was just like, oh man, I haven't hated myself this much in a long time.
Cool. So that's what we're going to talk about in the video today. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. And guys, we'll be going back live again tonight at 5.
I'll also be linking his channel, so please also follow him. Yeah.
PM, because there's so much to talk about following these massive retaliatory strikes by Iran that we don't have time in just this video. So come join us then. Let's just jump into it and talk about the story. We're also going to take a little trip down memory lane and just see where we came from and how we got here, because what a bizarre transition for Donald Trump, huh? The president of
Jon Stewart, AOC 2028. I could see it. The more and more time that goes by, and the fact that he just went to war with Iran, I'm starting to get the feeling that Jon Stewart is kind of...
the president of
he's thinking about it.
New wars, has just broken the record. Yes.
Dude, he'd probably go down as one of the greatest presidents in history because he didn't want to do it.
He broke his own record for most countries bombed in a year by any U.S. president. Wow, that Board of Peace is really rocking right now, huh?
Was Oswald a patsy or not?
We're also
I'm pretty sure.
Going to take a look at the retaliatory strike.
No, he just, he got just randomly by that one dude.
And just
just because, mob stuff.
everything that's
Yeah.
happened.
I can't believe y'all bought that.
A lot of clips because it's
Damn.
it's not looking good. Also, multiple countries have now announced that they are also
I was also born in the 80s, so I have like no historical context of this whatsoever.
entering the war.
Outside of what we learn about it.
Yay. With U.S. service members dead and multiple countries entering the war, we've pretty much confirmed.
So I like to kind of posit that question to people that, lived through the 60s. Kind of remember that shit.
That this is going to be a real war.
Excuse me.
So let's take a look at the reporting on this first. So yes, as of 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time today, 3 U.S. service members have been killed in action and 5 are seriously wounded per.
That, dude, you go back to fucking 1999 to a young pet, and you're just like, I have something to tell you. I'm you from the future. Oh, yeah? Who's the president? Jon Stewart. You mean the guy from Big Daddy? Oh, yeah, he didn't do Daily Show yet. Oh, shit.
So the story is still developing. It says 3 U.S. service members have been killed in action during combat operations against
the comedian? Like the Adam Sandler's friend?
Iran.
Why?
U.S. Central Command officials announced Sunday 5 more have been listed
And what do you mean? Do you mean to tell me that Rob Schneider is his VP?
as seriously wounded. Several other troops sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions are in the process of being returned to duty, according to the CENTCOM release.
What's their campaign slogan? You can do it!
Barrage of Iranian retaliatory strikes were launched at U.S. military installations across the Middle East on
And let me guess, the Secretary of State was Jim Carrey!
Saturday on the heels of a U.S. and Israeli air, land, and sea bombardment across the Islamic Republic, a campaign dubbed Operation Epic Fury. Isn't that funny? Capital E, capital F, Operation Epstein Files. Yeah.
At that point, I would just walk away and be like, all right, kid, you got the, all right.
So yes, we now have multiple.
God damn it, I was mean.
Dead service members on day 1.
Pep talks the streamer.
So we can only imagine where this is going to go from here. And why are we shocked? We decided to kill the Ayatollah, which is essentially the Islamic Shia Pope. And what did we think? That Iran was just going to lay down and not do anything about it? It makes you wonder, who's making the decisions here? Because as we go back in past and take a look at some of these clips,
Jim Carrey would be goated Secretary of State.
Very confusing how we got to where we are.
Think of it. We've spent $8 trillion in the Middle East, and we're not
with Donald Trump. Like he just does like the fucking noise thing.
fixing our roads in this country. How stupid is it? And we're not fixing.
Oh my God, no. You need Adam Sandler. No, you need Adam Sandler so he can.
Fixing our highways, our tunnels, our bridges, our hospitals, even our schools, even.
And they're gonna go to war.
It's crazy. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
Yeah, whoa, what happened? I'm confused. That's
we all are.
Everything that we thought we
got a new mic.
Were gonna get because that's what he campaigned on, and there's more.
We'll tell you, you're not
Mayor Pepe
going
Wilson.
to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that.
We should have never allowed that to even ever enter the conscious. Like, you understand how dangerous that was and how, like, right-wingers do suffer the most from it.
Those pilots hit their targets.
No, I'm not.
Targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit.
Oh, that's right.
Donald Trump equals Lord Farquaad. He literally did the thing. He did the thing. He literally did the thing. We might have to make some sacrifices. Some of y'all might not come back, but you know what?
Bunker.
That's what you signed up for.
That were completely.
Now, if you don't mind me, I'm late for a 2:00 golf game, and then I got a party later.
Destroyed, completely obliterated. And you said CNN and MSNBC were just a bunch of liars.
The fact that he literally oversaw this war at his fucking golf club.
Oh, turned out you're the fucking liar. Oh, that's right. What was that in 2013? Be prepared. There's a small chance our horrendous leadership could unknowingly lead us into WW3.
Oh, no. Using Trump's tweets against him. Guys, people don't like it when you do that.
Also, let's look at all the other grifters in the administration. Oh, what's this in 2024 before the election? Stephen Miller saying, Kamala will send your sons to war. What was this? Oh, Kamala to Michigan. Vote for me and we'll draft your kids and send them to war in the Middle East.
No way.
Huh. Ah, yes, Tulsi Gabbard, who I used to be a big fan of, who's been such an utter disappointment. Basically, her entire...
Oh, it's because he has over 100,000. That's why he has to do
Political-
this. Oh, I just figured out why they have to start bleeping out certain things.
shtick has been anti-war.
Oh, shit.
And she is utterly f***ing silent right now, isn't
Yeah.
she? But here's her in the past.
Here is the choice that we have. A vote for Kamala Harris.
All right, wait. He does paid programming, right? Yeah. Okay, so he's monetized, and then does he sell anything? Yep. Okay, never mind. I get why he does.
Is a vote for Dick Cheney, and it's a vote for war, more war, likely World War III and nuclear war. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
God, she sold her soul, and you could totally fucking feel it.
And who has demonstrated already that he has the courage and strength to stand up and fight for peace.
Where you at, Tulsi? You going to come out and apologize to the American people for that? I think you should, because, again, you are real f***ing silent. And, again, Trump, a vote for peace? What was this again?
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
Seeing this coming from a right-wing vet really does kind of fucking throw me.
This is all
Or it's just like, damn, dude.
aging like real hot sour milk, isn't it? Now let's take a look at what all the Zionists are saying as they're cheering this on. Yay! Dead soldiers! Woo!
They believe today that they must destroy the West. Most prominently, the United States of America. Those nuclear ICBMs aren't aimed for Tel Aviv or Jerusalem. They're aimed for
They
New York.
didn't have nuclear ICBMs, you fuck. Oh my fucking God. Dude, they're not even trying. They're not even trying. At least, and this is going to sound weird, at least the Bush administration had the respect to try to fool us into thinking like, no, we need to do this. And then they even asked Congress and they were like, nah. And then they were like, Article 2.
New York and Los Angeles and Chicago and everywhere in between.
And now it's literally the same shit. Like, we were in imminent danger. No, we weren't. We were not. In the slightest.
Between and around
What the fuck?
the United States of America.
Holy shit. And also, do you understand that this actually is like, it's admitting that, like, we were worse off and, like, less safe under Donald Trump if this was an imminent thing after immediately going at, like, the year after going, yeah, I totally destroyed the bombs. I totally destroyed the bombs. My vocabulary is vile.
Yes,
Oh, whatever, man.
mark those nuclear
Dude, I get stoned and watch the news.
ICBM
Okay, are you always this much of a buzzkill?
that can reach the United States that Iran has. Yeah, they're not aimed at Tel
I don't wonder MAGA is, like, known for having friends.
Aviv. They're aimed at the American people. Okay, this is what Fox News boomers are actually ingesting for their media. Wow. Now, what are some other fantastic takes as U.S. service members are dying in the Middle East? Oh, look at that. Scary Larry Jigsaw Loomer 2 days ago said, if World War III is necessary
Larry Loomer.
for
He calls her Larry Loomer.
Israel to survive,
Just knowing that, like, oh, you don't like it when someone misgenders you, huh?
so be it.
God damn it, that shit works.
Israel first is America first. Oh, look, Lindsey Graham.
Oh, my God.
As I watch and monitor this historic operation, I'm in awe of President Trump's determination to be a man of peace.
Dude, our favorite anti-stoner is in chat. He's back in chat with a new name. I love it.
But at the
Repentant man, welcome back, man.
end of the day, evil's worst
Here to give us your blessings.
nightmare. Well done, Mr. President. And what else? Well, we can't not get Ben Shapiro's take. Yes, I'm sure this is going to be absolutely riveting. We watched this live last night.
Well, that was the president of the
Are you of draft age by chance? No.
United States a little bit earlier.
Not the first wave.
Today, obviously, I just came back from
between 35 and 44. Yeah.
Shabbat, from Sabbath, to the news of what is going on. And let's just say this. President Trump is the most courageous commander in chief in modern American history. There is no question about this. What he just did is the bravest move by a president of the United States of my lifetime, bar none, without a doubt.
If you dislike vulgar vocabularies, you must hate Trump. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. How about this?
I mean, wait a minute. Did you just say that I have the worst vocabulary, but you simultaneously love you some Trump? And I'm not even talking about swear words. I'm just talking in general, the way that he just blabbers on. Dude, we just watched a clip of him going, I'm sorry about the soldiers. It's tragic. It's a tragic moment. And you know, these curtains, I chose these curtains, these gold curtains that are gonna, on the other side, the big, beautiful ballroom that nobody's, the taxpayers, it's a gift to the taxpayers. You won't have to pay for it.
I've got a little suggestion for all of these cucks that are cheering on another.
Everyone here, don't listen to the propaganda of Israel or the United States. Yeah, we're pretty good on that. Like, we're as far as being aware.
Protracted war in the Middle East. How about this? Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh.
Everything with a grain of salt.
Laura Loomer, and all the others.
Also, don't go crazy. You do have, at some point have to acknowledge it's just like, okay, so a journalist reported this, and then it got spun by this one. Honestly, God, this is where the sponsorship was nice, but there is a certain website you can use for that.
We did strap on a pair of fucking boots, go enlist, and how about you go fight? Because there's absolutely nothing worse than someone who's never seen war combat and never served, who's a bloodthirsty fucking neocon begging to send your sons and daughters to go die in another forever war in the Middle East. But the problem for Ben Shapiro is that he's 5'2", and so he probably would have to get a height waiver that he probably wouldn't even be able to get. So yes, that's the first part, but there's
he missed the height waiver.
Also another part that we're
how Kash Patel died.
all very well aware of, and that is of
Kash Patel has not been able to go on a single roller coaster. How in the fuck is he our HBI?
Of course, yes.
Our FBI director.
Operation Epstein Files, the major distraction from the
Yeah, I'm glad that they also didn't have the foresight to see this.
pedo ring that the administration.
It was literally Pete Hegseth just being like, we need to call it Epic Fury. My 13-year-old little boy self said that I should, and I'm going to listen to my boy self.
Has been trying to.
It's like, EF, Epstein Files. I didn't think about that.
Cover up.
It's like, yeah, of course you did.
For 11 months.
Here, back to happy hour with you.
Well, you got your big distraction now, although it's not fooling anybody. And guys, even Wikipedia is tracking this. As you see here, yes, on Wikipedia.
The Epstein War of 2026.
Being named the Epstein
War. Damn, when you got yourself a wiki.
Of 2026. But I will say there is one highlight, one cool thing for the service members that, yes, the Department of Defense has announced that they have put out the new campaign ribbons for the new Epstein War. There they are. So, congrats to our service members on your new campaign service medals. So, let's look at some of the things that are happening because it's
real.
Escalating extremely quickly, as I said.
No way.
That multiple countries have already announced that they are also entering the one of them being Saudi Arabia.
God damn.
That had one of their air bases massively attacked yesterday. And here we go.
Can say is new right now. We're just getting word that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia says they will join the U.S. in the operation against the Islamic Republic of Iran. They said that this comes in the wake of Iran attacking the U.S. base in Saudi Arabia.
What a timeline.
And here we go, starting to look a lot like a coalition being built. Remember the last time we did that in 2003? UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the United Kingdom military has joined in on defeating Iran. Yay! Sure is reminiscent of invading Iraq in 2003.
Yep. And he also walked that back so fast because, again, the day that we did this, he was just like, we will not give any support to the U.S.
And yeah, that went swimmingly for everybody, didn't it? Well, it did for one country, but not for anybody else.
Dude, we literally just left the Middle East under Biden, bro.
And in mass.
Well, once it gets past 13, just know that every MAGA chud can stop fucking bringing up the whole Afghanistan pullout.
Retaliatory strikes because of the Ayatollah being killed yesterday. Israel is also getting curb stomped.
Which I don't blame I don't blame the president for that. I blame the fact that, yeah, you know what? We were in a conflict for a long time, and that's the one thing I will give Biden some credit on. He got us the fuck out of Afghanistan. That was base. Now, Trump meeting with the Taliban the year before, not so base.
So it's actually sounding like Iran.
Peach Creek Media, you have to do a collab with who?
Destroyed Mossad's headquarters.
I think I missed your first message.
Tel Aviv is also getting punished.
Again, do you know how many times like I've seen comments where they're just like, holy shit, I didn't know that Iran had like really nice cities. It's just like, you guys don't understand a lot. Like they thought that this was just one of those countries.
Oh, yikes. And so here's the real big...
Oh, that was Tel Aviv. My bad.
...problem with both the Ayatollah being killed and now you...
Well, in my defense, Tehran looks very similar.
You have service members being killed and multiple countries entering
Jesus,
the conflict.
This is awful. Yeah.
Is that
this is war.
Now,
This is Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump's distraction war from the Epstein files. This is so he doesn't have to face the music and his friends don't have to go and face the music. Because again, just remember, we haven't had anybody fucking actually held to account in the U.S. Like they expect us to just forget about this.
Escalation is just going to do this. There's really no way to draw this thing
What's up, Kois?
back down, in my opinion. Hopefully there is. But again, once you kill the supreme leader of the country and U.S. service members start being killed.
No, they don't.
On the other side,
they couldn't.
We're going to.
This is the thing, Fred.
Full scale.
They couldn't. They don't have nuclear ICBMs, you fucking nonce.
So,
yes, I just called you a pedo because guess what? You are protecting a pedo.
So they can say this is going to be some air bombing campaign, and maybe it is. But if that's all it is, it'll have done literally nothing. And one of the big problems, too, is that Iran is already targeting the Strait of Hormuz.
This is major breaking news. Iran has just struck an oil tanker as it was entering the Strait of Hormuz, injuring 4 sailors. Here's why this is so dangerous. The strait is responsible for carrying 20% of global oil. Experts predict that if it's shut down,
Trump did it all right and we are all wrong.
Oil prices,
yeah, he didn't do it all right.
Could rise by.
Everybody seems to disagree. Like, it seems that anybody with half a brain realizes how bad this is, or anybody with a memory knows how bad this is. You are the only dipshits that, again, support everything this motherfucker does, even though it's stuff that he himself said. Kamala's gonna take you to World War III. Here we are, literally saying Obama's gonna go into Iran. Like, you guys just ignore all of it. So guess what?
Up to.
Don't be surprised when we start ignoring you.
50%.
Like I said, I try my best here. Like, I try to engage with, good faith MAGAs, much as we actually get.
Yep, we talked about that yesterday on the show, and again, very likely for that to happen now with the
holy shit, man.
Massive escalation.
They just blatantly ignore what's right in front of them, and then they just go and they spew the fucking propaganda and then call leftists like the ones that are just like, oh, you're just spewing fake news. Again, parroting what their fucking Lord and Savior and their government, by the way. These same people that didn't trust the government now only trust the government. You ever think about that?
I've already seen this in my local gas station. I took a picture of this driving home this
morning.
morning.
Biden actually ended a war. Yeah, I know.
And the reason why I did is because before the war kicked off, gas was $2.98 a gallon here in my town. And it bumped $1 a gallon overnight.
Overnight?
That's just...
Goddamn. Since these motherfuckers only know how to look at a gas pump and go, economy good. Yeah, economy good. Gas down. What now, bitches?
Just in the fears of what's going to happen. So yes,
It's
that's
a cult. Yeah, no, it really is.
going to be amazing for the American.
Again, as somebody who literally came out of a cult, yeah, I recognize the exact symptoms of what he and his technique. Like he's using the exact like by the book technique of how to be a cult leader.
American economy, right? If fuel prices increase by up to 50%, what does that also
but don't forget
do?
the Dow.
Oh, well, it increases the price of everything else because gasoline.
No, it's not interesting.
Is one of the largest.
The Biden laptop story is not interesting when you have the Epstein files.
Just dry.
Like, dude, the fact that you guys obsessed about something that was a nothing burger that we saw. We saw what was on the fucking on the laptop. I don't think his giant hog and him doing some coke with strippers, which again, we have established that you don't give a fuck about the coke and strippers thing because you love some Donald Jr. You love him, right? And you love the fact that Stormy Daniels and Trump, you just said, you know what? He got his dick wet. So just say that you want to just see leftists punished. We get it. We fucking get it for nothing, for literally nothing. You have just the worst double standards ever. Because again, you don't hold your own politicians to the standards that you would hold Hunter Biden or Joe Biden to. So shut the fuck up.
Cost increase on
until you do that. No, but not just me. No one will ever take you seriously. Especially when you're having these types of discussions.
Regular.
Like, do you do this in your like real life where you're just like, yeah, Hunter Biden's the laptop?
Consumer goods because you have to transport them places. So, yay.
Fucking A.
This is what you voted for. Because what you voted for was
It's sad Republicans can't see how shitty they are. It's so childish.
economy,
Yeah.
high
Daniel Garrett, welcome to the
gas
show.
prices, and another forever regime change in the Middle East. Fell for it again award. So, we're in it now.
Yep, that's you.
We've got U.S. troops dead, and so at this point, I don't see anybody backing out. And of course, obviously, this is exactly what our greatest ally wants, and so they are not going to allow.
Yeah, yes, opinions are like assholes. The only difference is Donald Trump is filling yours.
This to stop either until I don't know. No, there will be no regime change. By the way,
What's that say about your tiny asshole?
Maybe absolute civil war and chaos, but the idea that we're gonna
do you whistle when you fart?
Stick this guy in power, and he's somehow gonna solve the crisis in Iran. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. So I'm gonna cut it off here. There's actually so much more to talk about, but
God damn, isn't there?
Also, during Monday's Angel Families event, Donald Trump didn't just go out and, rant nonsensically about elections and polls and Biden. He also decided to go on a bit of a detour and threaten to deport Americans who don't have jobs. And I'm not
Who you doing an impression of there, Bryce? You doing a nice Pete Hegseth, or are we doing Matt Gaetz?
talking about
Which one?
people that have come over.
Oh, wait. For Matt Gaetz, it would actually it would require you to say that he loves quote unquote underage hookers.
Over from other countries and haven't found employment yet.
That's our politics, people.
No, I am talking about
Did Teddy get upset that I had
actual indigenous,
Really? You came back?
native-born,
Okay.
naturalized, anybody that is an actual American citizen
Oh, talk about a hypothetical.
but
Oh,
doesn't
sorry.
have a job.
My bad, Bryce.
Trump is threatening to deport you, or at least
Listen, if you guys are, new to my channel, I should probably give you a little preface. If I miss a comment, there are times I will take something out of context.
says he would like
And I will
to.
apologize for doing so because, I didn't read your initial comment. So, all right. It's not that we care about coke or hookers. It's just that it was such a big deal for Trump even charge him, but the proven shit on Biden never happened. Again, it's his kid. It was his kid. It wasn't the person in question. Why do you have that obsession, but you can't then look at Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner literally robbing us blind while in the White House? Okay. And again, coke and hookers.
He begins by falsely claiming that other countries round
Whatever,
up their
man.
unemployed and ship
This is
them
again going back to why I can't take y'all
to the
seriously.
United States, which is not a thing.
Did we serve in the military? No, we're waiting for you to go do so. See, we don't fight in elite wars just to be cannon fodder for the rich. We're already cannon fodder for the rich, just being working class.
Says, and I would do exactly what they did if the United States would be willing.
But if you're looking to be indoctrinated and going to serve Israel's best interests, have fun.
Willing to take all of our criminals and people that don't work.
President shits his pants.
But they are smart people. I got to know most of those leaders. I know them. I said, what are you doing? They said, look, it was a totally open border. They saved hundreds of millions of dollars. Literally no.
Yeah, wait. Hunter did some drugs and partied with
no one ever
some adults.
said that to you.
Sounds like a fun sounds like a fun time. No one got hurt.
We have never had a totally open border.
Pep talk. Shh. You may be important when
in modern
one day, not today.
Times. I mean, hell, even going back a couple hundred years, we still had, some form.
Did you really just like try to walk up to me in public and just shh, shh, shh.
But no world leader thought we had open borders here in the United States because they didn't exist. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually pro.
Also,
yeah, I'm pro. So Hunter was actually based in a Chad.
Talking to grieving families. Okay.
I mean, dude, the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene couldn't resist showing his hog in the halls of Congress, that was pretty funny.
Don't forget.
Just a fucking very, very, like, I mean, dude, if we're talking about the angle, like, holy shit.
Right, these people lost loved ones.
That was an endorsement.
Their loved ones are dead.
Fucking Lauren Boebert sitting in the corner just like...
And you're out there self-aggrandizing, saying things that are completely... Like, not even close.
Just grabs the nearest hand near her, and she's just like, here, put it on my titty.
Close to being believable. And also threatening to deport unemployed Americans.
Yes. Now, this is the one where it gets a little crazy, dude. So, just so you know, our economy's about to crash, and we're about to have mass layoffs and more unemployment than we know what to do with. And this motherfucker's out here saying, we're just, you know what? We're going to deport people who don't have jobs, the homeless, and we just need to get rid of them.
Which I gotta tell you.
And people are just like, hey, he's just being hyperbolic. It's like, is he? See, this is the game that we don't like playing.
Yeah, Donnie, that would be a hell of a task because under your policies, we have seen unemployment tick up, and up. More than 1.1 million layoffs in 2025 alone. 2025, worst year for job growth in decades. America added 181,000 jobs.
I'm wondering who programmed this anti-stoner bot.
Jobs in the year 2025. That's it. That's the total for the entire year. And Trump
I haven't added job in
is
years,
out there
so
saying,
good.
if you're not working, I would like to deport you. You don't work. You don't do an
I love how many people think just because I do a stream, they're like, you don't have a job.
Actual job. Not once throughout your entire life have you ever created anything of value for society.
Yeah, weird.
What about Melania?
I'm talking about some of the chatters.
She's never created anything of value. Your kids don't create anything of value.
Wait, dude, doing some D's and banging some S's sounds like half the military anyway. Dragoon, yep.
But you think people who don't work should be rounded up and shipped out of the country. I can't wait to see how that plays out for you in the midterms this year. And I hope, as per usual, the Democrats take that clip and put it in ads.
What the F is going on, chat?
Across the country. Thanks for watching.
I don't know.
And if you...
Jewel tones. I can't always answer that, dude. So if you're watching my vertical stream, you guys are watching from the Shorts feed. Dude, Shorts is wild. Shorts is wild. Yeah, I've been a horizontal streamer. That sounds funny. For a while, where like I just had my one feed, but then once I did the dual stream, holy shit, yeah, chat definitely popped off. And not necessarily for the greatest, but we're happy with growth, and you know what? I don't mind it. I don't mind having some people fucking pop in chat every once in a while. Baloney riders. Baloney This is. Oh, is that all you got? Like, seriously? Come on, man. Do better than libtard. Like, really? Bro.
Joining us, retired U.S. Army General and former gold.
Like, come on, man. Work harder. You know what? I wanted to watch.
All right,
this.
y'all. So Nick Fuentes popped off. This is now roughly the 14th time that he turned on the Trump regime. I don't know how he can keep turning on them when he's already turned on them so many times. Like,
because he's not actually turning on him, you idiot. It's because it's all political theater. Everybody forgets about this. They have the fucking the memory of goldfishes, so they're just like count. He'll say shit. He'll get the hits. He'll get you to talk about it, and then he'll move the fuck on. And then when it comes time to vote, he'll just be like, you know what? I can't really. I feel like these libs they can't win. We can't let them win, guys. We've already put too much into this. So you know what? You're going to have to suck it up and just vote for Trump again, okay? Or just vote for the Republicans because, you know, they're technically more Nazi, so we want them, okay?
he's basically doing the fucking hokey pokey with his
I'm working on
political affiliation here. Let's start with this one. Not gonna lie, this one is kind of a big deal, though. Even though within 2 weeks he'll be right back to...
Come on.
You know, sniffing his fucking jockstrap. At least for right now. Listen to this.
Thing has gone horribly wrong. All of those people, with some exceptions, were never Trumpers in 2016.
Dude, I just realized, is Rumble, like, only being held up by him and frickin', what's the Mug Club guy?
Crow didn't vote for Trump in 16.
Crowder.
Mark Levin was critical of Trump in 2016. Where were these people when the movement was actually born, when those pillars were in place? Now all of those people are in the center. The movement is something else now. And what we need in 2028, this is our last chance, we need in 2026 for this administration to be shut the fuck down.
Oh, shit. By the way, no, the regime was always that, bro. The regime, like, I don't know how people don't get this. His record has always been neocon bullshit. His record has always been warmongering. He increased drone strikes over 400% in his first term. He killed Qasem Soleimani. They tried to coup Venezuela. Like, the list of hawkish shit they did is endless. He hired every neocon in Washington, D.C. He increased the military budget every year. You may have projected onto him that, oh, I think he's going to be more...
What the fuck was that? Just
anti-war.
Did you just see my cat cheese at you guys?
That was just wishful thinking. And now you're realizing it. Like, bro, we've been telling you that shit. I told you during the election, dog. Yeah. Like, what the fuck? But now he's about to make it spicy.
The movement was actually born when those pillars were in place. Now all of those people are in the center. The movement is something else now. And what we need in 2028, this is our last chance. We need in 2026 for this administration to be shut the fuck down. What does this administration do other than cover up the Epstein files, embezzle money through government contracts, and bring us to war for Israel? This administration needs to be shut down immediately. Do not vote in the midterms, and if you do, vote for Democrats.
Oh, shit.
Fuck this.
Oh.
That is what the Republicans deliver.
Oh.
That is what our golden age looks like. The tariffs were refunded. The deportations were stopped. They wound down and withdrew the ICE from Minneapolis.
No, they didn't. Oh, my God. He'll always say something that's like, that's right, and then it's just like, and then you just take some massive wet diarrhea shit in his...
You're going to go get spicy over in the vertical? DJX, you feeling it?
Little...
DJX is just like, you know what? I'm in the mood.
Spider-Man.
I'm in the mood for a good
that he's wearing.
Habdash.
Yeah, it always goes back. Fucking vote Democrat because Trump's not fascist enough. Bitch, what?
Wow.
The Democrats are going to be way less fascist than Trump is, so that makes no sense by your own fucking standards, but oh my God. By the way, hey, he finally said it. I was trying to fucking prod him to say this the last time we covered this, or one of the last 2 or 3 times we covered it. I was like, bro, just say it. No. Just say it. No. You think, I'm being really edgy by telling people, like, not to vote, bro. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that's so edgy. Do the fucking thing that, like, what, 50% or more of the country does? Oh, I'm so edgy saying don't vote. No, say it. Say vote Democrat. I fucking dare you to say vote fucking Democrat. Let's hear it. Say that. Then the Groypers might actually, in a roundabout way, end up being a motherfucking force for good, okay?
Do not vote in the midterms, and if you do, vote for Democrats.
Yes.
Fuck this.
Yep.
That is what the Republicans
take his advice, please.
Deliver.
God damn it. I never thought I'd say that about him, but go ahead.
That is what our golden age looks like. The tariffs were refunded. The deportation.
The tariffs were refunded.
No, they weren't.
No, it would be great if people do
No.
get get
Yeah.
tariff refunds,
Yeah.
but they're not. It's gonna
God, dude, this is the thing. When people talk about misinformation or disinformation, this is it. Like, this is why I try to preface that, like, when I'm having like these moments, this is also why I won't do like the video breakdowns as much, is because yeah, I don't necessarily want them thinking like this is the reporting on this.
gonna go to corporations.
Were stopped.
No, they're not. The deportations are continuing, and ICE is still
No,
a fucking
like, dude,
Gestapo
what?
terrorizing people.
They wound down and withdrew the ICE from
ow.
Minneapolis.
No, they didn't. They're still there.
What does this administration do other than embezzle money,
True.
go to war with Iran,
Being a
True.
little shit.
and bury the Epstein file?
True.
Oh, and blackmail Harvard so they police anti-Semitism
True.
and ban people who criticize Israel from being in America.
True.
This administration needs to be shut down immediately.
True.
It has forfeited its mandate. They promise no new wars. They promise mass deportations in America first, and we're not getting any of it.
Yeah, you're definitely getting the mass deportations. What the?
For what it's worth, which is nothing, Trump did say he's committing to the $2,000 refund checks. Uh-huh.
I don't know why he pretends like they're
I'll put that with my other $7,000 that he's promised just over the fucking past year.
not doing what they're doing. Like Stephen Miller isn't a goose-stepping, zig-heiling Nazi like he is. He's a Jewish Nazi. That's what he is.
Wars. They promise mass deportations in America first, and we're not getting any of it. So shut it down. In 2026, shut it down. And our only hope is that in 2028,
Greg, for all the shit talking you've been doing, you've been here for like 2 hours.
in the Republican primary,
Actual Adolf
Yo, I don't hate anybody that much to fucking watch him like that.
Off Hitler.
Like, what the hell is that?
comes back from the dead, and he ends up winning.
somebody will emerge who will actually put America first. I am not voting for the vice president and the secretary of state that brought us to war.
This is one thing that I have to say to like any of my like fellow lefties that stream. Consider not banning people just willy-nilly. Like, I understand, like, you want to kind of keep your chat like as your community, and that trust me, but I have a lucky structure here, I guess I could call it, where I have a chill chat. But
Iran.
This type of engagement, it helps.
I won't.
Also, because every once in a while, they might learn something.
Do it. 2026, shut it down.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's not worth it. You know what? Now I'm going to walk that back because it's like, yeah, that's a lot of work just to have one person that might get it.
Got to burn the house down with them inside, metaphorically. And in 28, you better hope that somebody has a prayer to run the Trump strategy and do another hostile takeover over the GOP. Otherwise, I'm going to become a Democrat.
Dude, you need the engagement? Fuck yeah, I do.
Like,
when was I lying about that?
At that
ain't no lie. Dude, I'm a smaller streamer.
point,
What the fuck are you talking about?
You heard him. Y'all better.
Yo, dude, where in the fuck do you guys think that I'm like, that I think that I'm bigger than I am? That I am even trying to get that big? Like, what? That's not a dunk, bro.
Go get registered right.
I've been doing this this is my second year doing this, and I'll tell you what, even if I had just the few people that I had a year ago watching, I'd still be doing the same show.
Right this second. Y'all better join the DS.
Like, you don't got to be here.
Say, let's go, bro. Look, all you have to do.
Hey, thank you for the $20. I appreciate that. Thoughts on the real
Etrigu
global topic?
9176 $19.99. Thoughts on the real global topic, RE9?
I don't know what you're saying with that.
Is
that code for something?
Drop the racism and the sexism and the fascism and the imperialism. All you have to do is support Medicare for all and free college and a
It's you are. I know. You got to put a little apostrophe and then an RE and then no, I'm not.
living wage and
I got my cat, I got my dog here, and my
ending the wars and a Green New Deal and ending the corruption and social democracy.
Fine, I'm lonely. My wife is in a long-term cancer care center. God.
All you have to do is say, hey, I'd like to make more money and have more paid vacation time and believe in equality.
It does suck.
I'd like to do that. That's all.
All jokes aside. RE9. I haven't played it yet. I got Village. I want to finish Village, and then I'll play RE9.
All you have to do is become.
Do Leon? Should I play as Leon first, or oh god, what's her name? Grace.
I'm a decent person, and then you're good, bro. That's it. That's it. Bury your past. Yeah, you were a 4chan shit-posting Nazi. Whatever.
Cancer sucks. Yes, it fucking does.
You know, you were 14, you were going through some shit, your girlfriend broke up with you.
But she'll be back soon. We finally get to do the transition back home, which is awesome. Like, God, I've been waiting for this.
Whatever it is. But, like, hey, the head guy now...
You don't have a choice? Oh, so oh, okay, cool.
I was saying vote Democrat. The head guy now is saying vote Democrat. Who am I
It switches
to
between...
tell you what to do? That's all I'm saying. Who am I to...
Oh, wow, so that really does play like Resident Evil 2 then.
Tell you what to do.
I like that.
There are clips of Kamala Harris saying Trump's going to take us to war in Iran. Turns out she was fucking right. There are clips of Kamala Harris saying she's going to deploy the military against you in your own streets. Turns out she was fucking...
I haven't played since RE6.
Right. You know, it's all right. Hold that big fat juicy L and say, I'm sorry for voting for this fucking psychopath or supporting this psychopath,
That's
and just
awesome.
say
Glad
the
to
magic
hear that.
words.
Yeah.
Turns
Thank you,
out Democrats are objectively better. Okay,
Yeah.
but wait.
No, they are. But this is what sucks is I don't like making this case for a party that sucks. Like, we shouldn't be sitting here cheering that in any way, and like it can be misconstrued that he is. I don't. Fuck that, man. They don't deserve any of that praise.
We got another one here. Let's listen.
Whether we, the people, are still in control.
Like, honestly, it's almost more of a troll that he wants them to go vote for Dems, because, like, honestly, think about this, where it's just like, okay, yeah, go vote for Dems, and then make sure it's not like the lefty Dems. Can't have those.
Is this a government of, by, and for the people? Do elections matter? Does the popular will matter in our representative democracy, in our republic? If we vote to repudiate a policy, a foreign interest group, a special interest group, repudiate a particular agenda, and we get that agenda.
How did he win?
Anyway.
Dude, we're in a long-term fucking war because he just destabilized the leadership, which again, he took out an 86-year-old fucking dude that already had a line of succession planned, which, get this shit, he ended up killing the people that were in line of succession for him, from Trump, the ones he wanted, the ones he could work with, because the guy's a moron. He let Pete Hegseth do some of the dumbest shit here. Like, you can tell that he's actually a little pissed about that. Like, here's my favorite part. I watch enough of his, like, bullshit that I can see when Trump is worried. Like, there's confident Trump, and then there's, oh, fuck. Like, he is not confident in this war. He's not confident that he has an off-ramp, and he is not confident that the American populace is going to enjoy this. He knows that this is so much worse than the ICE situation because he can't just unilaterally pull out and be like, you know what? I sent a new guy in there. We're going to do something a little different. Like, he can't do that. And again, this was not just a political third rail. This was like the geopolitical third rail. There was a reason nobody was doing this before. And it's not because they were afraid to, like, because the Shah was that scary. No, it's because they respected the sovereignty of a fucking nation like Iran because they understood the implications if they didn't.
People, regardless, what does that say
about the... They can say death to America if they want to. I mean, technically, right? Right?
Political state, the actual true...
Like, they could say that all day. Why does that give us the right to go and just fucking, I don't know, bomb them? What the fuck? Do you understand how crazy that is?
Political reality of the United States.
These people hate us. We need to just go in there and get rid of them. What?
States of America.
Yeah. Also, now prove to us that you're a fucking full-blown sociopath.
If anything, it just verifies what Trump said from the very beginning, which is that we are no longer in control.
This is such fucking cope. Throw your hands up.
I can't at you here.
It doesn't matter who we vote
really?
for. We always get the same shit anyway. That is such fucking cope. And Nick knows that's fucking cope. If Al Gore, who won the popular vote, by the way, and he lost the Electoral College because of all the fuckery going on.
There you go. Check out what's in what Visora's doing.
Going on in Florida. Look into
awesome. Say hello.
That a little deeper. But if Al Gore had won, guys, there would
enjoy Visora's content. Also, you guys should check out her channel.
There wouldn't have been a war in Iraq. There wouldn't have been a war on terror. It wouldn't have happened. He might have even been able to prevent 9/11. There was a memo put on Bush's desk that said Bin Laden determined to attack within the U.S. that Bush fucking ignored. Okay?
At Pep Talks. No, it doesn't.
So
Weird.
If Al Gore was elected, he won the popular vote. He should have won the Electoral College. If he was elected, there wouldn't have been a war on terror.
It's because it's at Pep Talks TV. That's why.
There wouldn't have been an Iraq war. There wouldn't have been there wouldn't have been a torture scandal. There wouldn't have been Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay. They probably would have handled the subprime mortgage crisis and the Great Recession much better when it initially hit, right? But imagine a world where from Al Gore and on, it was nothing but Democratic candidates who won. Imagine that world for me for a second. It's that fucking meme where you're in that like beautiful futuristic city.
Oh, by the way, after we finish this, does anybody have any details on what happened with Brandon Sutton today?
With the sun shining in the sky bright.
I saw that he got banned from YouTube, and I'm just wondering if he went through the same thing that I did.
Blue and everything looks.
Yes, that one worked, Kois. It was that.
Perfect. If you just take from Al Gore and on, never mind, we can go back further, Ronald Reagan and shit. From Al Gore and on, who was just Democratic president, don't pretend like everything would be equally bad. It motherfucking wouldn't.
No.
If Kamala was in office now instead of Trump,
no Patriot Act.
It wouldn't be this bad. She wouldn't be massacring innocent